What is up, guys? Jay the Stingray back here again with my special guest, Monty, of course. Thanks for being here, Monty. I really appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome, Jay.
And everyone, go sub to Monty's channel. I put the link down below. What is it? RMJ Reviews.
RMJ Movie Reviews.
Go check that out and give him a sub, guys. He puts out some really cool content on there. And Monty's a guy that I've wanted to do this with for a long time because I just love your positivity, man. I love your energy. Like, your energy puts me in a good mood. And, you know, it's always fun to talk with you, man. So thanks again for doing this.
Oh, you're welcome, Jay. I appreciate that.
I know we're both big action guys, big action fan guys. And, we may not get a chance to talk about that a lot over on the Region Free channel. Mm-hmm. Monty's also part of Region Free, guys. Go sub to that channel if you're not already. So really, how did you get started loving movies?
It started from probably my childhood, Jay. My mother was an actress, and she was a singer and a teacher. So my mother, she always wanted to act growing up, and actually she did. But she used to do plays and things like that when I was a kid. And when she used to take me to take your kid to school day when she was a teacher, she would always put on little performances for her students, and she'd read books to them, and she was very theatrical. My mother loved the Pointer Sisters when I was a kid, so she'd be running around the house singing, "I'm so excited," and doing all these, those Richard Simmons videos. Good Lord! I got a bunch of Richard Simmons videos over here. Action videotapes.
What is it? What do they call those?
Sweating to the oldies.
That's it. Yeah.
But my mother was always very theatrical, and she used to record episodes of Shelley Duvall's Fairy Tale Theater for me, because that was what ran on Showtime. That was we only had two cable channels. We had Disney Channel, we had Showtime, because Disney Channel you had to pay for, folks, way back
right.
way back when. But and my mother always showed me Shelley Duvall's Fairy Tale Theater, which I have all those tapes over here, and I would watch that constantly. And then I would go over to my father's house on the weekends. And me and my father would go to the movies, or sometimes the family, we would go to the movies. And I remember my earliest memory of all of us going to the movies. We went to see, I believe it was Superman 3 with Richard Pryor. I believe I was very young, but I still remember that. And I can remember specific scenes, seeing it on the big screen, like with him, the Peanuts, when Superman's drunk. I can still remember that. Those scenes are so strongly to me. And we used to go to the movies, and my older brother used to watch all the Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street movies because we had cable. So it was really the combination of the three of them. You know what I mean? My mother's theatricals, kind of aspirations that she had, and just watching movies growing up. I just loved film so much, and it just brought out just this joy in me, man. I love film. Film. And that's where it came from, my parents and my siblings.
And you actually went to film school also, didn't you?
Yes, sir. Yeah. When I was 22 and 23, I didn't complete it. So I'm like, the Kanye West story or whatever, there's a bunch of us out here like that, us starving artists, But I learned a lot in film school. Learned a lot about script writing and editing.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I wanted to do the same, man, but I kind of I don't know. I kind of gave up on it just because it just seems so far out of reach, Yeah. I mean, yeah, sure, you could probably complete the program, but what are the chances of you getting, money to make a movie,
Oh, Jay, check this out. I went to Wright State University way back when, and in the film program, get this, you had to take the classes sequentially, and it was quarters back then. They were like one of the last schools in Ohio to do quarters before they went over to semesters. And anyway, you had to take the film classes sequentially. If you got, I think it was if you got a C, if you got below a B, first class, you're booted out the film program. and you have to wait till the following quarter. Bro, the next quarter comes around, you got to start over again. Film appreciation. Our teacher had a throat cancer, and so he had to leave in the beginning of the quarter. We got a substitute guy. Substitute guy is just like, he's just like, look, whatever, bro. Look, I need some extra cash. I don't like this, whatever. He's just reading off this manuscript, right? He gave me a C, and I was booted out the program, Jay. I was crushed. So, yeah, man, it just crushed my heart. So, yeah, that's the story of the film program.
So that's basically that's what ended your time in the film program.
Exactly.
Oh man, that sucks.
Yeah. I had to wait an entire year, and get this. Not only you have to reapply again. Mm-hmm. So you don't keep the major. You have to do other majors or whatever, or take other classes until it comes back around. I thought that was just dastardly.
Over a C.
Film appreciation, Jay. I just looked at this dude. I'm like, bro, come on. Man. My writing's good, man. Let's look at this again. I mean, it was like a Donald Trump thing, like on mine. I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. No, man, I protest.
Speaking of that, man, Kanye was on my ballot.
Yeah, are you serious?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
He got like 3,000 votes in my state.
Get out of here.
I was tempted. I'll be honest. But no, him earlier today, he's already admitted that he lost, and he's looking forward to 2024. So good luck to you, Kanye.
Yeah, it's good. Good luck, Kanye. How about you up those meds and get that straitjacket?
Oh man. But yeah, that's interesting. I hadn't even heard of that Shelley Duvall show before.
Oh, Fairy Tale Theater?
Yeah.
Oh, it was around it had all the celebrities of the 80s. Chris Reeve, Robin Williams, Pee Wee Herman, Jeff Goldblum, Alfred Woodard, Gregory Hines, Ben Vereen.
That's awesome.
What's the old boy from the It miniseries? One of the guys from the It minis. Who's the one?
John Ritter?
Not John Ritter, the blonde guy who still lived with his mom, who had the kind of
Eddie.
Yeah, that actor was on Fairy Tale Theater as well. Character act. It's look them up. They're all on YouTube, Jay. It's. I love that show.
Will do. That sounds really interesting.
Yeah. Matthew Broderick. And they do them all. They do Princess and the Pea. Carrie Fisher was in Thumbelina, I believe. Christopher Reeve, I think, did Snow White. I think. And Gregory Hines did Puss in Boots.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I love it. And Brock Peters, the actor Brock Peters, he plays the ogre in that. And Brock Peters is pretty frightening. He's dead now, but he's pretty frightening. He kind of is similar to who's the actor who was in the Blob remake in 1988? Who was the lead scientist guy?
I can't think of his name.
I do not know the actor's name, but he was very Charlie Murphy, Wesley Snipes complected gentleman, and I had to slip that in there, folks. And he anyway, he was on the episode of the Cosby Show back in the day. Brock Peters kind of looks like that guy. They can be ultimately sweet and sinister and just flip it on a dime.
I'm gonna look up who that guy is.
Brock Peters?
No, the actor is that who it was?
Oh yeah, who I just mentioned. Oh no, the actor from the Blob. I cannot remember his name, but he's done an episode of the Cosby Show. He was in A Time to Kill with Matthew McConaughey.
Joe Seneca.
Is that his name? Okay, Joe Seneca. Okay, he's a brilliant actor, man. I think he was on A Different World too. I think not consistently, but I think he popped in and out on that.
I didn't watch A Different World as much as I watched The Cosby Show. I liked it okay, but yeah, I was a big fan of The Cosby Show too, man. I know recent events have made you can't like The Cosby Show anymore. Apparently, I don't know, man. I still like that show. It's It's just one of those that, it just puts me in a good mood. Like a warm blanket or something.
That is a very interesting. I like that you put it that way, Jay, because I think that's how I feel about the show. Because like the show, I used to watch that. Like, I don't know if you can kind of see in the background there. There's a picture right there. There's my family right there. That one. So that's my family, and then over there, that's the Cosby Show picture. But I'm just a creative person like that. But my family was just very much, just a middle class family. So we used to always watch the show, and when my grandparents passed away and we sold their house, my grandfather. Oh, that was another thing I left out in my history. My grandfather was a photographer.
Oh.
So he was actually a photographer, and he was actually a videographer, like, in the 80s with the big. And I actually do have his camera here at the house. It's charged up and everything. I got blank tapes and everything to put in. I'm going to use that one day to film an episode. But anyway, he had tons of Cosby Show episodes, Jay. Matlock. These is all VHS tape, literally. And my grandfather did not cut out the commercials. He literally just let it run. And I used to hate it at the time, but I went back and I went through every single VHS tape I found in that house, Jay. I found gold.
That's awesome. And you still have those?
Bro, they're right here. I labeled them all. And they're right here, man. Oh, I didn't get rid of them. It's funny, man. Like when I'm dating like chicks and they come over here, and I always say, this is my studio.
Yeah.
I want to let you know I am an adult. I do have a retirement. I have a checking account. I'm a responsible adult. Everything is in my name. My credit's good. I just want you to know that, honey.
Yeah.
This is just a studio. This is my craft. But when they see these tapes, Jay, they just kind of go like, are those VHS tapes? I go, yeah. And they kind of go, oh.
Well, it could be worse, man. I have a good friend of mine who collects a lot of high quality action figures and stuff.
Mm.
And he's got a pretty small apartment. You go in, it's just like shelves everywhere. So it's like, I mean, that'll make a pussy dry up pretty quick. I was like, I kind of want to tell him, man, come on, just I mean,
and it's true.
For lack of a better word,
it is true, Jay. It's so true.
I'm sorry, but it's true. I mean, do what you want to do, man. But
look, right? It's done. It's done. It's like, hey, can I get a little kissy kiss on the neck? She's like, I'm feeling sick tonight.
You got a Godzilla over there looking at me right now. So
yeah, look, that's when they start coming up with excuses.
Yeah. Oh man,
I gotta work tomorrow.
Oh, my phone just went off. I gotta.
Yeah, exactly. My mom is sick.
Oh man,
that's funny. But usually, Jay, I try to be slick and this is live. I shouldn't be telling my secrets. No, no, but Jay, I try to tie it in. I just kind of like, look, at my business. This is my studio. Yeah.
You're an amateur filmmaker. So.
Exactly. Look, and then they see the lights and the set, and they kind of go, "Oh, okay."
Yeah.
That's the one thing about me. I'm goofy enough and sly enough where I can
right.
I can kind of. Don't you believe me?
Yeah, man. That's a lot easier to pull off, though. You're more like you're a professional.
Right, exactly. Look, it's like, look, the business is going. I've got my contacts on YouTube. Hey, look, it's all here. Look, go on YouTube. Look. Hey, just don't look at the really old ones.
Yeah.
Oh God, or stop it. Stop it. Bro, or stop. Oh my God. You're right. This is my casting couch, Orc. Orc, you're a fool, man.
But yeah, man. So you've gotten into tattoos recently. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yes. Actually,
you don't have to show them off or anything if you don't want to. I was just.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you can. I mean, but you don't have to.
Okay, Jay. Oh, okay. No. It's not like that. It's this one, and then the other one. It's kind of hard to see.
That's Conan.
That's actually Conan's sword.
Yeah.
And I got. I showed that other one. I have the Tulsa Doom 2 snake head from Conan on my arm, and I kind of look at that as I don't know. I look at it as like war paint.
Yeah.
So kind of like when Arnold Schwarzenegger in Commando, when he starts doing You know, I kind of look at it as just, you know, a lot of what's going on right now, and just the tense environment, and a lot of kind of personal things that I've been through.
Sure.
You know, traumas. So I kind of look at these as these are kind of like, you know, kind of my war paint to kind of, you know, help push me through it. So I love tattoos now.
Plus, it gives you an excuse to bust out the guns, right?
Oh yes, it does.
Look, I got a new tattoo. Oh,
Jay, my bicep looks so badass with that Toast of Doom snake. Because at first I saw the Toast of Doom snake and I was kind of like, okay. I went out with this chick over the summer. She was really cool, and I showed it to her, and I kind of tell she was kind of halfway with it. She was kind of like, kind of sexy, but I'm not sure. Yeah. You know, but she didn't kick me out, so I was like, I'm good.
Yeah. Well, man, the thing about tattoos, I'll tell you, is they're addictive. I don't know if anybody else has told you that. But,
oh, wait, Jay, how many do you have?
Quite a 30, maybe more. I mean,
Jay, do you really have 30?
Yeah, I've got quite a bit.
Oh man, that is.
I've got the girl from Night of the Living Dead on my leg. I've got a bunch of In the Mouth of Madness tattoos.
What?
What else do I have? I got my full back done. I've got a phoenix.
Really?
It's got a bunch of stuff, man. A lot of little ones and stuff too, but I got some big ones as well.
Oh man, I didn't know you had that many.
Yeah, I've got it. May be more than 30 actually, but I don't know the exact number.
Now, what got you into it? Like, why do you like tattoos?
Man, like the day I turned 18, I went and got a tattoo. You know.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. So I've just always wanted tattoos. I guess rebelling against society or whatever. You know, now it's like the opposite. You know, people our age, like way more people have tattoos than don't. You know, so
yeah,
it's kind of crazy. You know, whether it's a little, you know, tramp stamp or whatever. You know, the ladies get. You know, even a little one.
Right. Well, Jay, I like the fact that we can talk a little bit X-rated because you know, I work in the healthcare field, so I have to be so just like this all the time. And,
Please don't hold back, man.
Oh, okay, all right. I'm about to rip. I'm about to cut loose. No, but Jay, I was gonna say, like, I was so anti-tattoo for like years and years, and after the circumstances, after I lost my mother and things like that. I talked with someone and I was just like, they were like, you should try some tattoos. And then the whole analogy for me was like, I suffered loss and I'm dealing with my grief. And then we're dealing with this national tragedy, with the election. We got a shut in. I mean, people like me who are single and don't have children, we're trying to build relationships, but people are it's a very stressful time, and, I just thought, like, if I get this tattoo of Conan, because the character of Conan, I kind of link with characters who have been beaten down. So I think, Conan was beaten down. He lost his mother, his parents were murdered, and he was left out to fend for himself, which is kind of where I feel I am emotionally right now. I have support and I have family, but I think that's kind of emotionally how I feel as a person right now, so that was why I kind of felt like, but Conan found his way. So that's why I kind of said, I'm going to put Conan's sword on my arm and I'm going to put this quote, because actually what it says on my arm is grow strong from the pain. Don't let it destroy you. And then on this arm, I got the quote from The Dark Knight Rises. Why do we fall to pick ourselves back up? And then I got the Toast of Doom, which is a total, contradiction, but whatever. But I just think it's cool.
Yeah.
But I think I've chosen things that'll kind of help to uplift my spirits, and these tattoos I really look at is just like my war paint. Right. And I just keep putting them on, man. I love them. I was anti-tattoo for many years, Jay, but not now.
It reminds you of all the shit you've been through,
Exactly.
Yeah. Like a learning experience,
Yeah, and I feel changed. It's an interesting thing, Jay. You ever had a conversation with like any older adults in your life? I was talking with my dad, and my dad's like, Mont. I'm imitating my dad. You guys have never met him, but I was thinking about putting him on the channel. Well, he lives in
man. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I was like, I got to get him on here because the way I am. But anyway, my dad goes, son, you got to get broke down to get rebuilt. And I was like, well, shit, Dad. Okay. So that's why I'm getting my ass kicked. I was like, I'm like,
well, I mean, that's what the military does.
Yeah, like to get my ass kicked to be rebuilt. And it's very weird, man. It's it's crazy.
That's some good advice too, because it really makes you look at, that this is going to make me stronger, as opposed to, this is a bad thing, this is a learning experience.
Yeah.
That's really cool, man.
I think that's the rough thing, Jay, is like when you're actually literally feeling it, it's rough when you're feeling it. When you're going through it, it's like, damn, can I make it through this? But then there's like this masochistic side of you that kind of goes like, give me more pain because I'm going to fight back.
Right.
It's really weird.
Yeah. Well, that's really interesting, man. So you're a big fan of The Dark Knight then as well, I guess?
Yes, sir. Oh, I love my only issue. The three movies, the one that is the most resonant to me is the third one, because of its themes and its narrative of what Bruce Wayne's arc is in that movie. It's the sloppiest, but emotionally, it's the most compelling movie to me.
Mm-hmm.
The second one is just great entertainment. It's just great, just blockbuster, pack the house everywhere type of entertainment. The original one is a nice reboot. The only issue I have with Batman, now people think Batman Begins is great. I'm going to put myself out here and say I do not think it's great. But that's not me saying I think it's bad. I just don't think it's great.
I agree with you.
I think it's very good. Oh, you agree? Okay, Jay.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. I think The Dark Knight is the best Batman, and the best Batman's ever been. The best, rendition of Batman, however you want to say it.
Absolutely.
I love that movie, man. It's one of my favorite movies too.
The Dark Knight?
Yeah, just a masterpiece, man.
Oh, it's great. The only way where it kind of starts to lose me a little bit is the ferry boat part, because it goes on a little bit too long.
Yeah, I could see that.
But I do like that Zeus. Now I'm not calling him Tiny Lister. His name is Zeus. But I do like when Zeus goes, I can kill you and then blow up the boat. And then he threw it out. I was like, now that's a positive image for a black man who's jacked up his life. Look, if you want to talk about redemption, there you go, brother. Yes.
You talk about Zeus, so you're a big what's the movie?
No Holds Barred?
No Holds Barred, yeah. On the tip of my tongue. Man.
It's funny, Jay. I was flipping through my streaming the other night, and I think I was like tweeting all of you guys too, because it's enjoyable to me to just torturously like tweet you guys. But that's this side of me. It's like, Orc, you still watching? That's this side of me. It's like, you Orc, man, I gotta holler at you too, man, when I get off air. But anyway, so No Holds Barred popped up on my Amazon Prime, and I watched it because I hadn't seen it in many years. I don't think I had ever actually seen it all the way through.
Really?
No, I'd seen pieces of it, but not just watched it all the way through. And I must say, it is a pretty nasty, sleazy piece of garbage entertainment that was meant for children.
It is garbage entertainment for sure, but I still love it.
It's icky. It's really icky. I was actually looking at it as an adult. I think in particular, it's the scene where they're in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like in the bathroom.
Trying to get my finger like Rip does. Rip him.
Yeah.
It's like this, but he's got like a little extra like nub there of his.
What the dude in the movie does?
Yeah, Hogan.
Does he?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I gotta watch that again.
It's like, I can't make my fingers do it right, but it's like, rip him, brother. Yeah.
Rip him, brother. Yeah. And then he'd be like
I've got the shirt, man. I've got the rip him shirt at home. I should have.
You got it. Wait, Jay. Wait, to be honest, do you still like use it? Like, I mean, do you ever just like get up in the morning and just go like?
Oh, rip it open? No.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
But no, man, that's an interesting movie. I've heard a lot of, because I think it was Hogan and Vince McMahon like wrote that like over a weekend.
Oh my
in a hotel, man.
Oh my God. And I look, it's all there on the screen. So all the drug use and steroid use, whatever was going through their system, it's there on the screen because I'm looking at this scene and I'm going, you could only have been on drugs or medication to think that a sweaty man walking out a bathroom while two men are urinating, him looking at their Johnson and commenting on it is funny.
Yeah.
You have to be drug induced because I thought it was just gross. I just thought it was disgusting. I'm like, really? I'm like, if I'm taking a leak and some dude puts his hand on my shoulder while I got my Johnson,
Right.
Bro, it's Steven Seagal time. It's Steven Seagal time, bro. I'm karate chopping you in the throat.
It's bro code, man. Eyes forward.
That's what I'm saying. And it looks I felt it was a I gotta watch the algorithm. But I thought it was like a violation. I'm like, you telling me he's touching me while this is a private moment, man. That's disrespectful. He should have straight Steven Seagal. The arm snapped over the shoulder.
Oh man.
Or this one where he bends the fingers back. No, man,
Oh man. No, that movie, it's so bad it's good. Like I love it. I laughed the entire way through.
Oh, it's a bag. Look, Jay, it's a bag of fun. It's a bag. Look, the fight scene on top of the limousine.
Yeah.
When Hulk Hogan does the clothesline on dude, I was like, yeah.
Did you watch wrestling back then?
Yeah, I did. I wasn't as big a fan as my cousins were, but we used to watch them all the time. I mean, Honky Tonk Man, Ultimate Warrior, Macho Man, Dusty Rhodes, the Killer Bees, Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Oh yeah.
Bad News Brown, Coco Beware.
Did you see when Tiny actually wrestled in some of the some matches back then? They were trying to promote the movie, I guess.
I think, if I recall, he did SummerSlam. I think he did SummerSlam '89. I think because I can't remember because there's usually the SummerSlam was every summer, wasn't it? It was WrestleMania. So. WrestleMania had the number, and SummerSlam was every summer. I think.
But I don't think he was that great of a wrestler, so he didn't stick around for a while.
Oh hell no, he didn't do nothing. He was a performance artist. He just went out and he just went out and just like and he crossed his eye.
He was great at it though, man.
Oh look, all he did was choke people.
Yeah.
He didn't even jump off the ropes. Like, why are you here?
That's funny, man. Yeah, I've got that on Blu-ray somewhere.
Oh my God, Jay, does it have a commentary?
I think it does.
Oh God. Who's on it? Vince McMahon?
Probably just McMahon, yeah.
No, I bet you it's probably him by himself just talking about how great the movie is. Let me tell you.
Let me tell you when I did this here.
Yeah. I wrote this entire scene. I think it's the greatest script ever.
I was so coked up when I wrote this part.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah. This scene right here, the hooker's just left the hotel room.
Yeah. But well, cool, man. Yeah, I know you're a big. You like Seagal, you like Van Damme, of course Stallone, Schwarzenegger. You like all these guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me too. Which one's your favorite? Would you say your favorite action star
of all time?
Wesley Snipes. Put him in there.
What's that?
Wesley Snipes. I know you're a big Wesley Snipes guy. Oh,
absolutely. I'd probably say the number one. It'd have to go to Arnold. He reigns supreme. He's the champ. Flat out, Arnold is the champ of action.
I may have to agree with you, man. It's when I was a kid, it was all Van Damme. I was all about Van Damme for some reason.
Right.
That was when he first hit the scene, he kind of exploded.
Oh yeah.
Bloodsport, then like Kickboxer, and then he got into like Time Cop and Sudden Death and stuff like that. So I was all about him. I remember my older brother rented Double Impact for me.
Oh wow!
When it had just come out on VHS, and I stuck it in my pants and I snuck it in the house to watch. So yeah, I've got a soft spot for Van Damme.
For Van Damme. Wait, Bloodsport, was that your first Van Damme movie that you saw?
It's probably Kickboxer, honestly.
Oh, kickboxer.
I prefer kickboxer to Bloodsport.
Really? Oh man.
I just like Bolo Young, kicking that column, you see the dust falling down. Like,
you talking about the
yeah, this guy's a badass.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna lie, man. Like when he just come out and he start doing the pecs like that, I'm like, yeah, this like he just beat your ass with his pec.
That dude is like 70 years old and he's still jacked. I mean, he's not like he was, but he's just in great shape.
Oh, I think I saw something on YouTube with him like doing doing something. I was like, what is he doing?
Good genes, I guess, man.
Man, that's them good genes, man.
His son's like a really good martial artist too.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. He's
old too, though.
Yeah,
he's like 50.
Oh my God. Hey, that is so crazy to think like Bolo is 70 and he's got a kid that's like 50.
Yeah.
It's just like the thought of
that. Yeah, me too, Jess. My brother was a big part of the reason why I like movies so much.
Oh yeah, my older brother too.
That's real common. Like I was talking to Lauren the other day, and his sister is really what got him into horror. So it's kind of, it seems like it's a reoccurring thing that it's an older brother or sister that gets you into stuff. Yeah,
my older brother who was like I think I said he was 15 or 16. That's the only reason. He had a VHS tape. I think I told Lauren this. He had a VHS tape that had. We going old school, y'all. Remember how you could put 4 movies on a tape? Look, if you put it on EP slow, you would get 4 movies on that bad boy. Especially if you had an 8-hour tape.
Yeah, terrible quality, but we didn't care.
Right, we were just like, man, we got 4 movies on one tape, and then I slide in an episode of like Married with Children or something. But anyway, he had a tape that had American Ninja. 48 Hours.
Oh man.
Commando. And then there was one more movie on the end. I can't remember, but that's a dynamite action tape. And we would watch that on loop all the time. So, I mean, and that was before another 48 Hours. That was like in the mid 80s, 1986. Yeah. The sequel hadn't even been out yet. A lot of these movies I saw in the 80s, not at the theater, but I saw them on tape.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff I just watched probably on television, on cable or something.
Yeah.
That's like, with the Friday the 13th and those type films, like I watched them, without any gore or anything, like on USA Network or something.
Oh yeah. I think the first Friday I saw was 4. And I saw them in order. So I saw 4, then I saw 5, then I saw 6. And then my dad let me rent 1, and I went back and saw 1, 2, and 3 on regular TV.
What did you think about 1 when you first saw it?
I was actually shocked that Jason wasn't the killer.
Right.
Because I saw Friday 1 right before before 7 hit video. So that was 1988. And I remember sitting there and I saw the picture, the video store, and I was like, okay, Dad, let me rent it. And I'm kind of like, okay, I don't see a hockey mask kid. What's going on? I was like,
who's this crazy old lady in here?
Yeah, that's what happened. Jay was like, look, she was like, I'm a friend of the Christies.
Yeah.
Like, what? Who is this? I was just like, who are you? And she just starts beating her ass. I'm like, oh shit.
I did the same thing, man. I just went and was renting them all. I was probably 10 or something. And we finally got to 1. It was my cousin and I watched, and we're like, what is this? Like, we didn't like it, I mean, I've come to enjoy that film for what it is later on, but we're like, man, this is bullshit. Where's Jason?
No, look, that's what I was like too, Jay. Like, don't you feel like fucking cheated? Like, just like, wait a minute, you're the killer? Your old ass? I just cannot believe that a 20-year-old dude could get overcome by this lady who's like 60.
Yeah.
Because if that bitch come at me with a knife, I'm gonna beat her ass.
It sounds stupid, but back then, we didn't have the internet or anything. There was no way for us to know, that he wasn't in the first film without watching it. So. Right, yeah. Well, and that's the other thing I miss about the old days, Jay, is how like we could just, have the surprise. You know what I mean? Yeah. They don't have that now, man.
They just don't.
Yeah.
It's just it's crazy, man. Oh, you know what's funny? I was going to say, speaking of the action heroes, you remember that movie, Jay, Jim Cotta? You remember that?
I've seen that as an adult. I didn't see that as a kid.
Oh, you didn't? Okay. Bro, if you see Jim Cotta when you're like 7, that is the greatest action picture of all time. I'm telling you, Jay. To look, and when you watch it, you're like, wait a minute. People are letting this dude. They're waiting for the kick.
Yeah.
It's like because they're letting him do his little cool gymnastic move. Right, look, and they just go up and they just go like this. Go, okay, you go. Pow! I'm like, what? But it's fantastic. The scene where he's kicking 20 dudes and he does a flip. I get so amped watching that shit. I watched it like 2,000 times on YouTube.
And let's see, what about like Cynthia Rothrock? That's always one that we got into a lot.
Oh, you know what? I love her.
Yeah.
I do, man. China O'Brien?
She was bad, man.
China O'Brien? What's the other one? Fast Getaway with Corey Haim.
Oh, okay. I forgot she was in that one.
Remember, Leo Rossi was his dad in that movie.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jay. Look at it. Remember all those HBO classics?
But no, that's what it was, man. Like I'd be watching either like an action movie like that, or a buddy cop movie, or a horror movie.
Oh, hey, what about No Contest? Shannon Tweed, Robert Davi, Roddy Piper.
I was thinking about Shannon Tweed the other day, man.
Oh man, it's supposedly she's very devious in real life.
Supposedly.
Oh, really? Supposedly.
Isn't she married to Gene Simmons?
They were. I think they're divorced.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, but I know I saw it on. He was on. Was it Joy Bray? Whatever her name is on The View. Yeah, and I think she stormed off on the show, and Gene Simmons was like, "Please, don't go." I was like, what is wrong with this dude? She just walked off, with her big old pumped up, lips,
collagen.
Yeah, all that collagen. I'm like, what happened to your face? You look like the Joker.
I don't know why women do that either, man. Who's telling these women that that's a good look?
It's not a look, bro. We can go to Target or Walmart and we can see some 50-year-olds where you're like,
yeah. As I've gotten older, man, I've gotten more attracted to older women.
Man, sometimes, man, I'm in Walmart, I'll be like, man, she 50, but
dude, Jennifer Lopez is 50, man. And she looks great.
I mean, I'm just hoping the games will stop. But the games don't seem to ever stop. I'm just like, man, can this just be a clear-cut transaction?
You find a woman that age and she probably knows what she wants and she's not playing any games.
Hey, at this point I might up it.
Yeah.
Hey, let's go to
like you said,
58.
Get you
a gilf?
An older lady with a lot of money and maybe inherited a lot of money or something.
What? Take me out on the yacht.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Have a Boudier bring us some wine. You got to
do it, man.
Look, I just look at her and be like, you got Boudier too, did you?
Yeah.
You sure did. You got him and me.
That's funny. But do you guys have any questions for Monty?
Come on, people. Bring them on. Bring your questions.
And I realized earlier today I've been spelling your name wrong for like 2 years.
Well, you know what? I just figured, hey, be my stage name.
Yeah.
Look, it literally happens everywhere I go. For years.
Oh, man, damn.
Yeah, it's actually it's Monty, but everybody always goes Monte. So I was just like, that'll be my stage.
Oh, it's not Y? Okay.
But it's actually Y.
Actually, I had it right then.
Yeah, people have been spelling it E for years, but I just said, this is my stage name. I'll go with the E.
I went back and looked at Lauren's video when you were on there, and I was like, okay, I'm spelling it wrong. So
No. No, you've been doing it right. Everybody else has been doing it wrong. But I just said that's my stage name. Like Michael Keaton is really Michael Douglas. You know,
Yeah.
Sinbad isn't Sinbad. At least I don't think.
I wonder what Sinbad's real name is.
It's probably something like Gerald Watts.
It'd be something weird, right?
Yeah. Dikembe Gerald.
Man, I was going to go see Sinbad before Corona hit, and it got canceled. Of course, I had tickets to. We have a little comedy club here now. Finally.
Oh, what's the name of the comedy club?
It's called Chuckles. It's always fucking stupid, you know.
No. Wait,
one of Chuckles, guys.
Wait, Jay. It's called Chuckles?
Yeah. There's another one in Memphis or somewhere too. But, yeah.
Hey, does that build much confidence in like that you're gonna have a butt gusting, you know what I mean, night?
Oh man, that's so stupid. But
is it just like that when you go in? Do you just chuckle? Just.
But my wife got me tickets to see John Lovett's. Last Christmas, sometime anyway. We went in the past year or so.
Mm-hmm.
Just because we've never had a comedy club here before, and I'm a big fan of stand-up comedy, so
right.
It was kind of a good thing, but coronavirus has kind of killed that. So, like everything else. You know?
Yeah. Hey, look, at this point, I don't even watch the news anymore, Jay. I'm just so tired of it, man. Like here in Ohio, they're like, hey, by the way, this morning, guys. Last night, you thought 200,000 people died? Hey, well, I want to tell you, today, it's 900,000. What do you think, guys? And the weather is 80. Like,
yeah. Now it's just like a death counter in the top of the screen. Like, we're not even like
Jay, did you say a death counter? That's fantastic. Basically, we're the Running Man.
Yeah.
Literally, you ever see on Super Mario Brothers when on the bottom of the screen you see their life just slowly go away? That's each day. It's just like boo every day.
Yeah, man. But we're so close to the Running Man, and have you seen that movie Idiocracy?
No, it's on my Amazon Prime now.
Mike Joe, you check that out, man, because I feel like we're not too far away from being that movie.
Really?
It's basically just about how stupid people breed and make more stupid people, and then it's got these professionals. They're like, no, we're gonna wait till we're more financially stable, and then it's got this one guy who's just out there banging like 6 chicks in a trailer park, and kids popping up everywhere. So it's the smart people die off, and then the stupid people keep growing.
Oh,
it's a great movie though.
Oh, that sounds like reality right now.
It does. I know.
Bro, like sometimes I gotta edit. We're live, but sometimes I just listen to stuff and I just kind of just sit there and go like, what universe am I in? What universe am I in? It's crazy sometimes. I literally said to my friend the other day, Jay, I looked at my boy when he was over here and I said, bro, I think we're in the Twilight Zone. I swear I think we're in the Twilight Zone. Oh, man, I feel like I'm in a nightmare that I can't wake up from.
People are on lockdown. I mean, things were crazy before all this stuff, and now they're on lockdown. They're just like, at 11, crazy,
Bro, yeah, bro, it's the next level of crazy, Jay. It's insane. It's insane. That's why, I when I go get my tattoos and stuff, I go and put on I never wore goth gear before. I was never into that, but the place where I get my tattoos at, really cool, diverse group of all different kinds of folks, man. I love going there. But what I love about getting my tattoos is that everybody there they're just so authentic. They're just so authentic and so real. And I think, Jay, that's one thing that I like about us is people who are movie geeks and artists is that all of this stuff, this is insane to the normal person, but it's because we're artistic and we're real about who we are. I really think it's they live out here, man. You know what I'm saying? Put on the shades, man, because I kind of feel like artists, we're the real ones, and then everybody else, I just feel it's fake, man.
Yeah. The guy that used to do my tattoos, he's a real cool guy, but he became a born-again Christian after, he had some stuff going on in his life and went through some stuff, and he just I'm cool with that. I mean, I'm a Christian myself, but I'm not like, super gung ho all the time. You know, like, hey, let's say a prayer together. That's the type of guy he is, and that's cool.
Right.
It's just, it's like he would want to put on like sermons when he was doing my tattoos and stuff. And I mean, I'm all about that. That's cool, man. You're really religious. That's great, but I don't know, man. It's just it got to be a bit much.
And especially like while like you're doing your tat, you know what I'm saying? Like that's on your time. You know what I mean? It's like, I could see if you like, hey, bless you, brother. Okay, cool. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I want to hear that shit right now, man. For real.
It's a time and a place, man.
Yeah, like okay, hey man, like I okay, gotta watch. I had a similar situation, Jay, and and I just kind of sat there, and then the person started talking about the presidency, and then talking about the Bible, and I'm like, oh, good Lord, I'm like, hey, nice talking to you. Gotta go.
Yeah, exactly.
Leave me alone, please.
Well, we have a special guest coming in here.
Oh,
Cole.
Oh, Cole.
There you go, as promised.
What's going on, man?
Man, it looks so dark. How many lights do I have to put on? Maybe I'll move. I don't know.
How you been, Cole?
I'm good.
I have not seen you in eons.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I wanted to come by, really, because we hadn't had much chance for interaction.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I didn't want to hog or take over the show or anything like that, but I just was hoping to drop by.
Come on, let's have a ball.
Yeah.
Got a question for you guys here.
Oh.
Dirty Harry or Magnum Force?
Better look at my camera.
I am ashamed to say I have never seen any Dirty Harry movie all the way through.
Really? Okay.
Yep.
Well, you probably enjoy it.
I think the Deadpool is Deadpool, and what's the one where the chick got raped and she came back for revenge?
Right.
That's the one with Jim Carrey's in that, I think.
Yeah, Jim. Well, not the Jim Carrey was
Magnum Force was in the question, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Dirty Harry, Magnum Force, the Deadpool. What? I've seen them all. Why the hell can't I think of the title?
Yeah, look it up on my phone. Sudden Impact.
There you go.
Sudden Impact.
And I like Sudden Impact.
Yeah, I actually, that's the only one I've seen. That one and Deadpool is the only one I've seen all the way through. So I can't give an opinion on. Sorry, buddy. No.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest Dirty Harry fan myself. I mean, not that I don't like the films. I just haven't seen them a whole lot.
Right.
I've seen them maybe a time or two.
But I love The Rookie with Clint Eastwood and Charlie Sheen.
I like that too.
I love that movie. I love Clint Eastwood. I love Pale Rider.
He's a pretty good director.
He is.
He's awesome. Did you guys see Ray Liotta drunk on one of those TV shows where he was promoting what's that show he did with Jennifer Lopez? Blue something?
Yeah.
Something blue. I don't know what that shit.
Like a year or so ago.
Yeah, but I know they were like, so Ray, who do you think is overrated? He was like, Clint Eastwood. I was like, damn, Ray, you just don't want to work, do you?
I'm just gonna do some more Chantix commercials.
Yeah, I would have been like, don't say that.
Hey, fuck cigarettes. Get some Chantix.
Yeah.
Some sudden impact love here.
I like Dirty Harry a lot. The sequels I don't think are quite as good, but so that goes a lot of things. Dirty Harry was interesting because of how informed it was by the headlines. You know, they based a lot of stuff on like the Zodiac Killer stuff going on at the time.
Oh, so what is the story of the first Dirty Harry?
It's a killer kind of like the Zodiac Killer in that it's like a serial killer who's taunting the cops by like making announcements and sending letters, badly spelled letters and stuff like that. And he makes the same threat that the Zodiac Killer made, but never actually made good on, which was like to like kill kids in a school bus.
Oh, wow.
I think he does some sniping in this movie, doesn't he? Doesn't he kill some people with like a sniper rifle?
Oh, geez. Oh man, there's sniper attacks in there?
Unless I'm mixing it up, but I mean, he kills quite a few people before he eventually has the showdown with Callahan.
Oh, geez.
It's been a while since I've seen, so I don't remember it beat for beat, but it's a good movie, and yeah, just the way a lot of it is like the Zodiac killer stuff. And there's even a same thing where I think, because in real life, a well-known journalist, TV guy in real life, he was doing a show when the Zodiac called in and talked to him, and then they made arrangements to like meet in person, and the Zodiac never did. Like the same thing happens in this, I think, is some anchorman guy or something says, oh, I'll talk to you, and they try to set a trap for him, but he never shows up. So it's really ripped from the headlines, that movie, although there's closure. The Zodiac killer was never discovered or caught and could conceivably still be alive. Not likely, but it could happen.
If he was alive, he'd be what, in his 70s?
Oh, older than that. I think he'd
maybe
have to
80s.
Be 80s for sure.
Oh man. So wait,
sorry, go ahead.
What is it? The David Fincher movie. How much of that is like movie entertainment versus like what was the actual case?
Right. I mean, it's pretty close with the actual case. And one thing it did that a lot of movies that are based on things like that it veered away from was that a lot of the times when you have something like that going on in real life and then you make a movie out of it, is usually you'll condense the timeline. They really don't do that in Zodiac either. In Zodiac, they let like years roll by, which is, like really what happened. Speaking of that, a movie I like that was directed by Clint Eastwood, which does that. The other thing is Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil, which is based on a book, which was based on true events. And for the sake of the movie, they condense events. Whereas in the actual real life, that took, especially the court case, because that's how it works in real life, right? Court cases drag on for years. But that's a really good movie. And it always surprises me that Clint Eastwood directed that. I don't know why. I'm not sure what about that script spoke to him, but it's a really good movie. And
What year was that movie? Was that 90?
It was like 97, something like that, somewhere late 90s.
John Cusack was in that?
John Cusack's the main guy. He's the journalist.
That's right.
Brandon Fraser, is he in there?
No, a young unknown Jude Law was in there as the guy that gets killed, the young good-looking guy that gets killed. I'm losing it. I just had the other guy. Oh, Kevin Spacey. Kevin Spacey plays the rich guy in question that it's all about. Because it's about it's in Savannah, Georgia, and it's about like how this guy's one of the rich people in Savannah, Georgia, but he doesn't fit in because he's not old money like the rest of them, and of course he doesn't fit in with their values and stuff because it's a well-known secret, public secret that he's gay, but yeah, and then he winds up killing his lover.
That's right.
And actually, there's I guess it would be a trans character in that movie, played by the actual person from real life, the Lady Shiblise. Who's a trans woman who, so she actually plays herself in the movie. So that's authentic. Because John Cusack sort of inadvertently like makes friends with her.
If I recall, I think I remember her doing, if I remember right, she did a talk show. Did she do Ricky Lake or something like that at that time? She might have been on one of those. She probably did. Yeah. I mean, she was the type of person that really actually, even in a time where it was probably tougher for a lot of trans people, she really liked the spotlight. Like she was, she liked the attention. She'd give interviews and all that sort of stuff. So I'm sure it was probably her idea to play herself in the movie. Probably said no one else could play her. I don't know, but it's a good movie. I haven't seen it in a while, but I've got the book, and I actually kind of studied the book for school when I was in journalism because it was an example of what is sometimes known as narrative nonfiction, which is like when
you know what, I was getting it confused with
the nonfiction novel. Ah, yeah, I've never seen Gods and Monsters, but that's like down south too, isn't it?
Who's in Gods and Monsters?
Brendan Fraser and Ian McKellen.
Ah, okay, I heard of that one.
Well,
that's set somewhere like in the south too, right?
I'm not sure. I'm looking to see now. They have kind of similar themes in the film. They both deal with gay guys.
Yeah.
I mean,
it doesn't have a lot to do with the fact that he was gay. I mean, it's true that the guy he killed was basically his lover, but I mean, it's mostly just about sort of the community that Savannah is. Like, it's considered, like, of course, very old school, old South, but at the same time, like, the circles he traveled in, like, they didn't care he was gay or anything, which, might surprise some people because they think, oh, that conflicts with their values, but they didn't really care. And he was a very he was a real character, and I think they show some of it in the movie, like that he did in real life. Like there's a part, and this happened in real life, where some movie was trying to shoot in his neighborhood, and they weren't on his property, of course, because they couldn't be directly on his property, but they're close enough to piss him off. But he couldn't legally do anything about it. So what he started to do was, being a weird rich guy, he actually had some Nazi paraphernalia. So he dug into it, and he had a few like banners, like big banners or swastikas. So he would like hang them from like the balconies of his house, because he knew it would ruin their shots, that they couldn't like, because they had bits of his property in their shots,
Right.
and they just eventually had to leave. Yeah. So he was a different kind of guy.
Yo, yeah, he was a little different, all right.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I think they put that in the movie. They probably should. I think they did, because I mean it's worth putting in any movie.
I think I recall only seeing it once. I think I saw it once when it came out, and I haven't seen it since. I think, isn't there a scene where like John Cusack and Shamor, whatever her name is, don't they dance or something like that?
Yeah, he has a dance. Actually, that's when he first, I think, maybe because the funny thing is he doesn't know right away that she's trans. You know, thinks just this woman. It takes him a while.
Oh, he got
like,
fooled.
Like like nothing like too embarrassing happens, but like he does find it's like their first meeting is, you know, it's their second meeting that he sort of finds it out. There's also a pretty cool scene that I like, because I like Southern Gothic stuff, because there's a part like Witch Chablis where they go to like a graveyard, some sort of like voodoo ritual, because they had that kind of stuff going on.
Right.
Yeah, I appreciate all that. I've always been a fan of the Southern Gothic. So yeah, but that's Clint Eastwood, which is maybe, you know, it's I think it stands out from a lot of the movies he did. Not that he was the type of guy that just did one kind of movie. I mean, he was pretty versatile, I guess. But
wait, did he direct The Bridges of Madison County?
I believe so.
I think so.
Did he direct it? Okay, yeah, because I constantly love to make fun of that movie. I just love to make.
I've never seen it.
I've never seen it either.
It's pretty dull. It's funny. I used to get it came out around the same time as The English Patient. And I used to mix them up all the time, even though they're quite different in content, but they're just sort of both known for being kind of boring, but you know, still liked by critics.
The English Patient, they act like it's like the next level of it's like The Godfather. Like I remember when The English Patient came out, they were like the English Patient. I remember I was
it had a crazy good reputation.
Oh my god.
And, I mean, they made a Seinfeld episode about like like Elaine like saying it's not any good. What's wrong with you people or something? So you know, such a phenomenon they had to point it out in a Seinfeld episode.
So Orc asked a question here. What do you guys think?
I would say, for me, Blade 2 over 1, because it's a quicker movie. The action is a little bit more diverse. Commando or T2. That's very hard. I have to say Commando, not because it's the better movie, but because it's from the mid '80s and it's cheesy. John Wick or Die Hard. Gotta go Die Hard.
See, I say Blade 2, T2, of course, and Die Hard. Gotta go Die Hard.
I'm taking Blade 1. I've never disliked Blade 2, but I never liked it the same way the rest of the. I even like Blade 3 a lot, and most people hate Blade 3, but
I hate it.
Yeah. And I understand why people do, especially because the villain sucks. I mean, the villain is
parts of Blade 3 I like.
But I guess there's parts, and I guess that makes me like it enough. I mean, there's nothing wrong with 2. There's good things about 2, but
Jessica, one of the Jessicas is in there.
Oh, Bill,
yeah.
She's just.
She's the only thing I like about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre remake too.
You know, that's weird. I like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre remake. The beginning was, but I like the remake. You know, my issue with Blade 3, my issue with it is the fact that I felt like David S. Goyer was intentionally trying to sabotage the franchise. Like I watched that movie and I go like, was this on purpose? Because this is so bad. You could have looked at that and been like, this is good, y'all. I
heard that Wesley was really hard to work with on the set of that film. I don't remember why.
Oh, yeah, he absolutely was. Like, he would barely come out of his trailer, and he would send notes to the set. Everybody had to call him Blade. It was some sort of financial thing already. Like, a lot of the times with Wesley Snipes, like, we know now, we laugh about, like, his tax problems. Like, well before that, like, it was always money. Like, Wesley Snipes was always doing stuff with his money. I don't know if he was betting or losing, but he was very. I'm not saying he shouldn't have been. He was very financially concerned. So a lot of the things had to do with money, and this had to do with at least partially with money too. He wasn't happy about the money situation. Although he took that on a director that had nothing to do with his pay, so I don't know, what his process is there. But I know that was at least a big part of it was money. So it's like, who exactly are you mad at?
Right. And part of what I got from that too, Cole, was I remember him saying something about there was another director that was supposed to come in to do the movie. I don't remember who it was, but somebody else who was like a more seasoned director was supposed to come in. He ended up doing another project, and then Goyer was like, let me do it. And New Line was like, okay, well, we already got this schedule. Bam, come on in. And they let Goyer come in. And I guess Snipes was like all against that because I guess partially what I heard was that he didn't feel he was experienced enough like with action and all that stuff, which he was right. But I mean, Wesley went about it wrong, Yeah. But you look at
now
movie,
he's somebody you really associate with the action. I mean, this was sort of a stepping stone for him, really. I mean, Goyer's done some solid action strips since.
Right. I like his. That's the thing, Cole. I like his writing, his directing. Not for me.
Yeah,
not directing action. Not for me. Zigzag was pretty good.
I know that's the director of Dark City, right?
No.
Is it David S. Goyer?
Goyer had something to do with the script of Dark City, but it was Proyas, the
Proyas.
Australian, the guy that directed The Crow, who did Dark City. But I think Goyer was involved in the script of that.
Oh yeah, he did Zigzag. He did Blade Trinity.
Yep.
The Unborn was that horror movie with. It's the you always know the poster of it is the chick in her panties.
Yep.
Like looking in the mirror.
Yep.
Everybody remembers the poster.
Yep. The good old days.
I'll be right back. I'm going to relocate. I'm not happy with my life.
Oh, what's that called?
He's going to move locations.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
where he's at now?
Asking more questions in the chat. Find you one here. You like the John Wick movies?
Oh, I love them. My favorite one in terms of action is 3. I just love I think I love what I love about 3 is that it mixes the Hong Kong with the kind of traditional American action, but it has more of a Hong Kong flavor to it, and I love Hong Kong action films. Let's see, what's the better? Ooh,
that's a good question. I don't know. I like cruising a lot. I think I may have to go with To Live and Die in LA though.
I agree with you on that one, Jay. I would go with To Live and Die in LA because that car chase.
Yeah.
God, that car chase is nuts. And I love how the movie is everything is they're going after counterfeit money, but everything is reversed of what it's supposed to be. So
right.
It's like the counterfeit theme of things being fake or unreal is throughout every character is fake. Nobody is who they say they are. What's his name? William Peterson. He's supposed to be a good guy, but he's banging his informant. He like it's like, how grimy is that, bro? Like, you're seriously going to elicit sexual favors from her to get information from the bad guys. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. So he's a straight power trip junkie. He's a sociopath, basically.
Yeah.
He's a sociopath. But he's a more fully functioning sociopath than William Dafoe. And William Dafoe's girl don't even like him. She like chicks. So what the hell is going on? It's crazy. The brothers come in and start doing kung fu. You're like, what? It's like crazy. That movie's nuts, man.
It is.
The movie's nuts. I love it.
It's a really weird soundtrack on that too. That what's the name of that? The band did the whole thing.
Wu Chung.
Wang, yeah.
Wang Chung. Yeah. That movie's crazy, man. It's crazy. I love William freaking movies, man. because I love how zany he is. I love listening to his commentaries.
Yeah.
Jack Nicholson playing the Joker in Batman. It's a burlesque. I said I don't have your. He's crazy.
Did you ever see that film Bright on Netflix?
The Will Smith film?
Yeah.
I didn't finish it, but I basically thought this is Alien Nation and Training Day merged into one movie.
I said Alien Nation too, man. That's so funny you said that.
That's exactly what it is. It's Alien Nation. That's it. But I actually thought it was okay, with the David Ayer twist to it. So you basically just take Alien Nation and then you throw in Training Day, Street Nights, Dark Blue.
That's what he does. Like, that's the type of movie he makes. He just added like creatures to it.
Don't like David Ayer.
Yeah, it's. I was gonna say, Cole, what do you think about? What do you think of that movie Dark Blue with Kurt Russell?
I'm trying to remember. Is that the truck one?
No, that was the one where it was supposed to be kind of based around the LA riots.
Oh, right, yeah. I was thinking of what is the truck one, like Breakdown or
You're
something
thinking
like that.
Black Dog with Patrick Swayze.
Oh yeah. Oh God, Black Dog with Meatloaf as the bad guy.
I didn't see that one.
I saw it once. I read
it.
I
did see Dark Blue. I'm trying to remember. I guess it didn't leave much of an impression. To tell you the truth. I don't know. Was it? That's like what? Or mid '90s?
Maybe 2000s.
Is that much later? Wow. And I'm definitely not remembering properly.
I think it was 03.
Okay.
It was somewhere in there.
For some reason, I thought it was a lot older. That's weird.
Yeah.
Kurt Russell.
2002.
It's 2000. Oh my God. Jeez, I'm old. Oh,
I mean,
God.
Speaking
of Kurt Russell, you guys like Breakdown at all?
I guess that's what I was talking about. That's the truck one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, where like the gang of bad guys like take his wife or girlfriend. That's like 97 or that was like the first movie I saw that like referenced pubic hair. Because at one point he's like talking on the phone, I think, to the main bad guy that says that he's got his wife or girlfriend, something like that. And he's like got a pretty girl or something like that. He's like describing her over the phone. He's like great dark hair. It's like upstairs and down or something. That's like the main thing I remember from the movie is that he says upstairs and down, talking about the woman's hair. I was like, wow, he's talking about pubic hair.
Hey, that's a nightmare, man. That's like the ultimate nightmare. Like, really.
If she's a brunette, do you really have to say upstairs and down? Isn't it kind of assumed?
Well, I guess he wanted to get his point across that he had to look, right?
Right.
Look, and he made it, didn't he?
That's how you know he's a bad guy. He didn't have to do that. I mean, it's not even the let's see if you're a real redhead thing, because that doesn't apply here. Yeah.
And then that guy just like drives home to his house and his family and stuff. It's so messed up at the end of that movie.
It's another one I haven't seen in a long time, but I remember parts of, but not like the whole thing.
That's one thing I would never. I think there's a scene in that movie where he like lets Kathleen. Is it what's her name? Kathleen, the real pretty actress who was the mom in the Hills Have Eyes remake. And she was in Event Horizon. Kathleen, Twilight Zone movie.
Not Isabel.
Quinlan?
Could be.
Kathleen Quinlan?
I might not recognize the name if I heard it.
Maybe that might.
I may not be saying it right, but it's something like that.
Okay, yeah, but there's no way I would ever let my woman go with another man to a gas station and leave me at the spot. Hell no. No. If anything, we're gonna stay there together. You can go and do what you got to do, and then you come back. But my lady is not getting into trouble. That won't happen. No. With the cowboy.
Nocturnal Animals, it has something kind of like that going on.
Hey man, that movie kills my spirit. I can't watch that movie, Cole. I can't.
Jake Gyllenhaal?
Yeah, I think.
I watched that again like a few weeks ago. Yeah, that's a good one.
I mean, it's interesting because you don't see a lot of movies with like parallel plots like that. Because I mean, the one I'm talking, the car stuff, doesn't really happen, right? It's part of the novel that he writes. It's not really happening, but I I don't know. There's not a lot of movies that do that. It was interesting because you see like what's happening in their real lives, and you juxtapose that against what's happening in the book that he wrote. Shit, that's her name, right? Amy. The Amy everybody loves. Amy Adams. Amy Adams. Yeah, I'm with Jacob on that one, and that I'm not an Ayer fan. I get what he goes for. It's not my thing. If we're gonna talk about like gritty streets things, it's not. He's not my guy.
Funny thing, Jacob. Bug was marketed as a straight up horror film.
That's the drug one, right?
Well, I think they're.
No, I'm thinking of Ladybug. No, I'm thinking of like Ladybugs or whatever.
I think just losing their minds, and it's like she starts sharing his hallucinations. It's really wild. But no, I mean, I was like, I wanted to see
maybe
horror.
I just assumed drugs were involved.
That's how it was marketed, though. I mean, I blame the marketing on that one because I don't like Bug, but I need to go back and rewatch it because I like Michael Shannon a lot.
I was working at a movie theater when we had Bug, and oh my god, the reaction was just fantastic. Like you would just see people come up to the box office and be like, "Can I get my money back?" Yeah, like people be like, just be like banging on things like, "Hey, I want my money back." Like, okay. What should I get tickets for? How about Hills Have Eyes remake? Why don't you take you and your 9-year-old in there?
I like that. How do you feel about Rape?
Yeah. Marketing can be a tricky thing depending on the movie. I mean, speaking of Friedkin, remember Jay and I covered way back in the day Sorcerer, and like a lot of the reason I think that movie didn't do so well was it was really difficult to market the movie because it was hard to say what it was and what it was about and what you were supposed to see, and then they gave it a stupid title like Sorcerer that really does not line up too well with what's going on.
bad title too.
I still to this day, guys, I have never seen Sorcerer, and I straight up when I hear the title, just like you say, Cole, I thought it was going to be like wands and stuff, like. Whoa,
I would definitely say it's worth a watch.
Like Dungeons and Dragons or some shit. Yeah.
I would say it's definitely worth a watch. I don't think it's captivating, but good. I really like the overly long prologue is better than the rest of the movie because you've got like 3 or 4 characters that are all going to come together for the main plot, but the beginning is a little vignette to introduce each of them because they're each in a different part of the world. I like that very much. It's very good. You've got a guy in like Italy, a guy in Mexico, and if they're all in different places, and then they all, by crazy coincidence, wind up in the same like Central American village.
Roy Scheider's in that, right?
Yeah, he's basically the main guy, and we talked about it when we did the show. It's like he couldn't really pull it off. Oh. Like it was like Roy Scheider's a good actor, but I don't think he was really what the role called for. Okay. I think it would have helped if they could have gotten, I don't know who else in there, but like a more of a Clint Eastwood type, since we're talking about mid-70s.
Right.
Not necessarily Eastwood, but Roy Scheider, I don't know, he does his best. He's not the whole reason the movie doesn't work, but yeah, we talked about like he's arguably the main character and the most known actor because the other actors weren't American, they were international actors, so they weren't really that well known. So it was really, at least for the North American box office, it really comes down to Scheider. And yeah, I mean, I don't have any problem with how he does it. I just don't think he's the right guy for the role. He's not really that rugged or tortured or whatever.
Yeah. It was interesting because when I watched a documentary on Amazon Prime about William Friedkin movies, and when it got to that movie, I just kind of sat there and was totally perplexed. Like,
I didn't even know it existed for many years. Yeah. For many years, I didn't know he did a movie in the 70s called Sorcerer because no one ever talks about it or anything, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know when I first heard about it, but I mean, I was well into adulthood. I might have been like 30 when I heard of Sorcerer. I don't know, something like that. Yeah, and by this point, I knew about film and I knew who William Friedkin was, and yet for so long I did not know about Sorcerer, which is one of the reasons I think we wanted to do it because we wanted sort of an excuse to watch it, which is I think why we covered it on our show a couple years back.
I really like those shows you guys do. I love how you guys dive so deep and you really dissect it and really go into all the little details of the production and the thematic themes of the movie. I really love that. I love that Dead Calm episode. I thought that one was awesome.
Oh, thanks so much. Yeah, But I mean, that really was supposed to be the point. And I mean, sometimes we get away from it and we can talk, we go off topic and stuff like that. And last night was our first show back after a lengthy time off. So we did probably go off topic quite a bit, but which I don't think is terrible. But I mean, yeah, I mean, that's what we envisioned is, do deep dives, really try to analyze stuff.
We talked about music for like a solid 45 minutes.
Yeah, we definitely did. You want to know about like the ska scene in the 90s? We get right into that.
Yeah, because I watched about 5 minutes of it last night because I was on lunch. So I watched a little bit of it and then I dozed off because I was so tired.
Yeah, you do like night shifts all the time, don't you?
Oh yeah, I'm straight night shift, bro. Yeah. So my sometimes I'm kind of just like that's why sometimes you'll see messages and stuff I send you guys will be at these awkward times. Yeah. It's just because I'm straight nocturnal up in this joint. Yeah.
Me too, a lot.
Maybe Raisin Bran, Christian. I love Raisin Bran. Give me some Raisin Bran and some Pop-Tarts, bro. Man.
Someone that likes raisins.
Oh man. Hey, are those cinnamon rolls you can buy at the dollar store? There's 9 or 12 in a pack.
Oh yeah.
I'll eat the whole damn thing. As soon as I get back
I like cinnamon rolls, but raisins would ruin it for me. I like cinnamon rolls.
Oh, it's awesome.
Well, since we're here, what's your favorite breakfast cereal?
See, that's super hard for me, as Jay knows, just because I don't eat it so much now. But as a kid, I was a big junkie of it. But I ate almost all of them. The way I do is I would eat it. I become obsessed with the cereal and eat it nonstop for 3 or 4 months, become entirely sick of it, and then move on to another one. So I mean, you name a popular kid cereal, and I probably ate it and was a fan of it sometimes. To say my favorite. It's really hard.
I'm pretty basic. My favorite, I'd say, probably is Frosted Flakes, honestly.
I mean, if I had to go with what I ate the most, came back to the most and was most consistent with, and you add it all up for volume, it's Honey Nut Cheerios, which is kind of a boring one too. Because I mean, I was eating crazy stuff do you remember they made a cereal based on Rice Krispies treats? It wasn't Rice Krispies. It was the actual Rice Krispies squares. That
they were
just a clump of Rice Krispie squares. You pour milk on that. That's a breakfast.
Yeah, nutritious breakfast.
Hey, look, that was the nastiest breakfast in the world. I hated it. It'd be all clunky.
I tried to like it,
Oh, I did too. It's disgusting.
There's just something about the goopy marshmallow stuff that holds it together that is just not meant for.
You can't chew it.
Yeah,
you can chew it when it's milk.
It was Cookie Crisp that kind of ruined it for us because the parents weren't buying it anymore. Yeah. They're like, well, you're not going to eat cookies for breakfast. Come on.
I always thought it was funny that there's a cereal with a bear on it called Sugar Crisp, but I found out in the U.S. it was called Golden Crisp because I guess they thought sugar was too on the nose.
Yes.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was always called Sugar Crisp here. But that was an interesting one.
Cole, if you go to the dollar store here, you can find those. But if you go to Target, you can find the American version. It's nuts. It's what?
Yeah, I like to compare the boxes. That's one at least unique. There's no other cereal that tasted like it.
Right.
I can't think of anything that was even remotely close to Sugar Crisp, which tasted syrupy and weird texture too. It was unique all around.
What's the one with the frog on it?
Sugar Smacks.
Yeah, Sugar Smacks, Sugar Crisp. Those
so weird.
It's you see the way they look when they're in the milk. It almost looks like some alien type shit.
A frog called Diggum.
Yeah, but Fruity Pebbles. What about when you have Fruity Pebbles?
Yeah.
And which basically that's just one big bag of sugar. I mean, it's not even attempted to be anything. It's just sugar. You put it in the milk, and then next thing you know, the milk goes from white to I don't know what it looks like.
I mean, cereal just can't mean the same thing to, current generations. Because, I mean, we grew up, not only was the cereal everywhere, but Saturday morning cartoons, the commercials were all, it wasn't just a commercial for cereal, right? It was a short animated film, usually.
Yeah.
I mean, think about Rice Krispies, think about Golden Grahams, think about Fruit Loops. These all had, fully, a lot of work put into animated segments in them. Sometimes they had multiple parts. We saw ones that were to be continued, for God's sakes. That's how serious this stuff was. And it's like, nowadays, every once in a while you'll see a commercial, but it's nothing. It's nothing like that. And I remember Honeycomb. Remember Honeycomb had like a crazy overarching storyline going on with Honeycomb.
You know what's funny about that? They wonder why we're all fucked up now. Like, who are like in our early 40s and late 30s.
I know. I just grew up in all this sugar.
Yeah, sugar, all this
sugar and complete nonsense, really, just paired together.
Sugar and misogyny. That's all it was. And say no to drugs, kids, and then video games on top of that.
I'll tell you what, if you want to make a kid do drugs, tell them to say no to them all the fucking time.
Exactly.
Ronald Reagan made me want to do drugs so bad.
Oh, exactly.
It's funny. So for Halloween, I always watch Garfield's Halloween Adventure, but I finally found one on YouTube that actually shows the actual broadcast as it was on CBS, because that's what I used to have on tape. It was Garfield's Halloween Adventure followed by It's Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown on CBS from like 1985 or 86 or something like that. And it had all the commercials with it. So I was so happy to finally see that. And one of those anti-drug PSAs is smack in the middle of it with some old woman. I don't know who the hell she was supposed to be. And like it just showed like how ineffective the war on drugs was, because like even like when they were trying to say something that made sense, it didn't. Because she said something like, there's nothing worse than drug addiction, blah, blah, blah. She's like, the best way to stop is to never start. I'm like, that's not really helpful advice for like a good percentage of people that might be at risk for drugs. And that also comes like from the Reagan thing, like just say no was the big thing, right? Like, so just say no is not an option for a lot of kids living in inner cities and stuff like that. They're going to get beaten up by gang members if they say no, or worse.
Or like, you remember they cracked the egg and put it in the pan? This is your brain on drugs.
I liked the 90s update of that because I was in love with Rachel Lee Cook, and
I was trying to think of her name.
It was so erotic to me to watch Rachel Lee Cook like just freak out and smash everything. Gotta love that.
The whole kitchen, right, with the pan.
Yeah, she just smashes the hell out of everything. It's like, what happened to your family? Still love Rachel Lee Cook, but that was.
Hey, we had a lot of subliminal messages in all those commercials. You think about the what was it, the milk commercial? The milk commercial that they spoofed on In Living Color where Jim Carrey did it. You know what I mean?
You mean the old does a body good thing?
Yeah, the milk does a body good thing. I mean, there was some subliminal messages in there, man. You know what I mean? About masculinity. Man, we had a lot of hidden messages, man, for us back in the day. Yeah. I ain't gonna say just say no.
I just watched.
That was their big solution.
Yeah.
I just watched The Fly again last night. I hadn't seen it in a while. That's a fucking fantastic movie, but I was reading about all the trivia and stuff, and a lot of people were saying it was like an allegory for AIDS.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, when Cronenberg, he just intended to be like for disease in general, but because AIDS was such a big thing at the time, everyone was trying to say it was about AIDS. Never knew that.
That's a rough movie, man. It's actually a very heartbreaking film.
It is.
Yeah.
Like it's heartbreaking, man, because it's like watching it now as an adult. Once you get past all the special effects stuff, which is fantastic, of course, when we were kids, we used to trip out off the arm wrestling scene.
Yeah.
Oh man, we were kids. We used to be like, oh, yeah. And then him vomiting on the.
We're used to like over the top, and then this guy breaks his forearm.
Oh God, especially but I mean, when Gina Davis, her eyes welling up when he threw up on the donut. But that's like, how can you elicit that response? That's some great filmmaking. You can elicit a response with a man throwing up on a donut. And I'm disgusted, but I'm wrenching inside emotionally. Like, damn, that's messed up.
It's such a great performance. It's one of those films where, Jeff Goldblum made that movie. Like we watched Bad Lieutenant the other night. That's what we did our show on. We were like, Harvey Keitel made that movie. Like no one else could have done that, and it would have been as great as it was.
I feel like there are a lot of actors that would have just come across as goofy, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, they had Cronenberg had a specific tone he was shooting for, not like the original Fly that was more campy and jokey, help me, in this one, he was like, his body was falling off and he's hugging Gina Davis saying, help me, please. And you feel his pain, man. He does such a great job in that movie.
Have you all ever seen the extended scenes on the DVD? Because I was at not buybacks, one of those places, half price books, but I found like the super duper special edition of the Jeff Goldblum fly, and it's got this deleted scene where like he, arms and things are growing out of his body, and he's like doing Spider-Man, so he's like crawling on the side of the building or whatever, and he's like tumbling down the building, and his arm is jacked up, and he's just like, "Arr, arr," and he's falling all over the place. It's like, look, guys, it's simultaneously. I think they cut it because it's like, it's kind of funny watching him tumble and the arm come out of his ass, and then him go, "Oh!"
Yeah, it's a bit much for the audience.
He's tumbling down the. I got the giggles tonight, y'all. It's crazy.
Oh, did it have like all the deleted scenes on it too?
Mm-hmm. It's got a bunch of deleted scenes.
I don't think I've seen the deleted scenes because there was a lot of gore scenes they cut just because they didn't look, great. I'd love to see all that stuff.
Man, it looks gross, man. It's just like
that was Baker, right? Rick Baker did the special effects on that one.
I have to look it up. I think it was Baker. But you want to talk about symbolism, and somebody like Danny Steinman. Oh man, all the symbolism of that Friday the 13th Part 5 would have been in all those deleted scenes because there's a lot of juices and all sorts of stuff flowing there.
I would have liked to have seen all that stuff too.
Danny Steinman would have been doing backflips off of that stuff. He'd have been like, "Oh, this is heaven.
There's more titties in here."
Yeah, run that gore again. Come on, spew it.
Have you seen Savage Streets, Monty?
I just watched that on Amazon Prime last year. It's wild.
Yeah.
It's wild. Like every dialogue is like, we can be X-rated, right? I'm not going to go too far. Yeah, but every, like a pencil is a penis and, like a, a ruler is a dildo. It's like, what? Like, I'm just watching this like, what am I watching here? Your teacher just comes into the room. Hey, cunts. Let's do classwork. Like, what? Like, what is this? It's insane.
Man.
It was a wild time, man. He was pretty depraved.
So what came first, Friday 5 or Savage Streets?
Friday 5 was 85. So what year is Savage Streets?
Was Savage Streets before? I don't know.
I don't think Rick Baker did do The Fly.
It wasn't Rick Baker?
He did Videodrome.
Oh, okay.
I swear I saw something with Rick Baker on there. Well, who did it then if it wasn't? They did a great job.
Also did Gremlins 2.
Interesting. Savage Streets was a year before Friday 5.
That's what I would have guessed, yeah.
Yeah, and it was on my birthday, October 5th, 1984.
October 5th?
Why is everybody I know born in either February or October? I swear to God.
That's my birthday, October 5th.
October?
I'm October 10th, man, so we're right there beside each other.
Jay, yours is the 10th? Oh, I didn't know that, bro.
Daughter's the 15th. My dad's the 14th.
Are you 81, 79, 80?
80.
80. Ah, I'm 81. Cole, you're 80?
3.
3! Ah.
I'm 37 years old. I know.
We go right in a row. Yeah, all us old guys.
Yeah.
The special effects makeup stuff for The Fly was Chris Wallace.
Chris Wallace? Oh, okay.
He actually won Academy Awards for it. He liked bug stuff because he did Naked Lunch as well too.
Oh,
came back for The Fly too. That's weird. He's the original. It's weird. So the other guy, the Baker guy, was the main effects guy in Gremlins 2, but the creator of the Gremlins in the original is this guy, Chris Wallace.
Same guy?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't.
But yeah, his thing was definitely creature effects.
Oh,
Chris Wallace created the Gremlins, was one of the model, uncredited for E.T., but he was involved. Humanoids from the Deep, Piranha, The Fly 2, and House 2, the second story. Arachnophobia, more bugs. Naked Lunch, more bugs. Bugs seem to be his thing.
Look, this is what happened. I was reading the trivia last night, and it says, according to Chris Wallace, Rick Baker had once told him that when you would read a Cronenberg script, it would challenge you and try to figure out what effects you could actually pull off, which ones you couldn't. So that's why I was thinking Rick Baker.
Yeah. Well, Jeff, there's a very good chance that Jay and I do Naked Lunch sometime in the future. We've already done 2 Cronenberg movies. We'll probably do 2 or 3 more.
That's one I'd like to revisit, because I'm not the biggest fan of. I mean, I
That's
like
one
the book,
more.
but I'm not the biggest fan of the movie.
That's one where I feel kind of differently every time I see it, to tell you. Sometimes I see it and think, it's kind of slow and draggy in spots and just incomprehensible. Sometimes I see it and I'm like, brilliant! So it's really Naked Lunch really changes for me. I mean, I consistently like it, and that's another one where, like, if you don't have somebody who's as good as, like, Peter Weller at doing that kind of stuff, it will, again, veer into the territory of the ridiculous. But Peter Weller is almost like, it's too bad he didn't do more stuff with Cronenberg, because I think he just, like, has all the tools of, like, being really cold and inhuman in a way, which, of course, he used for RoboCop. But, yeah, that's another movie where, like, it seems extremely fortunate they had the main actor that they had, just because we're talking about, like, really specialized, weird roles, right? We're not talking about the typical, action guy role or drama. We're talking about really weird, specific things.
Peter Weller, rest in peace. He had a great, really, really odd career, I would say. Because, I mean, like, we all really know who he is because of RoboCop, right? But,
yeah,
I mean, he'd done a lot of other stuff.
The 90s, he was in that sci-fi movie Screamers, right?
Screamers,
yeah, that's right.
The weird aliens. I don't know why that always comes to mind. It's a movie I barely remember, and yet it always comes to mind with him.
He did the movie with
the rat.
He did the movie with the rat. Let me look it up.
With the rat?
Yeah, he fights a rat in the entire movie.
What?
Wow. I didn't.
Oh, okay. I missed that one.
I don't think I saw this.
I missed that one.
He's really good. He does, in the end, they did an animated adaptation of Frank Miller's Batman: The Dark Knight Returns, and he's Batman Bruce Wayne in that. He's really good. It's like an older, more brutal Batman.
I was going to say,
casting deep commanding voice.
Do you guys remember a movie Peter Weller made where he was the abusive stepfather in the 80s? He's like a drunk drug dealer stepfather. And it's like Corey Haim is the kid, and he's terrorizing them.
Jay must have seen it. Jay, you've seen everything Corey Haim did, didn't you? Yeah. I figured you did.
I'm a closet Corey Haim fan.
Not even that. It's just I don't know. You usually have seen most of those. Like I definitely have not seen this movie.
It does sound familiar.
A buddy of mine. Okay, let me watch what I say. Someone who I knew had a situation that was abusive, and it was similar to the film. But anyway, we used to talk about how Peter Weller terrified us in this role, because there's like a scene where like Chris Collette walks through the kitchen, and I guess he's like the teenage son, and he's like, Peter Weller is a bad guy and he's impending on his territory, right? So the kid, it's on here on YouTube somewhere, but anyway, Christopher Collette is making a sandwich and Peter Weller walks up behind him and pushes his back and he goes, "Get off my back." And it's terrifying. It's just a shove. And it's so scary, man. It just really, yes, that's it. That's the movie, Firstborn.
I have not seen that, but I'll try to remedy that.
Yeah, it's legit. Look the scene up. He pushes them in the kitchen, and I saw that scene on Showtime when I was like 6, and it scared me to death, man. With that Peter Weller voice and like what you said, Cole, about him being cold, like he really uses it in that role.
Yeah,
like, you see that abusive sociopathic mindset of someone who would, try to come in and just have control over this family.
Honestly, I haven't really seen things where he's a straight up villain, even though you think he'd be so good for it. And I mean, if he probably is, but I haven't seen it. But of course, the big thing we're forgetting is Buckaroo Banzai, right?
Yeah.
Which is a movie I'd like to be able to do a live commentary of sometime. I think somebody specifically asked us to do a live commentary of that once. We were watching something completely unrelated, and they just brought that up, and I was like, "Yeah, that's a good idea."
Well, that random person.
I did that one
because that's so weird. Because Peter Weller's like the main guy in that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's so against type for him because he's like kind of like the hip dashing hero in a really bizarre context. But I mean, he's like what? He's like a rock star scientist, everything. I haven't seen that movie in so long either, and it was another movie that I didn't see when I was a kid or have any notion of until I got a lot older. And somebody I knew, we rented it in the early 2000s, and it just blew our minds. And the more I found out about it, it was supposed to be a big, not only was it supposed to be a major hit, it was supposed to be part of a trilogy. They were already getting stuff ready. It was going to be a franchise. They thought this, I like it, but they thought this weird ass movie with all this bizarre shit was definitely going to be that. And I have to believe, was Willem Dafoe in that movie?
Which
John
one?
Lithgow?
John Lithgow was for sure.
Yep.
But there's somebody that was in one of my favorite movies ever, the Wes Anderson movie, Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou. Somebody from that movie is also in Buckaroo. Oh, the man himself. We were already talking about him. Goldblum. Jeff Goldblum is. Remember?
Goldblum's in that. Okay, I thought Goldblum was in
those who recall the ending of the movie, both movies, is it involves after the movie's sort of over, there's extra stuff of just the main characters walking towards the camera. That's in both movies, and you have to believe that Life Aquatic is doing a nod and a shout out to, of all things, Buckaroo Banzai, because they have the exact same thing where suddenly happy music starts playing, one character starts walking, suddenly he's joined by another. They do that first in Buckaroo Banzai and again about 20 years later in Life Aquatic. But I think it's because of I guess because Goldblum, he's the common link. Think of that movie, Peter Weller, Jeff Goldblum, John Lithgow, like you said,
Is that
Doc from
let's see.
From
Back to the
Future.
Oh, Christopher Lloyd.
Christopher Lloyd's in that. I mean, I think that was one of the things that blew my mind at her start. I was like, John Lithgow and Christopher Lloyd in the same movie? That blew my mind. I couldn't, it didn't seem like it would be possible for a movie to contain both of them.
Was that too much weirdness? That's
Yeah. Just that movie's weirdness start to finish. I like it. I like it a lot. I haven't seen it in a long time, but yeah. Hope I could find it somewhere to watch again.
You're talking about Buckaroo Banzai?
Yeah.
It's on Hulu.
Adventures Across the Fifth Dimension or whatever the long thing is.
Yeah. Wait.
But yeah. That was Peter Weller's one shot at sort of what they thought would be sort of a more straightforward, although it's not straightforward at all, but sort of adventuring leading man type. I mean, sure, he's the hero in RoboCop, but I mean, he's there's a walking robot thing that you don't even see half his face for.
Oh man, yeah, he was a great actor. He's a great actor. Oh, I actually
he's younger than I thought. He's 72 or 73. I would have thought he was older. He's been around so long.
Somebody said he's turned into Clarence Bonnigan. That's somebody put on one of the IMDb. Well, it was on the IMDb comments before they shut him down. Somebody said he's starting to look like the character Clarence Bonnigan from
RoboCop.
From RoboCop. Oh yeah, it's just right here, Cole. Yep.
That's
just leave.
And Clancy Brown is in that too.
Oh wow.
Yeah. It's crazy. Who's this?
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Cole has not seen season 3 of Fargo.
Well, you can go out on your limb, but I've seen the first 2 seasons, so it's
really?
That's why he said, "Did you ever?" Because the thing, I guess he knew at some point. I said that I watched the first 2, liked them both, and was going to watch a third. I don't know. I'm going to watch it really soon, I guess, because it's good to be reminded.
Cole's not a big TV guy, so
it's hard for me to commit to shows. Not that it's because I'm so busy or anything. I'm not. It's just
Mary Elizabeth Winstead is the main star in season 3 of Fargo, and I think it's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, no, I definitely want to see 3. I didn't think much of 1, but I thought 2 was really good. And always looking forward to 3. So I'm going to get around to it really soon. Now that I've been reminded about it again, I forget about these things too. It's very hard for me to finish shows.
Yeah, Bokeem
fan thing. I don't know.
Bokeem was in season 2.
Yeah,
Bokeem Woodbine.
I wouldn't even mind watching season 2 again because I might watch season 2 and again and then watch season 3 right after because I really enjoyed 2. 1 was fine. I mean, I really like Freeman.
The good thing about those is they're standalone, so you don't have to see one to watch two. You can watch them; they're completely separate.
Yeah. I mean, I saw all three True Detectives, and Jay and I, on various things, have given our opinions on the True Detectives, and nobody needs to hear my recycled opinions of True Detective. But I mean, I watched all those.
Oh, so East Fargo it's an anthology.
Yeah. Each season, different story, different characters.
Okay, I had no idea because I saw the Fargo first season, and I saw Chris Rock, and I was like, "Am I missing something here?" Yeah, It's kind of hard to catch up with these shows because there's so many of them, man, and your watch list just gets longer and longer.
Well, it's like television has gotten so much better than it used to be.
Oh yeah.
It's they realize the money's not in movies anymore. So now they're putting a lot more money into these TV shows, and they're getting good actors and good filmmakers to do the stuff. So
yeah, HBO and other things.
It's fine with me. It's just you look at a show that's 15 episodes, you're like, oh man, that's going to take me a long time to watch,
Yeah. So the newest show, the most current show that I started watching that I think I probably will see through, it's called The Third Day. And I was saying, I think I talked to you and Eric in the chat not too long ago about it. I was wrongly attributing, saying that the main actor was Ewan McGregor, but it's not. It's Jude Law. Jude Law is the main character. There's obviously some sort of deep mystery thing going on. It's it's British. This guy, by weird circumstances, winds up stranded on this semi-island because it's where there's a road that connects it to the mainland and everything, but because of the tides, when the tides come in, it comes over. So he winds up stuck on this island, and obviously there's deep secrets to be found out, and he probably has some secrets himself. I don't know, kind of vague, but I watched the first episode, and I'm definitely on board. And that's probably, I think, about 7 or 8 episodes, roughly an hour. I'm going to commit to that for the next while, like Jude Law.
And that's on HBO?
That's a good question, because what happens is the way I get HBO is through something in Canada called Crave. So they're two unrelated things. HBO is HBO, right? But I watch HBO through Crave, so I couldn't say if it's an HBO thing or if it's something else. Yeah, that's also how I get Stars. I get Stars through Crave, so I couldn't 100%. I don't think it's HBO. I think it's something else because it's a very British production. Everybody involved is British, but I watched the whole first episode. I couldn't really tell you what it's about. It's just clearly, nothing is as it seems. So there's a deeper mystery and, that kind of thing. Sure, why not? The Third Day, that's what it's called.
I think that's the hard part, too. When you watch these shows and, sometimes, you see the first episode and then you kind of go okay, am I ready to commit to this? You know what I'm saying? It's do I really want to stick with this or am I going to bail?
Yeah. Speaking of HBO, the last thing I did was I bailed on Lovecraft Country.
I
was going to ask you about that. Yeah.
I never read the books or anything, but it always sounded really cool. But I watched 3 episodes, and even by 2, I knew and it's not a case of I banned it because it was terrible. It's just it wasn't what I wanted it to be. Is more or less what it comes down to. And I also thought they were going way too hard because by the end of the first one, there's monsters and shit already running around. I'd rather a more slow reveal for that kind of stuff. They just dive headfirst into it, which is fine. But I don't know. Not really much of a fan. But it's not me saying oh, it was bad or shit or don't watch it. I just mean, I decided, no, it's not something I'm going to commit to.
Well, no, that's what I was going to say, because everybody, all my boys are just you got to watch Lovecraft Country. And it's just well, goodness, I still haven't caught up on Stranger Things. You know what I mean? So it's I'm I really want to watch it because I love horror shows like this that really go to these really strange, and you're blending kind of, history with horror and all that.
It really appeals to me too. And obviously I'm a big fan of H.P. Lovecraft himself. And this is a neat sort of spin on it. And it's almost in a way, I guess, because of the subject matter and who wrote it with the characters, it's almost sort of like a reclamation project in a way because of the blatant, racism that Lovecraft himself espoused in those days. But it's clearly people of other races, including black people, are going to be fans of his work. So it's almost sort of like a coming to terms with this sort of thing, I guess. It's interesting. Because, it's not just because, there's black characters in it. But, the race of the characters really comes into what's going on. This is set, I think, around like 1960 or the early 50s, the 50s or something like that, right? So,
isn't it?
Yeah. So I mean, right off the bat, you have these black characters that are facing all sorts of discrimination and oppression from all sides, and then you tumble further into the Lovecraft thing. And I'm sure the author, he had that kind of in mind. I think maybe that's a bit of it's not even a crisis of conscience exactly, but I can imagine being a young black person reading Lovecraft's work and loving being fascinated, and always having to reconcile with the ugly side of what perhaps the man himself believed and put into his stories. I mean, I'm no apologist or anything like that. I do know that like his most overtly racist one, the something at Red Hook, was always one he actually disavowed and said he thought it was bad and he wasn't proud of it. And then the other side, at least as far as anti-Semitism goes, which of course he had, he wound up marrying a Jewish woman, so he must have budged on that a little bit. I mean, again, it's not our place to go back and defend or try to, scrub things clean for people that have pasts like that. And you can't hand wave everything away either by saying, well, it was a different time. It's like, yeah, aren't you glad you didn't live back then? Is that what you want to tell the people? They're like, well, this is the times we live in, so you don't have rights.
You're right.
Yeah.
But you know what? I love the fact when they do things like that. Hey, what's going on, buddy? No, but I love the fact when they kind of merge real life, when they do it in a skillfully way where they can elicit real emotions from you or make you think. When you meld fantasy with real life horrors and terror, I think that's pretty cool. But you could do it horrible, like that movie Antebellum that I just saw. Crap.
Yeah.
Garbage.
I was actually interested in that.
Hey, Monty.
Hey.
Why haven't you finished Stranger Things?
Why haven't I finished Stranger Things? I have not finished it yet just because I've just been tired. But I got to get on that.
Okay, yeah. I like season 3 more than season 2, so I really had to truck through season 2, but I really love season 3.
Okay, so season 3 is pretty awesome.
Well, it's more mid-'80s, and they do a lot of things that are cool, like showing like the new Coke when that came out in family video stores and all that.
Oh, okay.
I was actually going to order some of that new Coke they had when they were doing a promo just to see what it tasted like.
Oh, man, I would have gotten it.
Man, it was like $60 for like 3 cans of Coke.
Oh, no. Even a cola aficionado like myself, I have to balk at that. Because, that was like one of the main questions I always ask older people. It's like, do you remember new Coke? Because, like, I was too young. I don't know. Somebody tell me, give me a straight answer about what it tastes like. A lot of people are like, well, it seemed to taste a little more like Pepsi, I guess. I'm like, that's it? It tasted more like the other belt beverage that everybody like knows. Like, that's really disappointing.
$60? Really?
It was too much, man.
Oh man,
yeah, plus tax and shipping, and
you got me bent, man.
I'd have to buy it and never drink it. I'd have to just like put it on like I'd have to like build a trophy case for it or something.
I've got some Crystal Pepsis at the house.
Yeah. See, at least I remember. I drank and remember Crystal Pepsi.
Oh yeah, Crystal Pepsi was what? Was that 94, 93 when that came out?
Somewhere early 90s.
They did another one of those cool limited runs like 5 or 6 years ago. My wife got me 2 of them. I drank one of them, and one of them's on the shelf. I haven't opened it up.
Oh, so how long has it been on the shelf?
5 years.
Yeah, about 2015. 2015, it's been there. We got a lot of old Coke bottles. Like my wife likes to collect those, so we got some. There used to be a theme park in New Orleans called Jazzland right before Katrina, and so we've got a bunch of those and stuff like that. She likes the Santa Claus Coke ones, so
that's what I've got.
Hell yeah,
I've got some older Santa Claus stuff, like not super old, but I did keep them over the years, the ones with Santa on it.
When I was growing up, my dad always used to tell me, he called me Bubba. He goes, Bubba, Coke and Pepsi are owned by the same people. It's all a sham to make it seem like it's business. Have you ever heard anything like that? Or my dad used to always tell me that when I was growing up.
I called my sister Bubba growing up. It was completely inappropriate, but that's what I called her when I was a little kid for some reason. My sister, this tiny, tiny redhead, called her Bubba.
Vim! This is my boy Vim.
Oh, is it? I was trying to see if that was a troll
No,
or
this
not.
is my buddy, man.
Okay.
We're friends. We made films together. Vim. Hey, man, hit me up, man.
Yeah, that's like the main. That's the main commercial I remember. Is the Bill Cosby one? It's like you've loved Coke for years. Well, this is even better. You know, it's like you can trust him. You can trust Bill Cosby.
Pudding
tell you
pop.
what I really did love was pudding pops, and they made Jello. Like it was just basically frozen Jello pops. So good, man.
About Jello tonight.
I heard they put you to sleep too, Jay.
Rudy, Theo.
Put your ass right out.
It's the lewd. They've got lewds in them.
I've got some Cosby on vinyl, like stand up.
Me
I
too.
collect those. I've got Cosby's, No Respect from Rodney Dangerfield. I listen to that once a month. I love Rodney. He's my favorite.
It was funny. Me and my buddy were just talking about Rodney Dangerfield the other day. We were talking about back to school the other day. And I was talking about how, like, I went out on a date with this chick, and she had on a bathing suit that looked like Rodney Dangerfield in Back to School. I was like, really? Are you serious? Like, I was like, what? Like the ones that, like, go over your shoulders. I was like, what is this, man? It's crazy.
That's one of my all-time favorite comedies. I love Back to School. Like that and Caddyshack are classics. I love those so much.
Oh, Caddyshack is great, man. Wait, Bill Murray was trying to kill the gopher in the first one, right?
Yeah, Bill Murray is nowhere to be seen in Caddyshack too. My dad used to tell me when I started getting into Rodney Dangerfield, he said, Bubba, the best golf movie in the world is Caddyshack. The worst golf movie in the world is Caddyshack 2.
Yeah.
And it has Dan Aykroyd playing like a crazy character like Bill Murray in there.
Yeah. It's wild. And I have no bones about it. I like it, but it's terrible. It's so bad it's good. Like, I love it, but it is a bad movie. And Chevy Chase was on Howard Stern. He said he got paid $800,000 for a week of work to be in Caddyshack 2. Yeah.
There's like I don't know if it was just about that or it was about. I saw not too long ago some documentary that talked a lot about Caddyshack 2.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what the hell it was.
Got any Ghost Dad fans out there?
No.
I did like. No, I'm sorry, Vim. I'm sorry. I hated Ghost Dad when I rented it from Video Town.
That's another movie that would just drive me crazy on principle because I hate movies that establish rules. Like if you have supernatural stuff going on and then it just breaks them. The rules in that movie make no sense. It's like, especially stuff about light and darkness and stuff. Oh my God.
And you know, Bill was doing a lot of awful movies, like Leonard Part 6.
I didn't even know.
Man, Ghost Dad makes Leonard Part 6 look like a piece of garbage, man.
Man, I genuinely wanted to see Leonard Part 6. Like,
I've never seen it.
My mother. Oh, Cole, Cole, I want you to watch Leonard Part 6.
I will.
I have to hear you talk about it.
It will.
I want to get you revved up and watch Leonard Part 6. I have to hear your take.
I won't spoil anything, but I was doing a series at one point just on like bad movies. Yeah. And that's on like everybody's bad movie list. I couldn't even do a video on it, man. It's
that bad. The main thing I know about it is like it's one of the, Siskel and Ebert reviews that I've seen several times and remember them just like unloading on this movie.
Oh, no, Vim, you're right. Ghost Dad is more of a drama.
Can I get some information on this movie? I love really bad movies.
Leonard Part 6? Yeah, please explain the weirdness that is Leonard Part 6, including the title, because they thought the title was hilarious. They thought, "Oh, this title, this is so funny." Part 6. Yeah. Anyway, go ahead, please.
Well, Chris, they believe that it's a spoof on a spy movie. And they call it Leonard Part 6 because this was the 80s and it was the age of the sequel. So it's a spoof on the sequel and a spy movie. And Bill Cosby. Yeah, that's it. I can't explain it. And Bill Cosby does ballerina. He makes the bad guys are vegetarians and you can make them eat cold hot dogs.
Yeah,
Cole,
I'm aware of some of the stuff that happens in it. I haven't seen it. Obviously, I never sought it out, but I knew its reputation and what it was for. And I know that I wasn't, back then I would have been too young, but I guess it baffled the public. The public was like, how did this even happen? They're like,
Bro, there's a scene, Christian, where Bill Cosby, listen to this, he rides an ostrich.
Oh yeah.
And he's got on tights like a ballerina with the ballerina shoes to go on his tippy toes. And he's got missiles on his arms. And he rides the ostrich and jumps off a roof, Christian. Now, this is a sober...
Jesus Christ.
Totally organic to the plot, of course.
What year was this?
Is that 86? I'm going to double check that.
87.
That sounds great, man.
Yeah.
You know what this reminds me of? I think I might have brought this up to Jay. I watched Cinemassacre a lot, and they did a review on this movie called Freaked, and I had never heard of it.
Yeah.
Oh, Alex Winters?
Yeah.
Yeah. And apparently, you guys know the story, but in case anybody's listening and hasn't, it had a pretty good budget, and then it did like a half a day in a couple theaters, and it got pulled because it was just really weird. It was like Ren and Stimpy on acid in real life or something. I need to see this movie.
You got Mr. T is transgender. Hey, Christian, I'll send that one to you as well.
Like even Cosby, helped
God bless.
he was so horrified by the movie. I don't know why, because he was with it every step of the way, that he slammed it before it even came out. Like he said it was terrible, and he would disavow it. And this was before it was released, for God's sake.
Sorry, Keanu Reeves is in it. I don't even think he's credited in the damn thing, but he plays like a dog boy.
We had Leonard Part 6?
No. In Freak.
Oh, in Freak. Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
Joe Don Baker is in it. That's the only name I know.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I really want to see this movie because it looks just completely ridiculous, and it just looks like it looks like there's nothing like it on the planet. But
the closest comparable I can come up with would have been The Master of Disguise by Dana Carvey, in that it's a completely self-indulgent train wreck, all based on a popular comedian.
Yeah, that's awesome. I love Dana Carvey. Did y'all ever see that documentary on his failed show back in the 90s?
Yeah.
Dude, that documentary was amazing. I didn't realize how many famous people started from there.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Steve Carell, Colbert, I think, started on that show.
Oh, really? But you know what? There was a lot of stuff that we had. That's about our age group.
Mm-hmm.
We had so much cool shit at the tip of our fingers back then. But when it was in its infancy, before it got like it is now, man, I'm sorry, guys, I'm pumped.
I was a big Dana Carvey fan at that time when that show came out, and I watched it. The opening skit for that show is
the Bill Clinton skit.
Bill Clinton is he's a chicken. He's the bottom half of his body is a chicken. He lays eggs and stuff.
Yeah, and he's got titties.
He's got titties. It's wild, man. Check it out. It's on Hulu.
Oh my God!
It was. I know the documentary's on Hulu.
I was listening to Dana Carvey on Howard Stern maybe a year or so ago, and he was talking about how he basically invented the Dr. Evil character, the voice and everything, and he made it sound like Mike Myers not necessarily just stole it from him, but I don't know. He's not happy about it. It seems like he doesn't have the greatest relationship with Mike Myers anymore, and he made it sound like Mike made it seem like it was all his idea, and Dana didn't get any kind of credit for it, or because I would have loved if Dana would have been Dr. Evil in the Austin Powers movies, because I'm a big Dana Carvey fan too. Yeah. I mean, he's clearly my favorite in Wayne's World as well.
It's disappointing to think that their relationship has gone downhill, because they were a really great partnership.
They came back together and did Wayne and Garth a few years ago, didn't they?
Yeah, for just an SNL skit.
Yeah.
Oh, because didn't they have an SNL where everybody came back from all the seasons?
Yeah,
Wild and Crazy Guys.
Yeah, Eddie came back.
Yeah.
It's about 3 years ago, maybe.
That episode of SNL was really good.
Maybe it was the 40th anniversary. It might have been.
Yeah. What did y'all think of the one where Eddie came back?
I think he's great.
Still great. I didn't see all of it. I saw what he did. He was buckwheat or something.
Yeah.
I don't think I saw other stuff. I saw him do buckwheat, which is It's buckwheat. I don't know.
I eat gentrification. Come on. And I was like, okay, it's kind of funny.
It's kind of like those characters don't really work now, you know?
Yes, because just because it's not 1980 anymore.
Right.
You know what I mean? But
they made one good joke out of that for the wild and crazy guys, though, because they're like, they still have their accents and everything. She's like, "How long have you lived in America?" And they go, 47 years, or something like that. And they're exactly the same.
That's spot on.
I remember I had talked to Jay about this one time. I know both of us like to watch a lot of stand-up. Jay, I watched the absolute worst stand-up special on Netflix I've ever seen in my life. I'm talking, it's abysmally bad. And I used to love going on YouTube and watching clips of the Arsenio Hall show, but Arsenio has, it's bad. It's very, very, very bad. Like, the audience isn't even laughing bad.
Ooh.
Jay, I love party all the time, Jim.
My girl, she parties all the time.
But no, seriously, Christian, I think I watched 15 minutes of and that was probably longer than most people made it through. But I was just like, what the hell is he talking about? He was like, yeah, what if your toe gets cropped up in your shoe? I'm like, Arsenio, what are you talking about?
Was this when it came back you are talking about?
No, this is a stand-up.
Yeah, it was like last year or something it came out, but it didn't really, like when Chris Tucker's special came out, it was a big deal because everybody loves Chris Tucker.
I watched it. It sucked. It was mostly him just telling Michael Jackson stories. Yeah,
it's like, was he doing imitations of Michael?
Oh, of course he was.
Yeah, see, like, if you do one, that's okay, but...
I mean, yes, it's an impressive talent that you can sing and sound kind of like Michael Jackson, but, I mean, you can't make it your whole thing, which is kind of what he was doing.
Yeah, like, I remember me and my buddy were here talking the other day. I had a better joke. Because when the FBI raided Michael Jackson's mansion, they were talking about how they found BBW PORN magazines.
Oh, yeah.
And I was just like, man, can you imagine that as a stand-up joke? That'd be awesome. Dissect that. Can you just imagine Michael looking at that stuff?
There's quite a few of those haven't done a special in a long time, and they just aren't trying. Tracy Morgan one, like Staying Alive, man, that's abysmal.
Is it?
Oh, was it?
Like, I don't think he. I don't know.
I like Tracy too.
I like Tracy as well, but that special just. I don't know. He seems really tired. I think he's he was one of those high energy guys for so long, and I think probably the way he lived, like a lot, hasn't worked out. Now he seems slow and old and tired, well before his time.
He died a few years ago.
Yeah, he almost died.
Yeah, and I mean, he talks about that, and that's why it's called Staying Alive, right? He talks about like that experience. And it's not like he doesn't make any good jokes. There's some good jokes, but it's another thing because I'm not even a person that watches many of these. It's funny just how much bad luck I've had with them. Because I'll give you another one that was really bad that was not from long ago. It was T.J. Miller's latest one.
Yes.
Like so little effort is put into that. T.J. Miller is like, I think he might have written like 10 minutes of material and then just like made up shit off the top of his head for the rest of it. And it shows like, it's like, did you even prepare for this, man? He's just like, I'm going to talk about it. I'm like, this is your big Netflix special, man, or whatever it was.
TJ's last two specials have really sucked.
Oh, man. I don't think too much of that guy. Because he was in the Transformer movie, right? Was he the one with Mark Wahlberg?
I can't even remember.
He was in one of the Mark Wahlberg
movies.
Ones.
Okay.
Oh,
I didn't see the last one. I saw the second last one, which is the first one with Mark Wahlberg, so maybe he's in it. Kind of blends together.
That's what I'm saying. Like the last night was literally Bumblebee was.
I like Bumblebee a lot.
That was good.
I was like, why wasn't this the movies from the start? Is like how you feel when you watch Bumblebee. You're like, where was this before?
And they didn't have the choo 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 sound in it, did they? In Bumblebee, the sound that they make, the Transformers make from the cartoon, it wasn't in Bumblebee, was it? They only did that in one movie.
I think they did.
Was it in there?
Because, Bumblebee was finally trading on the nostalgia. The first 5 minutes, the best part of the movie, they show them with their original designs on Cybertron, and they look so much like in the cartoon.
That was
yes. So I'm pretty sure they probably did use the sound. I've watched that movie like twice. You think I'd remember?
That was crazy.
I didn't know Coming to America 2 existed.
Oh, it's filmed. Netflix bought it.
There's no way it's good, right?
It's gonna be amazing.
Well, you know what? I want to go off is the interesting point, Cole, that you brought up. And I saw it on another guy's channel. This guy named Dave McCrae. I love Dave McCrae. Dave McCrae had mentioned about Coming to America and Mr. Bean, basically all our heroes who are coming back to redo their shtick. And he was saying how sad it feels. Like he was saying, like when you see Mr. Bean at 40 years old, he's going, so it's hilarious. But he said when you see Mr. Bean at 72 going, he's like, it's kind of sad. He said you more feel pity for him. So it's like he said that's how it kind of feels like when you see Jim Carrey come back and do Dumb and Dumberer, and Jim Carrey's like 60. Yeah. It's really not funny. It's really more like it's sad. Like
he didn't want to do that either.
Oh, he was really? I didn't know that.
His whole career, he refused to do sequels until they threw so much money at him that he finally did that god-awful Ace Ventura sequel, which is the only sequel he'd ever done in his career. He wouldn't do a Mask 2. He wouldn't do Dumb and Dumber 2. For years, he said, he didn't want to repeat himself and do sequels. So I guess, enough time had passed, or, maybe his career wasn't doing so well that he finally said yes. But I still can't believe his heart was in it, because he was anti-sequel, like back when his star was highest. Like he was like, I don't want to. Like he would often say, like, I really regret that I caved in and did Ace Ventura 2. I shouldn't have done that. That's what he said. So
really?
That's my favorite one.
I didn't know he was anti-sequel. I didn't know
that's
that.
That's like the Bill Murray too.
There's my boy.
What up,
There's
boy?
my boy?
How you doing?
Orc.
Ripping the South. Strong loud. Yeah. Fatality.
Nice hat.
Jose Canseco over here.
Big orc in the house.
Roids. Where'd it go? I don't see it.
I don't know.
Chicken like a soul chicken.
You're so disruptive, Orc. No idea
Nope,
what we're
I'm
talking
sorry,
about.
Orc.
I know. We need Batman Forever 2. Where the Riddler comes back. I love the idea of sequels getting sequels. Batman Forever 2.
Christmas Vacation 2.
Oh, it's
well,
bad.
I'm sorry for being disruptive, Cole. We're gonna have to settle this over a dispute of pancakes and syrup over there, and someone's not gonna be sorry about this when we pick up the tab, eh? Okay.
Well, I'll be sorry.
Well, you'll be sorry. Okay. We'll get on the skates, so we'll hit a few bucks. Go around the rink. Check in the boards, eh? I won't be able to catch you. Too many McGriddles in the sack. Okay.
Thanks for doing the Fargo accent, too. That's always appreciated. Whoa. When people do the Fargo accent.
And I'm not going to be sorry. I'm not going to be sorry one bit when I take my boots off, eh? Okay.
Oh my god!
Like stuff like this Coming to America too. Like, I mean, comedy is so different than it was then. Like,
yeah.
I just don't know.
Well, I think part of it is that everybody is so super sensitive now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's so comedy was so much like it's funny. Like when I watch those stand-ups, like I tell you, what did I pull out? I pull out The Adventures of Ford Fairlane.
Mm-hmm.
However anybody feels about that movie, I love it. Andrew Dice Clay, some of those early stand-ups they're hilarious. They're just so hilarious. And it's just the fact that, it goes so far. I just don't think they have the balls to do that now. Everybody's too soft, man. It's just everybody's too damn sensitive. Like,
I don't know how to feel about Andrew Dice Clay. On the one hand, I respect that, but on the other hand, like it's sad to me because it's just more who he is. It's not really an act. He's just, I'm good at being an asshole, and that's, I'm going to get paid for and be money for. And I mean, he leaned into it, and that's all well and good. I don't know.
Actually, you're both offending me right now. Can you
Brain Smasher, a love story. I need to see Brain Smasher, a love story. I saw a preview for it on the internet like 15, 16 years ago, didn't know what it was, and became obsessed with it and never actually saw it. I need to see it, apparently. I've always thought about that he did a movie in the early 90s called Brain Smasher, Love Story. Never tracked it down.
I saw that. Courtney, no. Terry Hatcher's in that.
Oh. Terry Hatcher, yeah.
Yeah, Terry Hatcher's in that. I think pre-Lois and Clark or whatever. Wasn't that the show she was on, Lois and Clark?
Yeah. It was around the same time, I think, yeah.
Yeah, they said she's a real a-hole.
I bet.
Pierce Brosnan hated her on Tomorrow Never Dies. He hated her.
Oh, that's awesome.
Tango and Cash, Terry Hatcher is where it's at.
Oh man, with the drums. Oh man, hit them drums, baby.
I haven't seen Django Cash in a long time, but I know she's not the one you see topless, which is unfortunate. You do see some blonde topless for a few seconds in a parking garage, but not Terry Hatcher. Terry Hatcher had the goods.
And Halle Berry from Last Boy Scout.
Oh God, Last Boy
Much
Scout.
better than that, man.
This is what I say. Every young man
Swordfish
in this day and age, right? In Swordfish, every young man in this day and age needs to watch The Last Boy Scout to toughen their little asses up. I swear to God, I will sit all of them. I was seeing this chick who had a kid. I was like, I'm gonna put him. He's 8. I'm gonna put him in front of the TV and make him watch The Last Boy Scout and Lethal Weapon and 48 Hours, toughen his ass up.
Yeah, when I think about the movies I like, yeah. Women with kids really don't want to date me. They don't want to know what I would subject their kids to.
You would just
Watching a Serbian film right now.
Hey, look. Well, you've seen Aladdin, right? Well, this is Watership Down. So all these bunnies are gonna
See,
die.
that's exactly like good pull work, because that is fucking exactly one of the movies I would do that I have in my
all
quiver.
the bunnies. What?
I'd be like, it's animated, don't they? You know.
But you know what's really crazy? Like even watching like earlier when me and Jay were talking about No Holds Barred, like even looking back at a lot of that stuff from back in the 80s and into the early 90s, I am shocked at some of the lingo and the stuff that they crammed to us. Like I'm listening to this stuff and I'm like, whoa, this is like crazy, man. This is
Stuff
crazy.
like I'm gonna spell the word just because I don't want this video to get flagged. Like FAG, like
Yeah.
that was common term, right?
We used to say that a lot. We said that a
Well,
lot.
think about how like just recently, speaking of like late movies, I haven't seen it, no idea if it's any good or not, but they did, a Bill and Ted movie. That was one of the jokes in the Bill and Ted thing. Like they'd like hug and they'd be like, remember?
But remember, I remember. Well, I can't say it. Elementary. Look at this is so crazy now that I can't even tell a joke from 1992 that I remember hearing on the court. But anyway, it's so terrible I can't even say it on YouTube. But there was stuff we used to say on the playground that was just like,
oh yeah.
Like,
I think our generation was the dead baby joke generation.
Yeah.
Well, we were the one where like you have the babies at homecoming and then you put it in the dumpster.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's our.
I remember having a conversation about this years ago because years ago we were doing a sausage factory and we were talking about Scream, and somebody in the chat pointed out like how crazy it seemed that like how nihilistic the teens in Scream were, because they were like they found out the principal died. They're like, oh man, let's go down and see his body. And I was like, well, that's kind of just how we rolled in the 90s. And then
that's how it was.
But I mean, we were the nihilistic generation because we looked up to Generation X, which was the cynical generation, which was the first generation whose parents got divorced. And they made all that dark stuff in the late 80s, early 90s, like Nevermind and the Spawn comic.
Dark comedies, yeah.
And all that sort of stuff. These are the people in Mortal Kombat, like Tobias and what's his name? All those guys like born from like 65 into the early 70s. They were the guys we looked up to. So it made us really dark and cynical too, and loving all that shit. So it's like, yeah, Scream is accurate, You're like,
it was like, man. Miss Herbert broke her leg. Oh, we got a sub today. This is gonna be fun as fuck. Oh, John. Oh, you don't have pizza today? Oh, I got you. I got $2. You're good. You're good. I got you, man.
Take Jess Graham hits it on the head here.
No, what that it's true. I mean, we come our generation too, because you think about when we even coming from I think about coming from 1989 into 91. Okay, so they're talking about AIDS. Magic Johnson came out. Rodney King had just got a beat down on camera, which even for us three, our parents had seen all that stuff on TV, but we hadn't. But that was the first time we had seen it like live on a video, because we come from the safety town, just say no era,
right?
And then you're talking about the LA riots, and then and then you're talking about Beverly Hills 90210 with all this dark stuff of my dad touched my pee-pee, so now I want to shoot myself, or Ed's an alcoholic, and he doesn't want to tell everybody. I mean, this is the generation we came from.
Yeah.
You know?
92 was the year of the LA riots, and that was like my personal loss of innocence year. Not so much for that. That was far away, but I still knew about it. But there was some local stuff that happened. One was not in Cape Breton, but another part of Nova Scotia where there was a mining disaster, a cave-in, and the miners were trapped. And they were, it was touch and go for a lot of days, and the rescue fell short. All 26 of them died. That was Westray. And then in my hometown, Sydney, just a small town where nothing ever happens, there was a brutal triple murder at a McDonald's, a robbery gone wrong, that just, to this day, is still remembered because we just don't really have murders where I come from. Or if you do, it's more like, two guys got in a fight and somebody accidentally killed the other guy. But this was a robbery where they took the people downstairs and held them at gunpoint and blew their heads off. One of them survived, but lives to this day with permanent brain trauma, like life ruined. So 92 was really, and I was about 9. I was 8 turning 9 in 92, and that was really part of sort of a loss of innocence. Childhood wasn't over. I still enjoyed it. But, it was really the first time the real world really infringed on my life as a kid. And that was also the same year of the same year as the LA riots. It was the same year, I think, as Hurricane Andrew, which just destroyed Florida. Yeah, so for me, 92 was
what the Gulf War, or that was the year before.
Also, it started in 91. It's still going on. 92,
91 Gulf War was going on. That was a crazy time.
I know. Man. They show the news. They would show bombings on the news, and they made it seem like people weren't getting killed though. They just say they'd be like they launched Scud missiles and they blew up this base. Because it wasn't about loss of life. It was we blew up their planes, we blew up their base, but people were getting killed. But the news played it off no, bloodless. Now I do give credit to the American military because they did use a lot of restraint in Operation Desert Storm wasn't a bunch of fighting in the trenches. By the time the Iraqi army was in no way ready for them, and the U.S. used restraint. They outmaneuvered them and got them to surrender for a lot. So it wasn't a bloodbath. But I just mean still it was killing and death going on. I just remember the news was just sort of oh no, they just blew up some missiles, So 90, for me personally, 92 was the year that suddenly the outside world was there and there were bad, scary things in it,
Shout out to Canada, homies. Go ahead, Jay.
I remember seeing footage of the Gulf War, and all it was just missiles. It's night vision and missiles being launched and stuff. Yeah,
you'd see Baghdad with it looked like a bunch of fireworks going off over.
Yeah. That's what I remember from that coverage.
Bombs over Baghdad, yo.
It's a good song.
I remember on every news network, they were like, is there any chance for people in the Middle East to like America? And they're like, they could just go up to kids playing soccer, and they're like, no. And
well,
Kuwait, okay.
Kuwait did just at the time.
Stone cold killer face. They're like, no.
I mean, Kuwait even went to the point of sending actors to trick the president, because they really wanted the U.S. to intervene. They sent I think they were actors feeding lines to Bush. It was found out later that it wasn't true. It was part of it. Kuwait was help. I mean, you get it, but you're invaded by the army of a crazy dictator.
Have you ever seen a message during one of these live chats? It says YouTube rejected your comment. This usually means they think it's spam. This is my channel.
Huh?
You're calling my comment spam on my own channel?
It just gets worse and worse.
I've never seen that.
Before you went to your Middle East comment, I was going to go into this. I've seen that before, and it's even worse on Twitch where they're more Nazi-ish. But so I remember, Eminem, all that shit came out in the late 90s, all that stuff. And then from 2000 to 2010, the 2000s basically, things were soft, but MySpace was dying because Tom got a nice money deal and he got out. And then Fox took a huge L, which was hilarious. And, Twitter and Facebook were just on the coming up, So it was that was around 2005, 2005 to 2010. But really all this butthurt shit hasn't really started. And I'm not talking about the FAG word and all that fun stuff. I love that I have to even say that. But since 2010, and then the ultimate tipping point was the Me Too stuff. And I'm just that was just and it is wrong. It's really fucked up, when that shit happens. But that's when it was ultimate pussification mode. And yeah. Best basketball team, I agree.
Yeah,
Air Jordan.
Damn right.
Charles Oakley in the house.
Damn right.
Don't make me do it. I'm gonna do it. You made me do it. Okay. I'll be right
Oh,
back.
did I miss it? Was it the '92 Dream Team?
92 Dream Team. Oh man, who was on there?
I'm gonna show you what's up, dog.
I had a hat from McDonald's for that.
Oh, that's right. The USA.
Yeah,
I've got
Team USA at Barcelona.
Yeah.
That was also the first year of my life I watched the Olympics. I watched the Barcelona Olympics. Yeah,
That was a
got
badass year, man.
A Dream Team hat from that year.
yeah, I've got the Dream Team hat.
Wait, so
It
who
was
all was
all
on
black.
that? Who all was on that squad? That was Jordan, Magic, Pippen,
Larry Bird.
Larry Bird,
Barkley, I guess.
Barkley. Shaq was on there too, wasn't he? Was that
He
late?
was young.
Yeah,
Okay.
he was with the Magic then, I think.
Yeah, Shaq. Damn, that was a squad, man.
Oh,
I have to say, as like somebody that never cared about the NBA or something, but I mean, Shaq was just such a big presence, and when he retired, it was like so crazy because he was just a constant in my life. Like, this was going on, that was going on, and Shaq was in the NBA. God knows what team he was playing for because he bounced around a lot, but Shaq was always in the NBA, and he was Shaq. So when he retired, a little piece of my world died, even though I never really, paid that much attention to NBA or watched the games or anything. I was like, oh
He went
man,
from-
Shaq's not playing anymore.
They went from Orlando to LA to Miami.
Is that it? Man, thank you very much, Orc. We appreciate that. In the north.
I got to get my Canadian flag 'cause I went up to Toronto like a couple years ago, which
Yeah.
I love Toronto.
Talking about
Except when
Shaq.
Haven't been there in a long time.
Shaq, like I was a huge basketball fan at that age.
Oh yeah,
I still love basketball, but it's not what it was to me anymore. It feels too corporate now. But anyway, Shaq was my dude. Like I had Magic. My entire room was decked out in Magic stuff, and because I watched him play, at LSU, before.
Mhm.
So I already knew who Shaq was before he was huge. Then he came out, started making movies and stuff, and I don't know. I just thought he was the coolest guy in the world.
Luckily,
And
they
you-
were highly quality movies, so
Totally.
time well spent.
I thought Blue Chips,
Blue Chips, yeah.
Chips. I didn't care for it at the time. Rewatching it now, it's a tight little movie. But then when you get to what was that? Was it Kazam?
We did Kazam, we did Steel.
Oh, Steel. Oh, Lord.
Blue Chips has to be the oddest movie I've ever seen in theaters. Like the only reason I saw it in theaters because like a friend, like it was that period. You remember when you're like a kid and you make sort of a new friend?
Yeah.
Like, you're just feeling them out. So this is one of my like first like hanging outside of school with my new friend.
Yeah.
he's like, let's go to the movies. I was like, yeah, what are we seeing? He's like, Blue Chips. I'm like, I have no idea what that is. It's not like he was a huge basketball fan, but I guess more so than me. Like he knew what it was. And it was a really, again, this is what, 94, maybe. I'm like 11, maybe 12. I'm 12 at the oldest, but probably 11. It's a movie about point shaving. And, it wasn't really something I could get that involved with. Like even then, I knew that was Shaq, yes. And I knew there were a couple other players who were, actual NBA guys in the movie too. But I mean, it was a very bizarre movie because because the first movie I saw with my friend, our new friend, so this must have been about 93, 94, was Mrs. Doubtfire. But
Oh wow.
I didn't know what that was either, and that turned out to be a good thing. It's like, oh yeah, Mrs. Doubtfire. Yeah.
So we had Clyde the Glide. We had David Robinson, Patrick Ewing.
Oh, that's right.
Speaking of Patrick Ewing,
Oh, Larry Bird was still around. Cool.
Patrick Ewing fucked it up for all of New York, and then San Antonio won. David Robinson got his title and then retired. The general himself. And that was Tim Duncan's first title, and then he got 5 after that. Think about that. Imagine if he made that shot. It's amazing to go back on any sport and think about that.
was Duncan at power forward and Robinson was at center? Is that how that worked?
Yeah.
Man, I bet that was bad.
I saw
Yeah.
Patrick Ewing in a movie. Can anybody poll what movie Patrick Ewing was in? Patrick Ewing was in a Wayans movie called Senseless.
Oh, with Marlon Wayne.
Oh, really?
That's
I've
going
seen
back.
He plays himself. There's a part where the guy that gets the weird, sense powers, like his senses start going crazy, so suddenly everything's blurry, and he like sits down like right next to Patrick Ewing, but it's all blurry, so he doesn't know who it is, and he starts like shit talking Patrick Ewing. He's like, "What an ugly guy! He looks like Sasquatch or something." Yeah, that's got David Spade as like the smarmy bad guy in it.
Do you guys remember when Patrick Ewing put a shoe out? It was the ugliest shoe known to man.
With the Ewing on the back.
Oh man!
Look, and how was it? It was like almost, what was it? The words were like, they went like this. Like almost
I think
like
they reference that on The Simpsons, don't they? Even though it's not a basketball player, they have the Tyson guy, Dredrick Tatum. He's like, I've been paid a great amount of money to endorse these butt ugly shoes, and there's like these awful shoes. And when he walks away, he's like, my candor is my undoing, or something like that.
You know what's hilarious is I've only been to one Hall of Fame, but it was the Basketball Hall of Fame in Springfield, Massachusetts, right?
Into the Hockey Hall of Fame.
I wear a size 13. You've been there, Cole?
Hockey Hall of Fame.
Hockey Hall of
I was saying, I've been to a Hall of Fame. I've been to the Hall of Fame. Which one do you think? I've been to the Hockey Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I want to go to all of them, and they're all pretty close to each other. I mean, you can get to all of them in like a matter of a week.
Go to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. That's what I want to see.
Rock and roll, yeah.
oh, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Cool.
Cleveland.
Uh-huh.
Cleveland, yeah.
Ken, Football Hall of Fame. That's what's up. Jim Brown all day.
Right.
But I forgot even what I was gonna say. Shit.
Something about you were at the Basketball Hall of Fame?
Oh yeah, so I wear a size 13, which isn't it's a decently sized big shoe, but not that big. But I saw like David Robinson's shoe and like Tim Duncan, and they were like 16, 17. And you just walk up to them, and my head's like, obviously pretty fucking fat, and they're like this big, they're this long, and I'm like, I'm just like a 10-year-old. I'm like, what? It's like longer than my height.
I wear 8.5 for perspective.
Wait, Orc, how big is he?
It's like this big, dude.
How could you even walk, man?
Yeah, like it's stupid.
Let alone running and dribbling with feet that big. That's impressive.
My feet are like this big. Yeah.
Steven, yes, I remember them, and I had those shoes.
Can you imagine what
I definitely remember the Reebok pumps. A lot of kids had those the pumps. Yeah, just pump these up and you can dunk a basketball. Sure, yeah.
Oh, I used to hate the pumps, man, because I remember the pumps, like the Nike pumps that had that, or the Reebok pumps that had the big old pump on the tongue of the shoe. Yeah. That is the ugliest shoe in the world. And you be flat out pumping them up, like that's really gonna help you jump. Like,
oh man,
kids bought into that. They bought into that like hell. It's like how you're
cool. I have a question. FUBU and N1 was like really regarded as like. And I still like wearing their stuff. I just can't fit into their shoes. But I like wearing N1 here in the States. Really comfortable stuff. Gangsta as fuck, too. But anyways, back in the day, it used to be pretty pricey. But it should be in your Walmart. Was it like a big thing? Those highlight reel videos that they used to make with N1? You can find it at any Walmart in Canada. I'm sure they have it. Because it used to be. And like Champion, I remember they couldn't give that shit away. And now people wear Champion all the time. Remember when Champions would just be in like dumpsters? Just like and now people are like, I'm a champion.
Well, I know I told Jay this before, but this is something I remember from the mid-90s, and it was weird because this is my part of the world. But a big part of basketball culture that I remember where I lived was when the Charlotte Hornets were a new team. And they had like a big, like weird color scheme, like turquoise and stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And their merch sold very well where I live, particularly like if you you could get a big heavy winter jacket. It was like black and purple and green. Like I saw that a lot. As kids wearing Charlotte Hornets like winter gear.
Yeah, the huge puffy jackets. Yeah,
like those jackets still show up here at like secondhand places, like these early '90s.
Like a triple fat goose coat.
I remember.
Like a big ski jacket, right? Like a big ski jacket.
Yeah,
like that was a popular thing. Like I don't know,
they were the starter jackets.
Exactly.
Yes.
Starters.
Yes.
Starters always been big here, but that was one I just remember because it was so dynamic and colorful, and also the fact was nowadays, especially in the last decade with the Raptors and stuff, basketball's become a lot bigger. In the 90s, nobody in Canada gave a shit about basketball. So when you saw kids with basketball stuff, it was kind of like when you saw rap videos where the rappers wore hockey jerseys. It was kind of like, I'm being cool by reaching across the aisle and, glomming onto their culture. I grew up in a pretty white environment. Not that there weren't, black people around, and there were, but not at my school usually and stuff like that. But, so if there was hip hop stuff and basketball stuff, some of them would, go out of their way to glom onto. I'm not saying they didn't like it, but I think some of them were posers about it, right? I think they were just sort of like, this is the hip, cool Hollywood thing, because the 90s was really the coming out in America of like black culture just exploding, right? Like hip hop stuff.
As soon as Vince Carter did that dunk contest and he had Tracy McGrady on his team, it was over, man. That was like what, 99, 2000, 2001, one of those years.
Oh, you mean Oh, you mean what's his name?
Vince Carter.
Vince Carter. Yeah, Vince Carter. He's the single biggest reason.
I remember I got a
pizza
and a Coke that night, and a 2-liter Coke, and I watched that, and I was like, "Wow, this should be fun." And I'm just watching, and he just dunks, and he leaves his hand in the basket.
I still remember the call. The guy goes, and he's just like, the guy watching goes, "It's over, it's over." I still remember that call, man.
That was Kenny the Jet Smith. Yeah, that was hella funny.
Check out that 30 for 30, Cole. You'd like it too, just because Vince Carter really loves Canada.
Yeah, he does. I mean, he was adored here.
Wait,
he was maybe never the best player in the league, but he was always the most exciting, at least in his prime. He was the most exciting player.
Was that the Carter effect, or was that another one?
Carter effect, I believe, is it.
And he was voted. They did one of those lists. He was voted best dunker, even one ahead of Jordan. Jordan was number 2. Carter was number 1.
Oh, that's tough, man.
I think top 3. It's Carter, Jordan, but for his size, Spud Webb was like 5'7", 5'9".
Yeah, I love that guy. He bounced around. Oh, he was awesome.
When he won in Georgia and he was an Atlanta Hawk, dude, I watched that at the gym, and he's just like windmilling. He can't even hold the ball, and he's just like, bam! And I'm like, oh.
And he did, yeah. That was crazy.
Spud Webb is actually, he's 5'9"?
He's pretty small.
Spud Webb is 5'9", maybe 5'8" or 5'7".
You'd say that, what's the guy? 76ers,
I know who you mean. I actually know.
Allen. Allen Iverson. He was 6 feet. He looks like a tiny dude on the court, but he was 6 feet tall.
Allen Iverson.
Yeah. Yeah. Really? Oh, yeah. He was small.
I didn't know that.
That's another. There were 2 reasons I knew him. One for that, and Ork knows. Why do I know Allen Iverson? Practice. Because of practice.
What?
Practice.
Oh, practice. Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm glad you guys know it.
We're talking about practice.
Yeah.
Cole gave me my best review on Letterboxd. That was credit to you, Cole.
Because Because on, I think TSN, either TSN or Sportsnet, one of the 2 major Canadian networks, ever since that happened, that's every year they make lists of various things, and that's on there. They love it. I've seen that so many times on TV. Practice. We talk about practice, not a game. He says practice 42 times or something in a 3-minute span. I love it.
Fact check: when Spud Webb beat Dominique Wilkins, who went toe-to-toe with Jordan and almost beat him, he was 5'7" and he weighed $135.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
That's insane. I can't even, before all my surgeries, I couldn't even get off my heels.
I'm always fans of players that can break through that kind of stuff. I mean, obviously basketball might be harder than anything.
Especially now, guys are just getting taller, man. Your power forwards are 7 feet something now. So
what's that guy? The Asian guy? What was his name? The dude who's a giant.
Yao Ming.
Yeah, how tall is Yao Ming?
He was 7'1", 7'2".
Oh, he was 7'6" or something.
7'6".
7'6"?
Jackson won.
How is that?
No. Yao was
he was tall. You're right. He was a lot taller than Shaq. You're right.
How's that even fair?
Shaq had all the muscle. He'd be like, "Yeah, what's up?" Posting the board.
That was when I saw LeBron in person. LeBron is
You're right. He's 7'6".
He's 7.
Can you imagine? He grew up in China and he's 7'6".
You mean he's walking over the crowd?
Yo, we cannot get butts today. We need to jump on back. Okay.
Okay. He retired pretty early. I mean, he's only 40 now, but he's been retired for a few years.
All guys have a lot of health problems, man.
Oh yeah, it's tough on your knees and ankles and everything.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
This is the guy I remember growing up. Bowl.
Oh, Manute Bowl.
Well, there was a guy. There was a guy in the 90s. I only know this because of it's funny because Jay showed me an issue the other day as I collected I corrected Disney Adventures, the kids magazine in the 90s, which was just the best thing ever if you want to revisit 90s pop culture, everything in there. And I remember they had a story about an NBA player, and he was a white guy, but he was 7'6". His number was 76, and he played for the 76ers.
Oh wow!
What? I wonder who that was. Huh?
I grabbed the issue if I could tell you what one he's in, but I don't know. But yeah, he was white.
Huh. Look that up.
Jacob, do you mean playing in the NBA, or? Because I know there's like Patrick Bradley was like 8 something. Sean Bradley, sorry.
Wow, I didn't know.
That's crazy, man.
I went to school with a guy, Wesley. Can't remember his last name, but it was a white guy. He was 7'8". Played on a basketball team, but not good. You know, he's just super tall. He's just not like good. He's just really tall. So
yeah,
he never went pro.
That's like a lot of guys. Remember, there was a Brazilian guy who was an MMA fighter, and he was like 7'5" or something like that. And like earlier in his career, he was like a professional basketball player for no reason other than just being super tall. He wasn't much of a fighter either, but I mean, when you're that big, you can compete at high levels.
Like, what can you actually do? What can your fighting skills be when you're that tall? Like, you got to be lanky. Your arms are probably long. Like, how do you really?
Well, just watch, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar fight Bruce Lee, and you'll, in a Game of Death. And it really shows, like, and it's funny because there's one of the few movies that's like one of the only movies, it's probably the only movie where Bruce Lee had an opponent where he really couldn't seem to beat him. He actually beats him, if people remember. It wasn't through his technique or anything. It was because the character he's playing is really light sensitive. So Bruce starts like smashing stuff to let sunlight in, and when he blinks, Bruce would like beat him up. So they were making it seem like they were actually being somewhat realistic. They're like, for all Bruce Lee's power and skill and strength, like this guy's just too big. Like, what can he do? Although it is also true, like the bigger you are, like the bigger your like weak spots are.
Right.
Because honestly, if you're in a fight with somebody who's like 7-something, but you know how to kick, and let's say it's not like an MMA fight, but you're on the street wearing like shoes.
Right.
If you can kick them straight on in the knee, like they can really, if you have a good kick, they'll go down,
Right.
Because it's just now their weak spot is even bigger than yours. Like their knee is much bigger than yours. So
you know what I found, Colt? Like, I just started the Muay Thai thing, so I've been doing Muay Thai. I think about a month and a half or something.
I'd love to get back to it. I haven't done it in so long, and now the COVID has messed everything up. So I do some little stuff on my own, but I don't have discipline on my own. I need people yelling at me.
You said you need people yelling at you, Cole?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons. Like, I mean, I always liked martial arts anyway, but like, I knew I was never like going to be a gym person. Right. At the gym, unless you're like paying for something really deluxe with a trainer or something like that, you take care of your own business. I need people yelling at me. And that's one of the things I liked about Muay Thai and Taekwondo. Our instructor would be like, go, come on, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Plus, it's so easy when you're by yourself, like in my apartment, I'm doing push-ups or something. It's so easy to just punk out. But when you're in a room full of people, you're like, I don't want to be the first one that drops, so that always got me going.
Exactly.
So I was always comfortably in the middle. I was a perfectly mediocre amateur martial artist. I wasn't the best. I wasn't the worst. I was right in the middle, probably, and that was fine. But yeah, I miss it. I haven't trained like formally in like a year and a half, almost 2 years.
Oh, bro.
But yes, sorry, you were talking about Muay Thai. So please.
Oh no, it's okay. I was gonna say I noticed that the bag kicks my ass more than the instructor. I mean, like, dude, like just right roundhouse kicks are okay because I'm a righty. The left roundhouse kick it's a struggle for me, Cole.
One thing about Muay Thai is like you can harden your shins over time.
Right.
So unfortunately, you're at a point in your life where you might be too old for it to work. I don't know. It's a very tough thing because the training you can do to harden your shins, there's no way in hell you should do it before you're 16. And even if you're 16, you should probably give it a few more years because your bones are still growing. It's like the best time to do it is obviously your 20s or your early 30s. If you're just starting to do it, it could, so I don't know. If you're feeling like pain like days after the fact, then you probably have to back off on it a little bit. But I mean,
that's one thing I noticed. I did a roundhouse hook. So I did a hook one day. And I was pretty good. My boxing is okay. The kicks don't bother me so much anymore. It's just the form of the left kick. But I did this hook, and I went like this, but my fist went like that.
Oh, I've done that, man.
Oh! I couldn't even wipe my butt for like a week. Like it was bad, man. Like it was just like.
It's funny because like Muay Thai is the much more like as far as how you train. There's a lot more contact than Taekwondo. Yeah. But my training injuries are all Taekwondo. The first one was I was just doing an axe kick, which is just get it up high, bring it down low.
Right.
And as I came down, I just completely lost my footing on my standing foot. So all that meant was I was just going to fall, like the way I'm sitting now, kind of like that, like fall on my butt. Except your instinct is to stop yourself. So I had my hand to my side. So my hand took the whole thing and almost snapped my wrist off. Oh my God! Like just full force down, like on my hand. Oh my God, that was awful. What's the other thing I did? I mean, some of them were contact. Like I got my ribs hurt doing sparring. Which is like why it's so amazing you watch these MMA guys, and not just MMA, but when they do like Muay Thai and stuff, like they're taking body kicks like it's nothing a lot of the time, you know?
Oh yeah.
I take stuff through padding, and God, it hurts. And I'm not getting kicked by professionals. I'm getting kicked by some other guy that does this a couple times a week, usually. And man, and I mean I get it. I'm not exactly big and strong, but I mean, it's crazy what you can condition your body to do, and what a lot of these guys do. Just eating these kicks.
Oh man!
Whether it's the leg, the body, you see like an effect. There's redness and stuff like that. But I mean, it's pretty nuts. But yeah, I still have a bad hook. The hook's easily like my worst thing. Like you do the main combination, which is like a jab, cross, hook, uppercut.
Right.
That's the first thing you do. And my hook always comes out to it comes out to. It doesn't arc in properly. It's too wild. It's not tight like it's supposed to be.
Right.
And I mean, I've been doing that for like 4 years, and I still don't do it right. So.
Oh, bro, the knees are like freaking brutal, man. Like sometimes if you're doing those knees on those bags and you go for a minute straight, I could really feel my age then. I was like, hey, I'm 39 years old.
Knees are something I'm good at. Knees are one of my strengths.
I know. Well, I'm not gonna talk about that on here. I was going to say I was training for Muay Thai because I got a challenge from somebody. And I
have to say, like, I've been in like involved in around actual real fights. Of course, I always thought like if somebody like tacked me in the street, the knee might be the way I'd go.
Oh, that's what I was thinking.
Because if they're in close, it's all hypothetical. It always depends. That's why it's always annoying when people, whenever they talk about fighting or martial arts, they make sweeping statements about it, where it always comes down to the circumstances and the individuals. Always.
Right.
There's a good chance that somebody in the street attacks me and they're way bigger than me, but I get in a shot and I take them down. Maybe. But there's also a good chance that they could look weak and terrible, and yet they could still hit me in such a way that I go down, and those sorts of things. Like, it's all about, there's just so many factors, like your training, what you ate that day, even. All sorts of stuff comes in, not just weight, not just technique.
Right.
Some people think this person is a better fighter. I mean, we see it at the highest levels. Upsets happen all the fucking time, and it's not all because it's like a crazy luck or anything like that. Not to harp on it, but I remember speaking 30 for 30s. I think it was the 30 for 30. I watched the one about Buster Douglas, the guy that he KO'd Mike Tyson, right?
Oh yeah.
And at the very end. One of the guys, I don't know if it was his manager or whatever, but he sort of had the last word on it. And he said, you hear about upsets in sports, and he named several. And one of the ones he names, of course, is the famous, in the hockey one, the Olympics, the Miracle on Ice, when the American college kids beat the Soviet team. And he says, none of that, he's like, and he says, yeah, but like, look, he's like, but none of that was like the odds of this. And he talks about the odds. And I realize that, but I think an upset's always a bigger deal in a team sport. Because if it's two guys, one guy against another guy, something could easily happen. But when you have an entire team of guys versus another team and the underdogs win, that's really something special.
Right.
Because that means almost maybe every guy, but at least most of the guys on the underdog team played better than they ever had. And maybe the guys on the other team played worse than they usually play. Like, what are the odds?
Right.
So that's why.
Are we talking about Hookie here?
Devin Dubnyk, who is now he's now a San Jose Shark. We'll see how that works out. He's coming off his worst thing. Oh, it's funny, impressions. When we were talking about David Carvey, I want to point out Dan Carvey, great impressionist. That's my favorite thing about David Carvey. Wonderful impressions. I don't know. I don't think I can do good impressions.
Wayne's World 1 and 2 for the win. I will not bow to any sponsor. That's a choice of a new generation.
Okay, maybe Walken, maybe Christopher Walken.
Give it a shot.
It's crazy, yeah, it's crazy, yeah. They told me you'd be coming to see you. No, just my one Walken. I'm trying to think of who's somebody.
Oh, Bombastic wants. Hey, what's up, Bombastic? He wants a Arnold impression. from you.
Oh, the Arnold impression. The bad guys in there.
That's good.
It was get to the car.
Get to the chopper.
Get to the chopper now.
Chopper into
Put
the
that
tunnel.
cookie down. No. No.
Yeah.
Crawl. If you do not listen, then the hell with you. That's my favorite line. I love Conan.
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Yeah.
Tell me now.
Not a tumor.
It's not a tumor. Yeah. It's funny because, like, it's been pointed out, like, if he didn't have an accent, that's not really a funny line, is it?
No, it's not.
It's not a tumor. But him going, it's not a tumor.
But that's
why it was so easy to write comedies for him. He didn't necessarily have to say funny stuff. It just sounded funny coming out of him.
Right.
T2, in terms of the plot, is better than Commando. But Commando is just such a fun film. Here's a quote for you. Remember when I said I'd kill you last? I lied.
Okay, I'll try one. What is it? I need your clothes, your boots, and your motorcycle.
Yeah.
O'Hagan, let him have air.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Come on, Cohagen. Give these people air.
I also love movies where they tried to get him to say fuck because he couldn't say it. He'd be like, fuck, you know.
Yeah. Cohagen, I must admit, you're the best man fuck yet. I think
he couldn't say the F-bomb.
You know what's my favorite scene is the scene in Total Recall where they're melding his mind with the thing. And he's like, I love that scene. He just goes, I think that's Arnold's best acting in his career is in Total Recall. When he's like, they'll be here in a minute, they'll kill you all.
Oh, man.
And his whole jaw's like,
yeah.
it's like Rocky, but times 2, and he's got way bigger teeth. I don't know.
You can turn it on. Okay, let's do Robin Williams. Do some Robin Williams. Lots of energy. Lots of energy. Scattered stream of references. One good one for every 10. I'm Robin Williams doing a Southern preacher. Oh Lord, Lord, save us, Jesus. See, I'm not doing a Southern preacher. I'm doing Robin Williams as a Southern preacher. Good morning, Vietnam, which he never said with that accent, but it'd be funny if he did.
He's a hard one to do.
Yeah.
How would I do Robin Williams?
You really got to be high energy.
High energy, but your voice is fairly low. You're like hello down. You're like down here. You're down there.
Yeah, he was he what's the word? Was he not bipolar? Was it hyperactivity disorder? Didn't Robin Williams
like ADHD or something. I don't know. I think honestly he had laser focus, to tell you the truth.
Mr. Bombastic. Lover.
Bombastic, Mr.
He probably had something.
MF Doom.
How we doing, boys?
My man.
Good. I like your threads, homie.
Thanks, sir. Got it at the Walmart. You know, it's exclusive.
They have Halloween at Walmart.
Hell yeah,
they're doing anything for it.
I bought 2 of them. I was like, "It's the coolest Halloween shirt I've ever seen."
So they have every gangster rapper and Halloween. And then back when I was buying Metallica, Ride the Lightning, and Master of Puppets, they'd be like, "This is too violent for you." This is like 1998.
I bought 2 Ice Cube T-shirts from Walmart. I never thought I would say that out loud, but
I've never heard of the hood T-shirt.
If I can get back into 3XL, I'll rock them.
Oh man!
All right, do what's his name?
Let's hear
Pacino. Do Pacino.
Okay, Pacino. Okay, how does Pacino go?
no,
yeah. Thank God Almighty, I'm free at last. Free at last.
You can fuck with me, man.
Yeah,
I tell you what it's all about. I can't.
My favorite Pacino scene is from Heat when he walks in on that dude who's fucking his wife.
Oh yeah,
that's good. Yeah.
You can fuck my wife.
Oh wow.
Oh, that's good.
Or you cannot watch my TV.
That's spot on, dude.
That is good.
And I love the way he says it too, Jonathan. When he goes, "You're not watching my television set," and he just throws it out,
unplugs the shit, and rolls away with it. It's just his 13-inch fucking Sanyo.
You had the facial expression down too. You're like,
yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Is that gay? That's so gangster how he just kicks it out on the street. But me, I would get much more like satisfaction if I broke it at the house in front of both him and her, like on the kitchen counter.
That was 1994, sir. That TV was $4,000.
I know. That's
Those anchors, man. Those are people with boats. They use those for. That's how you keep your shit.
I can never do the well-known quotes with the guys. I always have to pick something else. It's the only thing I get. It's like in Insomnia when he's in the car with the girl and going the other way, because in the original version he totally feels up the underage girl. She's like, "This could go somewhere." It's like, "It's going no place. That's where it'll go." That's the line I think about. It's like, "No, not touching the girl. Going no place." It's just like he has this no place. His voice like cracks.
Oh man.
I can do a decent Jesse Ventura.
Oh,
we'll try.
Oh, Ventura.
You ain't get time to believe.
These two boys incoming.
My name's Jesse Ventura. I was governor of Minnesota and a Navy SEAL.
Yeah, the Navy SEALs thing I remember. Raiho used to watch this like show where he'd look into conspiracy theories.
Oh, yeah.
And they'd like kick him out, and he'd be like, "I know how these things went down. I was a Navy SEAL."
I was a Navy SEAL.
I'm like, apparently you were a Navy SEAL. That everybody. There's a little Connery in that. The late Connery, Sean Connery.
Yeah, it's
you can do that.
I'm Sean Connery.
Money Penny.
Sean Connery.
You're between the rock and a hot space.
I only live in the continental United States about 80% of the year. The rest of the time, I'm in the Baja.
That's good.
You're a fucking amateur, mate. I'm gonna trash your fucking lights. All right.
Losers are always whining about the best.
Yeah.
Winners go home and fuck the prom queen. There you go. That's the best.
What is that from?
That's The Rock. That's
right.
That's after Stanley, played by Cage, says he'll do his best. He's like, "Your best."
Yeah. I'll do my best. Hi, Nicolas Cage.
Okay. He's like, perhaps. I mean, you can always see Nicolas Cage when he's like freaking out and that, and he's just like, "Perhaps you could cut me some freaking slack."
Yeah.
Do Vampire's Kiss, Nick Cage.
Oh God, what does he do? I've never seen that film.
He's got the crazy eyes, man.
This is really goes.
When he just does the alphabet.
I'm not dead. I need.
Oh, I'll do my favorite Nicolas Cage bit. We'll do some David Lynch for you. This is Wild at Heart, where he's just like, "This is my snakeskin jacket. I see it as a symbol of personal freedom," you know. And then the guy goes, "Asshole." They're at some like a weird rock concert where he's like dancing like a lunatic, and the guy's like, "Hey, back off!" and says something on his jacket. He's like, "You know this is my snakeskin jacket. I see it as a sign of personal freedom." The guy just goes, "Asshole!" Like, great retort there. It's a fun movie.
Oh, I love that line in Wild at Heart where he goes, "I'm sorry to refer to you gentlemen as homosexuals." Like, what?
I mean, you can do the whole Nick Cage. We could spend the whole night on.
And his nose is bleeding. Like, what am I watching? That movie's weird, man. Wild at Heart.
There's a few quotes from like some of my favorite movies. I know it always goes back to McDonald's and Friday the 13th, but we got to veer off into other movies. Like, I've never talked about like Die Hard. One of my favorite ones is like, "Next time you have the chance to kill someone, don't hesitate." And he's like, "Thanks for the advice."
Oh, right. Okay, so we'll do. Okay, Bruce Willis. It's like, I can do sarcastic Bruce Willis, where he's just like, "Come on down to the coast, have some laughs." You know, where that part is.
Get together.
Come on to the coast, get together. We'll have a few laughs.
Yeah, that's good.
I just love that he's like, "Don't hesitate," and he shoots him like 5 times, and then he's like, "Thanks for the advice."
What's up, buddy?
Whoa, Well, getting an echo from somewhere.
Hey, man, do you have some headphones? Let's see.
Are we getting that?
Yeah. Hey, Vim, can you put some headphones on? I think we've got a little bit of an echo going.
Okay, he's adjusting. Bruce Willis is hard though, because he's just so. Most of the time, he's just down low and gritty.
Yeah, I mean, you have to do an impression.
Graspy.
It's got to be somebody who has like some sort of weird mannerism or cadence.
Right. I wish I could do Walken. I can't do Walken.
I mean, you have to do it. It's got to be
Headphones,
somebody who has like some sort of weird mannerism or cadence. Right. I wish I could do that.
Who were you saying you wish you were doing?
Well,
You could
us
do-
Walken. I wish I could do Walken. I can't do.
Walking. Everybody is walking. It's the problem now.
Yeah, I know everybody. It's funny because I like to hear Kevin Pollak do Walken, and then I like to hear Kevin Spacey do Walken.
Yeah, I'm better at like
Kevin Spacey, like, all right, terrible
good.
human being, but the man does a Johnny Carson that is like spot on. Like
Yeah.
He can do Johnny Carson.
Dude, he does Johnny Carson better than I've ever seen anybody do an impression.
Wow.
Oh.
This is a new soundtrack that Vim got.
Very cool.
Oh,
Vim.
Black Christmas. Love it.
Vim, hold up.
Be pretty soon. Be watching that.
Jay, how long have you known Vim?
First time.
Oh, it's the first time you ever met him? Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, well, me and him, we were in film school together back in Cleveland.
Nice.
Yeah, and we worked on movies together.
First time. Oh,
That is very cool.
Oh, yeah, I've worked on his short film together. Yeah, this is my cat. This is my boy, Vim. Yeah.
Yeah, it was
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, he was doing Walken on Saturday Night Live. Remember they're doing Star Wars editions. It's like Christopher Walken for Han Solo. He's like, you've never heard of the Millennium Falcon? It's fast enough for you, old man. You know, I can't do it. So I can't.
See, it's like with Walken and like even Pacino, like the way they spoke changed in like the later years of their career, and it just got exaggerated, and now they're just a caricature of themselves.
Exactly.
Like Christopher Walken, just imagine like getting in a cab in New York and like Christopher Walken just hops in. Like,
yeah, it's true. You watch his early roles, you don't really hear much of it. You watch, what is it?
King of New York.
Well, even earlier, we'll say something like from the 80s.
Such a badass in King of New York, dude.
Oh
You
man,
guys
Jay and I were talking about King of New
we
York
were
last night.
stopping on the streets.
that's an all-star cat.
The Deer Hunter. I mean,
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, see, you watch The Deer Hunter, you watch Heaven's Gate. You know, his voice is pretty normal. Yeah.
I feel like the turning point was when he did that Fat Boy Slim music video. Like
That's
after
when he became
that,
the character. Yeah.
that's when he became Christopher Walken.
And I was already hip to Walken like way before that. You know what I mean? Like, cause my uncle, I wish I had a picture of my uncle, cause my uncle is literally, I'm not kidding you, y'all. My uncle looks like Christopher Walken. I'm telling you, I'm gonna find the picture and show you. You guys are gonna be like, wow.
Christopher Walken in True Romance. I don't think there's ever been a colder performance.
That's what I was trying to think of. True Romance. Yeah.
God, he's good in that movie. That whole scene with him and Dennis Hopper.
Yeah, man.
Oh, I really the eggplant. The eggplant. My favorite role of his is not that great or well known, but I just love it. Is the prophecy. He's the angel in the prophecy. I love everything that comes out of his mouth in that movie is just gold.
Those are good movies. Those are just the prophecy movies in general.
Let's see. I don't know if you all can tell.
Yeah, the sequels aren't great, but they're not
Isn't that
terrible,
crazy?
but I love them.
That's my uncle. My uncle looks like Christopher Walken.
I can see it.
Does he look like Christopher Walken?
He even dresses. He dressed
man.
like Christopher.
That's my Uncle Joey, man. That's why I was like, he's the black Christopher Walken. It's like insane.
Man.
That could be like a whole YouTube channel. The Black Christopher.
That reminds me of Sam Jackson in the Pulp Fiction.
Just reenact scenes.
Does he look like a bitch?
I don't have the tenor. I definitely don't have the tenor in my voice for Jackson.
Oh man,
nobody can do Samuel L. Jackson.
Oh man, Vim, is that what you did for Halloween?
It's Batman.
Oh my
Batman. Nice.
God.
I'm Batman.
Very cool.
Oh, Vim, that's funny, man. All right, Vim, are your parents doing good? That's a yes. That's a yes. I got it. Oh man, I'm trying to think of some other good impressions. I was trying to think of.
I'm trying to remember what's prominent.
Oh, I guess maybe what about Mel Gibson? That's. I love to do those impressions of Mel Gibson.
It's much too anti-Semitic.
Yeah, it's much too anti-human being.
I can only do Mel Gibson in those moments where his like accent slips. Like I like the part in Lethal Weapon where he's talking.
Do you really want to jump?
And everything's normal, and then just suddenly goes where he's like, "These guys are dirty. We know that these guys are dirty," and you're like, "Where the hell did that come from?"
Right.
He's talking.
Like back in the day, we didn't know he was Australian. You know.
Yeah, the man.
You listen to him now. I don't think he knows he's Australian.
Oh man, he's a trip. He's got some new movie with like a hurricane heist or something like that.
Where he kills a bunch of Puerto Ricans.
Yeah, I was watching. I was watching the previews.
There's
I
no
was like,
context either. It's just Mel Gibson killing a bunch of Puerto Ricans.
It's like a hurricane, and during a hurricane, bad guys are going to steal money or something, so he has to kill them all. Which I'm like, why don't you just let them steal?
Wait, there's a movie called Hurricane Heist,
Yeah.
which is like that, but it doesn't have Mel Gibson in it.
Are we
So
on
basically, this
Sharknado
is the
9
second
now? It's
remake
not
of
even
Hard
straight
Rain.
to DVD. It's just straight to Prime and straight to Netflix.
Of course, now he has a one where he's like Santa, possibly killing people. Do you guys see
Get
that
the
review?
Ringo 9 at
down.
the North Pole.
and
What's that?
Mrs. Claus. It's an interracial relationship between him because Mrs. Claus is black.
How progressive!
I was
Somebody
watching the
call
previews-
Flo.
I was
Hey-o.
watching the previews. I was like, huh?
What movie is this?
This is Mel Gibson's new movie.
His new movie is what's it called? Like Fat Man, like Get the Fat Man or something.
Yeah, it's like Fat
It's just
Man.
like badass Santa.
You have to watch it because it's like played completely serious.
Dude, he's loading guns.
Nobody says Santa Claus. Nobody uses
Is
those
he
words.
fat in it though? Can I have like some? Can I get encouraged by it?
I mean, he's more fat than Mel Gibson usually is, but he's not. Like they didn't like put like a
Better
pedal
than
under
your
his-
regular Mel Gibson.
Oh, here's
Oh,
Vim.
can't
Man,
hide.
that
Hotter.
is so, Vim. Vim told me he did the choke move on him. He told me about that. Because Vim, you told me he choked you, didn't he? Yep, that's right. I remember you told me about that. And I remember when Vim told me about that, I was like, I'm good. You're not gonna choke me.
Anybody planning on watching this bad boy around the Thanksgiving holiday?
Sure.
I already had my Thanksgiving, so I already watched it. So
I finally picked it up. It's one of those that I really should watch every year.
Oh man, John Candy in that, man. Come on. Those aren't pillows.
I was about to do it, man. Where's your hand? It's between two pillows.
The best part of that movie is when they fall asleep or the guy's running the wrong way.
I don't know who that is.
Oh, that's the grandpa from Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
it's another horror person.
Oh, John
that's the
Dugan.
grandpa from Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Yeah.
For Christmas, I try and watch Die Hard 1 and 2, Black Christmas, the original, and others that I'll think of eventually.
Dude, watch Better Watch Out this year. It's really fun for like a Christmas like horror movie. It's like R-rated Home Alone.
Yeah,
I saw that.
You know, one I never saw was Krampus. Was that good?
I
That's
like
the-
it.
not the
I
shitty
like it.
one. But the
It's
main
worth a
one.
watch.
I think it's worth a watch. Actually, it's become semi-traditional. I like it more than I expected to. Plus, it had she just recently died, that funny actress that I never watched, but she had been on 2.5 Men and stuff. She's pretty funny in that. She's like the grandmother.
Gunnar Hansen.
It's Gunner. Yeah.
Representing 207.
Yeah, Vim got that Michael Berryman picture too. I wanted to meet Michael Berryman. I missed him.
Yeah, I heard he's a real nice guy.
Yeah, he's very down to earth. He's a cool dude.
Yeah, if you look like that, you got to have pretty good manners.
Oh, Jonathan.
Oh.
Hey, imagine if he was a bit rude. It would be scary.
Ooh.
Oh, that was cold, Jonathan.
The hills have faces. Oh my god.
That's definitely a face that man is rocking.
Ooh.
Oh.
I think you know what? I think he had what is it? What is the disease he had? He had some disease.
Angiomegaly or something like that.
Yeah, Lloyd Kaufman. Yep.
He had a B-movie Mike syndrome. I'm just kidding, Mike. Mike, I'm joking. Just kidding.
Anyone do Denzel Washington? Because the key with him is just really strongly enunciate everything. Is just all you really have to do with just put a lot of oomph and just sound out everything, and you pretty much have Denzel. Again, my voice is too high and feminine for him. But
Not intoxicants in your blood, Jake. I wish I had more time.
Yeah,
and you gotta throw this in there, like the.
Oh yeah. I want Jake smoking the dust, Jake.
There it is.
King Kong ain't got shit on me. You know, it's just
yeah.
I mean, that's him yelling, but even when he's talking, it's very intense. It's very sounded out. It's very. I wish I could think of more lines. I mean, I went for the obvious.
I have like all of Remember the Titans going through my head.
Oh, no, that's a good one. What was he saying that?
If you don't know your neighbor, it's like if you don't know your roommate's name, learn it. If If you don't know his favorite movie, get with it. If you don't know his sister, learn her name. I don't know. Just a million things. Learn his favorite food. Learn what his cat's name is. I don't know.
Remember the Titans.
I've seen that movie a lot. I can't think of any specific lines, but yeah.
There's a porn parody of that called "Remember the Tight Ones."
Ricochet is one of them. Oh, God.
Please.
Is it also about racial harmony?
How's that plot?
I do think they dive into that a bit.
Can we?
What year was success?
Can we go into the plot on this one?
There's football and wieners, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, sweet.
That sounds about right.
Add to IMDb. All right, I'll put that right above Backdoor Sluts 9.
Bouncing Asses Part 2.
Come on, Eileen.
Yeah.
The best one for growing up, I don't know about you guys, was Lord of the G Strings. That's still,
God.
Yeah.
Playmate of the Apes. It was in that same line with Misty Monday, who was like a scream queen for like 2 seconds.
That's her name. That's the one that was in that.
She was in the Lucky McKee.
Lucky McKee one, yeah.
Yeah, she's also in the Rage, I think, or the Lost. The Lost.
Savini.
I'll never forget him. I never met him though.
He looks very detached, Savini.
Old sex machine there.
Yeah, which I hear he's very detached. I think Piz told me. No, Piz didn't tell me. He on his channel he put a story about how Savini tried to like screw him on some money at a convention.
I don't forget anything. He gave him $100 bill, and then he was.
Yeah. He tried to take the whole 100, didn't he? Or
yeah.
Man, he said Savini. He said Savini just tried to send him on his way. I'm like, oh come on, really?
Yeah, people have said he wasn't nice.
He's very mean.
Yeah.
He's very, very mean.
You know who's like the biggest sweetheart in the world to meet though is Ken Forty.
Oh, Ken Forty?
Dude, he'll talk to you. There he is, right there.
That's right. I forget Vim did meet him. Vim, you did tell me that because we talked about the dentist.
I looked like a dwarf in my picture next to him. I'm like, hey.
How tall is he?
He's probably 6'4", 6'5". I'm really short, so.
Oh man,
I wouldn't have guessed that.
Vim must be pretty tall.
You got to
standing right next to Kane Hodder there, so Vim must be pretty tall. I mean, Kane Hodder's what, like 6'5"?
Oh, I don't think he's that tall.
Oh, Hodder's like 6'3", 6'4", maybe.
Okay. Is Hodder even 6 feet?
Oh, no, he's totally over 6 feet.
He's like 6'3", I guess.
Okay.
I thought he's the shortest Jason, but he's still a pretty tall man.
Because he's shorter than that other guy that played him afterwards. Because
Kid Kersinger was like 6'8".
Yeah, is that Kim Kersinger who he throws over in part 8?
In part 8, yep.
Right, so he's noticeably bigger than Jason, but then he like throws him.
I miss Fat Drew Carey. Fat Drew Carey was where it was at. Yeah, I don't know who the hell this guy is.
Oh yeah, that's Drew Carey because and you know he was filming all that stuff up in Cleveland when we were up there because me and Vim were both Clevelanders.
Well, what was he filming in Cleveland?
Vim, was that at the? That was down at the state. Oh God, Jerry Springer. I saw Jerry Springer in Chicago. He is very tall.
Yeah, he's tall too.
Really?
A lot of tall hosts like Conan O'Brien, 6'4".
Yeah,
he's mostly legs.
Yeah, he's a very gangly, leggy guy. But it's always funny, like when like some established star you're used to seeing and thinking of as like kind of a normal height, they come out and he like bends down to shake hands with them. You're like, oh.
It's usually been
Conan O'Brien all dangly and shit.
He's towering over Matt Damon, you know.
Well,
let's say like Mark Wahlberg's short, Tom Cruise is short.
Yeah,
there's a bunch of guys.
Tom Cruise is short. Mark Wahlberg's not short.
I mean, Stallone's pretty short.
Yes,
Stallone's 5'9".
No, Stallone. No, he's not. Is he 5'9"?
It's 5'9".
I need to get a better publicist to make
Stallone's short, but from what I've heard is if you're taller than him, he gets really pissed off if you stand next to him.
Oh, there's
Stallone.
Stallone. Yeah, I've heard that.
I mean, the people it's definitely Tom Cruise they bend over backwards for because you watch the movies he's in and they do camera angles and everything they can to hide that he's not as tall as these people he's acting.
How tall is he?
He's only. I'm taller than him. He's 5'7".
Oh, he's 5'7"?
He's 5'7".
Oh God, I didn't know he was that little. I thought he was at least 5'8".
No,
I know that's what.
You can tell, you know.
That changes
You
everything.
watch like
Now you
Mission
can't even ride the
Impossible.
roller coaster.
You watch like Mission Impossible, and they do all sorts of camera tricks to make it seem like guys that are over 6 feet, like he's like on the same, you know, height thing with.
You know, it's pretty insane.
Doesn't matter though. I mean, he doesn't age, so he's got that going for him. But I mean, that's the main. You know, and it becomes more obvious if you watch like Mission Impossible, because if you watch like the latest Mission Impossible, because over the years they built up, you know, a supporting cast for that, and you see how old Ving Rhames is, and you see how old Simon Pegg is, and then like Tom Cruise is standing there looking exactly like he did 50 years ago, and they just look so much the worse for it.
Yeah, Tom Cruise could probably do the remake of Risky Business right now, and it wouldn't even be that weird.
No, not really.
Oh man, I can't do that. Man. I just can't. I'm sorry. You're not gonna joke. Nah. No, I was gonna say, who was another one who's a short one? Michael Keaton. Because I put on our Twitter page the other day Batman '89. Yeah. And it didn't even dawn on me. It's only a couple shots where you can really catch how little he looks in the bat suit. They did it pretty good, but it's like one shot where like he's running down the alley with Kim Basinger. And I'm like,
Val Kilmer's not tall either.
He's 5. Michael Keaton's 5'9".
Is he 5'9"?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Small for Batman.
Okay. Oh.
Okay, now we're talking.
But I always thought in the movies, I always thought Val Kilmer looked like the smallest Batman.
I remember that pic. Yeah. I wanted to meet her. I really
6
wanted
foot.
to meet her. Yeah. She's really pretty. Next time I'm going to go get a picture with, what's her old girl from Friday the 13th, the final chapter? Judy, American Ninja.
That's a strange last name.
Yeah.
Change my name. I'm going to make that my last name. I like that.
Yeah, Judy Anderson or something. I think that's her name. I want to take a picture with her. She's pretty.
Which one was she?
She was the one in Friday final chapter who gets stabbed in the raft.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I love who goes like the twins.
Yeah.
The twins were the ones I liked in the movie that I thought were the prettiest. In fact, they'd be on my list of prettiest Friday girls, or those twins.
Oh, they're gorgeous. They still look good now. They're like 55.
Hottest Friday girl is either Deborah Voorhees, just because of her assets. She was very smart, you know what I'm talking about, and
a lot of character.
Cannot think of her name, but the girl from Part 2 in the Mickey Mouse shirt.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, look at that. You see, we all.
Everybody admit, yep.
Daisy Dukes, man.
I'm gonna say that Amy Steele's overrated. By the way, everybody, they all fawn over Amy Steele.
I like Dana Kimmel, man. She's dope.
Oh, Dana Kimmel. Oh yeah, she's. Oh,
yeah,
man,
that's where it's at.
That horrible monologue. He just ran and screamed. I just be like, "Go ahead, baby, say it again. Say it again."
I can make all his dreams go away, baby.
Exactly. You know who's hot? Old girl from Part 8. I saw an interview with her on the DVDs. What's her name? The final girl in Part 8.
I don't remember.
I don't know her name.
Not gonna come to me.
Yeah, but she looks hot in real life. I saw her. I was like, damn.
I always liked Laura Park Lincoln. I always thought she was really cute.
Was it Lauren who said she tried to screw him on something?
What? No, I have not heard this.
I think Lauren told me a story about she tried to screw him on something.
She tried to sell him a timeshare or something.
Okay.
I can see that.
Yeah, I remember Lauren told me about that.
That's funny.
She was doing like spiritual like sessions. Like she would like do a session with you with like crystals and I don't know what all the hell it was, but she was trying to sell that to me.
What? Oh, Jay, you were just like, I'm good.
Remember, these were not big star actresses.
So what was this like at a convention?
Yeah,
like like, let me get an autograph. By the way, these healing crystals.
Thanks for showing us the pictures, Vim.
It's like the running joke with Linda Blair is she's really into like animals or something.
Yeah, I've heard that.
In the arms of the angel.
It's like, hey, Linda, can you write "Your Mother Sucks Cocks in Hell" on this for me, please?
Yeah.
Like, sure. Can you donate to whatever the hell this?
ESPCA or whatever the hell it is. Yeah.
Could you sign my Chihuahua for me?
Yeah. Sign my dog. He's a rescue.
Isn't your going rate $20? Well, I'll offer you $500. Well, okay. Well, what do you want me to write? Instant mind, like change of thought.
I would love to get her autograph though.
I would get like your mother sucks cocks in hell on a Bible or something like hardcore.
I don't want to have to explain that at some point. You know what I mean? Be like, God, listen. You want...
Look,
it's a funny story.
We had a long weekend.
I would have it framed and just have it as like an excuse.
I did keep it, but listen, you did you see the movie?
Good prevail. Good prevail. See, there we go.
Oh, that's funny.
See, I wouldn't want to meet her. Like when I hear like that people are just like difficult and like don't really have any interest in meeting the fans, I'll go ahead and write that off. I'm like,
yeah,
right. I don't need this to harm them because I'm the kind of person if I have a bad interaction, like with a celebrity or whatever you want to call these people, it's gonna hurt the films for me. Which is when I met Kevin Smith, I was terrified he was gonna be an asshole because I loved his movies so much and his podcast. It's like, this goes south. I can't listen to those anymore.
It's hard to imagine.
Did it turn out pretty well or no?
No, he was great. He was great.
Yeah. I mean, he's so visible. It's hard to imagine if there were bad stories that they would probably come out.
Nah, he was fantastic.
He's all over the place talking.
I think if he's feeling like shit, he just doesn't do appearances. Like he'll just cancel. Yeah. From even way back in the day until now.
I mean, he and I have so many common interests. It would be really easy to talk to him. Like just talking about comics and hockey.
They kind of rushed you through really quick though.
I bet
it was a meet and greet that was like for a children's hospital, and they were like, "Don't talk to him. Don't try to shake his hand." And they got a good running joke was like, "Do not look at the Kevin. The Kevin will look at you."
Oh my god!
But no, he like shut that down. He was like, "No," he's like, "Come here." Like gave you shook your hand.
Like, don't look at the Kevin. Be like, "Motherfucker, you want my money? All right, let's go."
No, that was just the joke I had running after they come out. I know. Don't try to get him to sign anything. It was like, do not look at the Kevin. If the Kevin wants to acknowledge you, the Kevin will approach you.
The Kevin.
You know what? That was kind of the way.
Chad, the Kevin.
Exactly.
Sorry, go ahead.
That was the way I felt when I met. I told everybody when I met Chris Sarandon. I mean, he was just kind of very. I mean, he was okay, but it was like I think it was just his money guy that just rubbed me so far the wrong way. Like I was ready to step outside with that guy. Right. Like, I was like, man, straight up, dude, we can step outside, bro. Like I don't like your attitude, man. Like,
please elaborate.
What's that? Oh no, he was just very rude, or like it was like these people had cut in front of us. Because they saw Chris Sarandon, they got starstruck, and me and this other lady were in line, and I was kind of like, "Chris, what's that, Cole?"
It doesn't take much, apparently.
Yeah, like it was like, oh no, no, seriously, but bro, like I was just like, we got up there, so I went up to the line, and Chris Sarandon's like, "So what do we have?" And I was just like, "Yeah, I just want to get a picture," and blah blah blah. And then his money guy was just like $40. I was just looking at him like, "Wait, whoa, bro, hold up. Let me have my fan time." Like, no, that's not cool, man. I'm sorry, I'm having some sense memory, y'all. I was straight up. I was ready to choke slam his ass right there on that table, man.
No, I like to hear the shit because I haven't been to a convention, so it's like I always, everyone who's.
Can I say the F word? Is that okay?
Absolutely, we say it all the time.
I was gonna fuck that dude up, man. I swear to God, man. I swear to God, I was, man. He looked me in my eye. I was like, dude, for real, man. We can step outside. Chris Sarandon just kind of looked at me funny, like, because I work in a hospital, so it's like, I don't have time for nonsense. Let's be polite.
He's just looking at you and the guy, and he's like, "This guy gets paid to do this shit to you."
Yeah, like Chris Sarandon was just kind of like, he just kind of went like that, and I'm like, out of here.
I don't have that experience with actors either. Although the one convention I was at, I saw other people meet actors. I saw people meet Jonathan Rhys Davis, and he was like everything you'd want him to be. Oh my god, he was so jolly and like happy. Like he was just like, "Come, just speak to me." Like, I mean, everything costs like a fortune. Like sign my acts or something like that. It'd be like $75. But I mean, he was super. He was very friendly and outgoing. I didn't get to talk to him myself, but I saw like from a distance sort of him interact with other people, and he was very kind and he was very funny. And it was funny because it's kind of the way you want him to be because of the way you've seen him in movies. And he's just like that. He's like outgoing. It's a booming voice. Like he gave like a talk beforehand. They were like, "Here's the mic." He's like, "I don't need a mic." He's just like his voice just projects through the whole auditorium. So it's pretty cool.
The one time I met anyone famous, it was in Denver at an independent film festival. They were having a special showing of Footloose, and Kevin Bacon was there, the Bacon himself. So he talks about the film with one of the producers, and then as he's walking up the ramp, it's one of those really small indie film like theaters. So it's a small theater to begin with, and he's leaving, and I go, Tremors is the shit. And he's like,
and he looked at you.
He's like 5 seats away, and he looks at me, and he's like. And then he just walks out.
It's such a good movie.
That's
Pardon my French.
So good. He just grinned, and he just walked out.
That's awesome. I want Kevin Bacon to acknowledge me one day.
The Bacon brothers played at like a hotel in my town one time, and I don't live in a town like worthy of coming to. So
that was just I was like, but I wanted to make it clear that I was like, all right, Footloose may be on like a high tier for some people, but I was like, I'm here for Tremors.
It ain't got nothing on Tremors. Val and Earl.
God damn it, Val.
It's fun. They just came out with another one, didn't they? There's another Tremors movie. It's like Tremor Part 8.
It's 7.
The 7th one just came out, and I guess they're filming an 8th, and I haven't even watched the 7th yet.
Oh, watch the set. Just don't. Don't.
I thought 6 was okay.
That was the Antarctica graboids, right? Alaska, somewhat cold.
Antarctica. They don't pose much
5
of a threat,
was in
do
the
they?
Sahara, 6 was in Antarctica, and I don't know what's in 7.
Antarctica,
7's the island.
Yeah.
See, an island makes sense. Like, I could see possibilities for an island.
Anything but 4. Anything but 4.
I don't remember where I stopped.
Everything
I
past
stopped at 2.
2's up there. Okay, 2's pretty good. But everything past that, whew.
Yeah. I did the right thing. I think I stopped at 2. So
was 3 the flying ones?
Yep, those the Alice Blasters. That's what we're talking. Come on,
yeah.
I'll get in with the giant prehistoric worm thing, but
you stick with Jack, you're gonna make it back.
We would have seen these things farting throughout like the skies at some point. You can't hide that.
Kevin Bacon's like so ashamed to like talk about he was ashamed to talk about Tremors for a long time, but I kind of feel like, wait a minute, you're ashamed to talk about Tremors, but you're not ashamed to talk about Sleepers or The Woodsman?
The Woodsman.
He actually came back and did a pilot for a Tremors.
Wait, did you say
series.
Sleepers?
Yeah, I mean, no, Sleepers is great, but
you mean the role he played?
Yeah, I mean, you're
such a scumbag. I mean, he's an actor, right? He was an invisible rapist in Hollow Man. He goes for it. He gets in there.
How many times has Kevin Bacon played a sexual deviant?
Like at least 4.
He's got a good face for it.
It's the Bacon. That's why he's on Logitech commercials. Well, he used to be 20 years ago.
I mean, Sleepers is probably the first movie I heard the word blowjob in.
Oh.
It's like, what do you want? A blowjob.
Oh, and the whole context of it is just like.
That's one of my favorite movies of the '90s. Love Sleepers.
That's a scary movie, man.
We should cover that one sometime.
Oh, that's me. That's one I can never shut up about. Plus, and who's the actor I never shut up about because he's underrated?
Jason Patrick?
No.
Oh.
Justin Bieber.
Why can't I think of his name? That's why.
Keanu motherfucking Reeves.
Oh, I thought you wanted us to guess. You really can't remember his name.
Both. Please guess.
He's so underrated, not even you can remember him.
Exactly. He's Dr. Manhattan, okay?
Oh, that guy.
The blue penis guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
I wonder if he ever got that fixed.
I'm blue. I'm being a
Okay, fine. I'll find out.
I can't think of his name. Cool.
I'm getting it.
Let's see. That's an
Billy Crudup. I really like Billy Crudup. I think he's super underrated, and people even forget he's in, because that's what I mean. If you say Sleepers, like, oh yeah, Brad Pitt, Kevin Bacon, they'll name like 6 actors. It's like, well, what about Billy Crudup? Because I mean, there's a lot of actors in there. I remember De Niro's in there, even though nobody seems to ever remember that he's in there. Dustin Hoffman's in there. But love that movie, and I love Billy Crudup.
He was in Mission Impossible 3, wasn't he?
I want to say, yeah, he was, yeah.
Yeah, MI3. Yeah,
He's in a lot of like under the radar stuff. Like he's in a movie with Mandy Moore called Dedication, which is really good. Which is just a low key drama where he's like this well known children's author, but he's also like a total dick. And for his new book, like he's just really, it's weird because like he actually really hates kids and hates people and stuff. And he gets teamed up with Mandy Moore because she's an illustrator and she's supposed to like work for his book. And he's like super mean to her, but then they start to kind of like each other. It's a really nice movie.
Then they fuck. Dedication.
Yeah, possibilities. I mean, I felt so bad because I knew Alien Covenant wasn't going to be good. You know, I knew it wasn't, but I was like, come on, Billy Crudup. And his character's such an idiot in that movie. He's like the worst captain ever. He makes the wrong decision at every goddamn turn. And I'm like, oh, not even Billy Crudup can save this.
And you know what kills me in that scene too, Cole, is where the scene where Michael Fassbender is like up in the cut. This most horribly directed scene. I couldn't believe Ridley Scott did this. Michael Fassbender is up in the cut and is like, hey, that creepy looking egg over there. Why don't you go over there and check it out?
Stick your damn head in.
And he flat out just is like, oh, hey, look, it's all good. I'm gonna look right in. Like, really?
Yeah, just stick your face in.
Yeah. He like, hey, look, man, it's all good. Go ahead and check it out. He's like, gotcha.
I saw it in an empty theater, Jacob, so word had gotten out.
Oh, that movie's such a mess.
There might have been like 3 other people in the movie, but I mean, he's in Spotlight, which was a pretty good movie from a few years ago.
I love Spotlight.
And Mark Ruffalo.
He's in Big Fish, which is like the last movie I like done by what's his name? Tim Burton.
Yeah. That's one guy I never got into was Tim Burton. Yeah,
he's more of a reputation than a guy, if you ask me. Like, I think he made a handful of kind of interesting, innovative, original movies.
Real quick,
and then he spent the rest of his career just ruining classics.
I'm on the side of Mr. Bombastic real quick. Tim Burton, I don't get at all. Everyone jerks off to his films all day long.
Yeah, I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
I mostly agree. I think he spent a small part making quality, and then he just was like, now I'll just ruin classics.
Everyone's like, Tim Burton, yeah.
He's like, Alice in Wonderland, come on down. I'll ruin you. How about Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? I'll destroy that.
Tim Burton box set.
Actually,
before Christmas.
I've got it. I've got that box set.
Speaking of Christopher Walken again, the movie he did I love is Sleepy Hollow. I know Sleepy Hollow is cheesy, but I love that movie. It's a perfect storm of everything that he does put together. Like, right, you have
Batman Returns. I mean, those are good.
Yeah, those are good. And, like, Beetlejuice is good. Like Beetlejuice is like.
See, Beetlejuice is the one I never got. I never got it. It's just weirdness piled on weirdness. It barely has a plot. Like, it's fine.
There's context for the weirdness at least, but like Edward Scissorhands, I don't get it.
I hate that movie.
I love it. It's so stupid.
That's one I do like, but I don't get.
I watch that one every year.
She's destroying my favorite actress's, all of her movies. That latest.
And I think he did like a Pee Wee Herman movie. Don't care about that.
Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
Yeah. That's one of the things from my even as a little kid, I was not a Pee Wee fan. Like, I don't know. I think I took myself too seriously, perhaps. I was like, this is too silly for me. Said my face. Oh God.
Yeah, I'm in the movie theater.
I can't do it at all.
I know you are, but what am I?
Paul Rubens is a talented dude, though. I mean, I respect that Paul Rubens has a lot of talent, and he's done other things like quieter things I like. He had a recurring role on Murphy Brown that was fucking hilarious, where he was just like a sociopath, but he was on her side.
You remember when Kramer was on Murphy Brown?
Oh yeah,
hilarious.
Yeah.
That was the most
Seinfeld guy, aren't you, Jonathan? Don't you like Seinfeld a lot?
I like Seinfeld. Okay.
No, somebody really likes Seinfeld. I can't remember who it is.
It's you.
I know it's me. It's someone else beside me.
I don't know.
Murphy Brown was like the most random TV show to resurrect there for a while. Do you remember when they did that?
Yeah,
that was the first one. That was a few years ago. That was like the first series to get brought back for like a limited run. It's like Murphy Brown of all things.
I know.
Like
I think they were just sort of like, in this political climate, because there's a lot of political humor. They kind of thought.
Let's talk shit about how Dan Quayle can't spell.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how I found out who Dan Quayle was. He was pretty stupid. I mean, the show did not exaggerate that much. He was a stupid man. But
I remember her best from like those Sprint commercials in the 90s.
Oh, yeah.
I remember Murphy Brown, but yeah, I remember
Still up on the tube.
So real quick, Tim Burton. I got to mention, I like Tim Burton. I mean, obviously he's hit and miss, but you got the Batman films. You got Ed Wood. Edward
Love
Scissorhands.
Love Ed Wood.
I like the Pee Wee films. Okay, Sleepy Hollow, Mars Attacks is one.
Yeah, Mars Attacks. Yeah,
Mars Attacks is. I'm just really. It's one I can't make up my mind about. There's things that I like about it. Then he makes a horrible Planet of the Apes. Yeah. Sorry, go on.
And that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Well, he did Big Fish after that. Big Fish wasn't as good as I wanted it to be, but it's still good, I think.
I mean, Corpse Bride's not terrible.
That's been reevaluated as better. That was another one. It was like a big disappointment because some people who were big fans of, Nightmare Before Christmas, which he gets all the credit for, despite the fact that really the director of that movie is the guy that deserves credit. Tim Burton did not direct it. All he did was write a short story it was based on and do some of the concept art.
I used to watch Dark Shadows. Was they
What about Dark Shadows?
Yeah, Dark Shadows. That was a movie that should have been a lot funnier. Like it had such a good premise, but it all didn't. I don't know. I didn't think it was very fun.
I thought Frankenweenie was good.
Yeah,
I like the original Frankenweenie he did back in the '80s when Disney fired him over.
Alice in Wonderland's terrible, and the sequel to that's terrible.
Yeah.
Big Eyes is pretty good.
Still haven't seen it.
And Mrs. Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children is okay.
Yeah. See, those are movies that I just didn't get around to because by that point I was fed up with Tim Burton. I was just like, no more.
And then Dumbo. Have you guys seen Dumbo?
No, I will never see Dumbo, man. I care way too much about the original to see is to see Tim Burton mangle it. Like, no. I love the original Dumbo. I do not want that tainted.
And, Batman Returns. I remember Batman Returns. I remember being completely perplexed when that movie ended. I remember just sitting in the theater, kind of going like, "What did I just watch?"
Christopher Walken's in that. Jeez.
Yeah, he was in that. Essentially, he's playing the same character. Well, sort of. He's the Headless Horseman in Sleepy Hollow, but
yeah.
But Batman Returns. I remember it ended, and I kind of just sat there like, "This is not the movie that I saw before in 1989. What did I just watch?"
Gets a lot weirder.
Yeah, I like the darkness of Batman Returns, but there's some choices in that movie that I think went a little bit too far into Burton territory.
Yeah, we don't have time for me ripping on it, so we'll just skip it. But yeah, I think there's dozens of choices. But
God, yeah.
Do you guys know Thandie Newton, the actress?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I know.
Her daughter is in the new Dumbo, and I think she does a really good job. You keep an eye on her; she's going places.
Oh really?
Looks just like her mother too.
Oh damn, I didn't know that.
But yeah, I mean, Dumbo's not terrible. I will say it's better than you expect it to be, but it's still not anything good.
Yeah, I'll never bother. I just really have always loved the original. It's one that I have very old memories of. I had a tape of it. It was the same tape that I had the Fun and Fancy Free stuff on. I used to watch that stuff all the time.
And I know it wasn't out that long. It came out Dumbo came out right when the pandemic started, didn't it?
Earlier.
Yeah, okay. And I know it didn't do very well.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, it was just done.
It came and went. I didn't even know it was out.
It really came and went. Like compared to all these other Disney remakes that had a lot more pomp and circumstance, it was really small scale. And went.
Yeah, that stuff was gone, man.
I don't know. It sucks.
But
I like Tim Burton.
Yeah. See, I mean, I can't just dismiss him because he's done things I like, but I just think he's been surviving way too long on a reputation that no longer describes him.
It's just let's not do another remake with Johnny Depp.
That's a good place to start.
Well, I mean, he'll probably do about 2 or 3 of them more after that court case that's lying on him. Oh my God! Oh, she blatantly lied on him. I was like, wow.
Amber Heard is insane, from what I've heard.
Oh, she's.
Can you guys please?
Okay, so he was married to Amber Heard for a few years, and then they got divorced, and it was really messy. And then she said that he was like abusive to her, and said all this stuff. And then some really conclusive proof came out that not only was she lying, but she'd actually been abusive towards him, and that she was spinning this whole web of lies, doing her best to like destroy him utterly. And a lot of evidence came out, and now people know. And but it's a big thing,
bro. She literally hit him with a bottle of liquor, bottle of wine. She busted across his hand, and she was just like, well, if you really loved me, you'll deal with the pain. I'm paraphrasing.
Wow.
Something like that. But
she also would do things like she would set up a camera. Like, she was really calculated because she would set up a camera.
And then you can't cry because then if you do,
she'd
you're
set
a
up a
little
camera and then she'd like try to get him mad to see if she could get him like yelling at her and stuff to make it seem like he was always like, yelling and being verbally abusive and stuff. It's like, so she did that a few times too. Like, she was really like calculating.
Sorry, Corey, I didn't realize you were in here.
Yeah, Corey's in the house.
What's up, guys?
Not to mention,
Corey's on deck.
Johnny Depp's mother had just died.
Oh, that too, yeah.
So she used that against him too to try to get him.
I hate that shit. Like, oh my god. Yeah, and then you can't say anything about it because then it's like, oh, so you're crying like a little bitch, huh? It's like no, like.
She would like document like his drug use and stuff and like post it publicly. Like, look, this is what Johnny Depp. This is his breakfast.
Yeah.
He smokes coke and then he drinks whiskey and
It's like because he's with
that's
you.
really the thing.
Fucking hashtag me too.
Just the level of. Well, I mean, that's the thing. She really did damage to that. Me Too has a lot of legitimacy to it, and then you have somebody like Amber Heard that's like taking advantage of it to like do some like master web of lies. Like it's she's nuts.
Thank you, Asia Argento. Let's go, baby. We're versed.
She's another one. She was on the front lines of the Me Too movement, and and then she did some stuff herself apparently.
Yeah.
Hey,
I don't care at all.
It's savage out here, though, fellas. I mean, some of these chicks are really like that out here, man. Like, it's nuts, man.
Well, they know how to play the system.
I look back to Eddie Murphy Raw when it's like the half thing, when it's like, I want to put the pussy on layaway. And then he's talking about that. And he's like, be careful, fellas. He's like, half.
You're right.
Yeah, that's like that's how it literally is now, man. It's crazy.
Hey, I went through that. Thankfully, my half was pretty small. if you halved what I had, it wasn't much.
That's funny.
She's like half, and you're like, okay. That's fine.
Well, here's $10.
For me, it's like, here's a quarter.
Tell you what, I'll let the kids stay at your place too.
You're right. It's nuts out here, man. Like it's really crazy, man. Like just the entitlement. It's
and hey, don't get us wrong. It goes both ways, but goddamn, it's ruthless now.
It is
from what I saw growing up, man. Mid '90s. Whoo, we're 2020 now.
Bro, I'm at the point now, man, where I it's like, do you even date anymore? Because it's that ruthless out here, man. The game has really changed, man.
I know what you mean, man. I've had it rough these last few years.
It's crazy, bro.
I'm just tired of getting ghosted, as I was saying to Jay. Like, I don't mind if somebody wants to go or not talk, but just some warning or something, man. Like, I've gone through a whole thing of just gone. I'm like, great. See you later.
I'm not even gonna go on and on about my story because I've told it 20 times to Corey and Jay. And Jonathan, so I'm not going to talk about it anymore. But
what I missed?
Oh no. We were talking about like the Me Too thing and how the entitlement, Jonathan. That's why I said Jonathan. And I said I already told 50 times, so I won't. I'll tell Cole.
You're right.
Time, but it's great.
You guys are all toxic men.
Well, actually, I'm like, oh my god, like this is like complete against the Me Too movement, and it's just flagged.
Try to be as toxic as possible. I don't know.
Oh, hey, look.
Toxic.
Right now, Corey. Hey, Corey, I said, hey, I want to get all the boys that are like 8, 7 years old, line them up on the couch, and I'm going to put on The Last Boy Scout and Lethal Weapon and make them watch it.
Nobody likes you. You're a piece of shit.
Exactly.
Not even Monkey, obviously.
Like, watch The Last Boy Scout. These are real men.
Throw the dead squirrel on them.
Work, I told you that was my ringtone. That's my ringtone on my phone.
I couldn't find the clip on YouTube, and then you like linked it to me like a year or two ago, and I was like, yes, he found it.
Yes, nobody likes you, everybody hates you. And it went off at work one day, and my boss just looked at me like I was insane. I was like, sorry.
Whoops.
I had a meeting one time. Like, I don't know if you guys have this with your phone. Like, if you're listening to music and you get a phone call, then you turn when the phone call goes off, the music starts playing again.
Yep.
I was in a
music was it?
I was in a meeting with a client, and the Yin Yang twins come on my phone just out of nowhere. It was some dirty shit too.
Sugar like a salt sugar.
I'm like,
was it the Whisper song?
I don't remember what song it was, man, but it was bad.
Can't hope I'm but this whole killer.
Bend over, make it clap.
Something like that, yeah.
They were always so aggressive.
Remember that, like that same era, David Banner?
Oh,
like
man.
that David Banner play song came on in the car one time with my mom in the car, and it was like the most uncomfortable.
David Banner, man, he's
Atlanta's the hot spot right now, but man, all the whole South makes the best fucking rap. Take your shirt off, waving like a helicopter.
And look, and all of it is just like, and the thing is, I remember I had a buddy of mine who lived in Alabama, and I went down to visit him like in my early 20s in college, and we went to this club, and it was like straight up really like that. I was like, and in fact, at the time I had hair. But like I'm like this little light skinned boy coming down south, and I got my little pretty Ricky wavy hair. And them girls were attacking me, fellas. It was just them cornbread eating women were attacking me. I had to fight them off. I had
their
to
ass on you.
Go away. They were.
So now I'm trying to get to church. Please leave me alone.
Come here, you little sexy. Crazy, man. Fun times, fellas.
I just want to have a youth group or
the ultimate lifting song. When they step up to your face, what they gonna do? Shit.
Now y'all remember Some Cut by Trillville?
Oh yeah.
I remember rolling in my 97 Camaro with my subs in the back, thinking I was hot shit.
I miss those, man. You don't see them as much anymore.
That is hot shit, man. Camaros are beasts.
Yeah. Oh, dude. I wish I had the mullet to go with it, but
you don't need it, man.
I was gonna say, fellas, do
it's not too late.
like that anymore? Do people still have speakers in their car anymore?
No, they don't.
I mean, I do, but I'm rare.
Yeah.
Okay, they don't do that anymore. Okay.
I mean, every once in a while you'll hear somebody drive by that's stomping real hard. But
I don't know, mid 2000s, dude. I was all about getting more power in my trunk.
The only guys I see doing that are like Middle Eastern guys. I see them blasting their music. I haven't seen like a.
That's funny because I used to buy all my
listen
speaker
to like either it is Middle Eastern music or it's techno. It's one of the two.
Techno? Wow, that's
great. Or my understanding of techno, my terrible, flawed, not probably. Somebody else will be like, "It's dubstep."
This is house, Cole, not trance. Come on, get it together.
Well, yeah, exactly. So, yeah,
No, fellas, did you ever see the thing?
Lots of bass though,
where fellas would maybe early 2000s they'd look at PORN movies in the car.
Yeah,
in the car.
Yeah. Like I remember like in Columbus, Ohio, like in 2000, there was this thing called the Block Party. They don't do it anymore. But me and my buddies went to it. We like saw some friends who were like from Cleveland, and they're like driving in the car, and there's like somebody just doing that, and I'm just kind of like, and I'm looking like, bro, there's like 4 dudes in the car, and you're watching this. Like, I don't understand what's going on here, but it's making me uncomfortable.
Yeah. Maybe is that what they did on that show, Pimp My Ride? They always had like.
Great
porn setups,
Well, I got this Zuzu 1992. Now just fucking soup the shit up, son.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna do this shit for you, man.
We just put a fish tank in your shit.
I got 20-inch rims and you got a V2.
I mean, I thought you were
like potato chips, so we put a potato chip maker in the back.
You got a drink dispenser, Coke and Pepsi.
I thought we were both past that. We had like cribs and that, but now there's a show called Most Expensivest. So
what?
There's a show called Most Expensivest, and it's just about the same shit. Like, guys showing off a bunch of complete bullshit. Money.
That shit's hilarious. They're like, yo, I got an outfit, sneakers, and a hat for every day of the motherfucking year. 365. This is my 1 closet. This is my 2 closet. This is my 3 closet. And then they show like.
Is that what money does to a person, or do they start out that way?
In America? Fuck yeah, dude.
Because I can't imagine, like, I think of all the things I would do if I had money. It'd be so great to have money, but I don't think about having a closet full of several closets.
If you're a Saudi prince or you're an American, yes, that's what it happens. They're like, oh shit!
So this is where Saudi princes and Americans have something in common.
Yes.
I knew there had to be a link somewhere.
The Dave Chappelle skit about.
Oh, the other link is online gaming, of course.
Have you guys seen that?
Which one, Jonathan?
The Dave Chappelle show skit about cribs.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Oh my god. This is Bald Eagle. Hulk Hogan wrestled it down for me.
Oh man.
What I eat for breakfast? It's a dinosaur egg.
Oh my god.
Man, those 2 shows back to back from like when they aired, Dave Attell and then Dave Chappelle. Both the Daves.
The Daves.
You know what my favorite one was what was it, the Real World one that Dave Chappelle did? Where like Charlie Murphy shanked the dude's remake of his dad. He was like, what do I do? And
girlfriend came in, they'd like shoot to like the background interviews or whatever.
And then the guy's jerking off in the corner.
Yeah.
Lysol was his name.
He slept with his girl.
Yeah.
You know what's sad about that? That's really would go down like that. Like it would straight up go down like that. Like the brothers would straight up run a train. It'd be over.
You better get out of here before I pull some bacon off your back, bitch.
It really would be a wrap because listen. Okay. I have to edit myself again, but all I can say is working in okay. Anyway, I just know that would go down for real. I just put it down.
We'll take your word for it.
I just know it would go down like that.
I don't want to be in a situation when my penis can touch another guy's penis ever. You know, that's like
I avoid that most days.
I don't know. From what I've heard,
that should be easy to avoid. You should have to like really seek that out specifically. That shouldn't be something that can just happen.
Yeah, it's just not like
if you talk to somebody and they said that just happened, they're lying to you.
I walked outside and there it was.
Yeah, they're not reliable.
I mean, this isn't from my experience, but it's not gay unless your balls touch. I guess that's what I heard. I don't know.
I don't get.
It leaves a lot of room.
Yep.
Well, depending on who you are, I guess. Doesn't leave a lot of room for you personally, Orc. But,
I don't get
that. I still can't find mine. Still looking.
Oh my god.
I don't get going on the same street at the same time. So we put it that way. If we go down the same street at the same time, I just don't logically see how that would even work. It
so
just
you break out the Google Maps.
I've seen a video on it, so I do know it's possible.
Yeah.
Video for everything. I've seen a video.
Yeah, not because you're not taking the first street, you're taking that other street at the same time.
I've had really good friends in my life.
Alleyway.
Never a friend that good, you know.
Yeah, right. Like, and what you see is when you see the flick, these dudes are like straight all in. Like they're just like what I love is like it's just like one chick, and then it's like everybody's going down the same street, same alleyway, and they're just fist pounding each other. Like dudes just like
yeah.
Like,
that's an interesting bonding moment.
Also, they have impeccable aim because nobody ever has to readjust. That's the real talent there.
Literal sloppy seconds.
I mean, I'm sorry, I just do not feel comfortable with that, and I'm at the point now where like when I meet
our viewer count's now at 5. Just saying, continue, Monty.
I don't want to know about fellas. I don't want to know about their history. I just don't want to know because I've already known you rode the carousel. I don't want to hear about acrobatic tricks, and I don't want to hear about Chad, Tyrone, and the whole football team. I don't want to football team. I don't want to know about the football team because we all know you done been on the football team. Look, this one chick I was talking to, I saw one picture of her from college, and I saw eyeshadow, and I saw lipstick, and I saw her and her girls with a bottle. I was like, damn it. So I just can't talk to you anymore. I just can't. Because I know what happened after that picture was taken. I know what happened.
Just immediately. Just immediately.
Look, the picture went from a smile to, like Mel Gibson said. Why don't you
There's more pictures. You just didn't see them. That's all. There's more pictures.
Look, I already know how it went. Double monkey backflips.
Oh, man.
All that.
Now here's the deal, Monty. You knew what happened after that picture was taken, but then you had a few drinks and said, what the fuck?
You're right. Look. And look, I thought about it and I said, well, her friend who's like 300 pounds, hey, her smile is kind of cute, you know what I'm saying? Like,
see, that's really what it is.
She's looking better.
Because people always talk about alcohol making people seem more attractive. It's never worked that way for me. All it does is like chip away at my own standards.
Right.
Like the women don't suddenly become beautiful. I'm just sort of like, I can handle. Yeah, okay, I can accept
here's
that
exactly
now.
what
I
happens,
can handle
right?
that.
You stop going from this. You stop going from like an all over, like all right, like the whole picture together. Then you start focusing on parts. You're
yes.
And those calves.
She has good hair.
The bomb, man.
She has pretty hair. Like she worked on that.
If none of the major stuff is that great, you have to start compensating.
You start
somewhere.
going one piece at a time. You start cutting. You start divvying it up, and you're like, all right, I could hang out in this area, and we're
There's not too many barbecue stains on her shirt.
Look. I had a online thing, met someone. I saw the picture and I was like, okay, cool, whatever. And I saw the chest and I was just like, because I saw from here,
right.
From here to here, I was like, from here to here, I was like, but then when I saw here, I was like, man, those are the biggest pair of knockers I've ever seen. And I was like, those must become mine.
See, I get that. That's extenuating circumstance.
Now, but hang on, I'm almost guessing this was a case of trick photography.
Yeah.
Wires.
Jonathan,
things were involved.
We met at Starbucks, and the acne
the
Starbucks
trick.
I mean, bad acne.
Oh, wow.
Like I was just like, I was kind of like,
you can't look away.
I was kind of like, and then I thought like, okay, well maybe, like what if we turn the lights down, or maybe like some Bob Marley, you know what I'm saying?
Maybe she's funny. Like, you know, like,
like, look, how about we just go to Rite Aid, we get a makeup kit, just do it all up.
Oh, we're veering into territory now.
Get you a makeover.
Hey,
here's my thing. I always had these impossible standards for him. Be like, nah, man, she's ugly or whatever. She had this, she had that. And then for some reason, I would expect these women to like me for my personality.
Right.
As I said, it's a million times.
Person.
I can't see an attractive woman walking down the street with anybody and like accepted. If he's walking down the street with a really good-looking guy, I'm disgusted because she's shallow. You know, she only cares about, this guy's tall and good-looking. But if I see a great-looking girl walking down the street with some guy who's ugly, I get even more mad because I'm like, I'm way better looking than this idiot. Like I can't win. There's no winning for me. I'm just angry.
Everybody always goes to the first thing, like, dude's packing.
Oh, or he's got a lot of money.
Exactly. A lot of money. I see a lot of that.
Money goes a long way, like a really long way.
That's all that matters. I realize now that nobody gives a damn about anybody. This is like a completely self-centered, self-serving culture we live in. Right. It's just like, hey, you must be okay. I'm gonna edit myself because I was about to go all the way, but I'm gonna pull it back somewhat. But I'm thinking, hey, we might as well go out here and just look for the end of the deal, shall we say. That's all that matters. Because that's a guarantee. Well, most of the time.
The money is depressing. we've gotten to know each other. We bonded, so I can be a little personal. So like, Orc and Jay know the girls I date are Asian. So I often don't worry, it's not going to turn into any. Don't worry, it's not going to turn into anything about that. But I just mean
I can say
it's very common
really
for me to see the pretty Asian girl with the really not good-looking Asian guy, and it's all they came over. He's got money. His dad's got some company. I see them driving around in Escalades and Lexuses and stuff, and like over here is just a playground for them. Like their dad owns a company back in China or something. Like very. I'm not saying none of them do anything over here, but a lot of them.
We'll just put it like
that's the thing that boils me because I'm just like it's so hard to find the pretty Asian girl I seek out because they all belong. To these
Cole has gotten his kung fu hustle on quite a few times.
That's true. I would say if I can use a racially insensitive metaphor, I have my black belt.
How many yen is Cole-san worth?
Tell you.
The picture back there doesn't show too well.
Much trouble.
Dude, this ain't even that bad. One night on our stream, we got into it with Monty how to spot a white girl who's into black dudes.
Oh,
we went through the checklist.
Please elaborate.
That's one thing about dating online I find out about a lot too. I'm just like, oh, she's good. Then you say like black dudes only. I'm like, okay, swipe.
I've never seen it. Is that a website? Blackdudesonly.com? Is it like farmers only?
I mean, it should be. Farmers only obviously means whites only, right? Isn't that what farmers only is code for? Whites only?
I tell you, this is.
I should get back on Christian Mingle. I'm sure the person I want is there.
This is the code you see on dating websites. This is what I saw on Tinder. So on Tinder, I go through these profiles, and my area. I mean, it's a multicultural.
Plenty of piranha.
Yeah, there's plenty of everything in my city.
You're lucky. See, I come across the same 5 profiles just over and over again. There's only like 5 types, and they just repeat.
Yo, bro, it's a smorgasbord out here.
You're lucky.
But so when I go through profiles, if I see something that says Black Lives Matter and I see like a big husky white chick, I'm like, okay, well,
husky.
Healthy
gal.
See, most of the BLM ones that I see are like more like alternative girls.
And then Monty's like, I didn't want to put a sled dog team together, but hey.
I'm like, hey, we're gonna jump right on that.
let me ask you.
For me, the stuff that goes over there's super hot and gives personal details, so it's fake. So
right.
Let me ask you.
Like they'll just put like, here's my snap, which is just a trap, so they can push some side on you. So that's fake. There's mother to 2 beautiful. Okay, flip. There's faith matters to me. No. What else is there?
Not here for a hookup.
Not here for a hookup. There's so many of those. Go. Okay, bye. There's also seeking something meaningful. Okay, no.
My kids come first.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
No,
my kids.
Or Jesus comes first.
Now,
my kids
the other
come
thing
second.
is I own a cat and I love my cat and I like people that like animals. But if they give a number that's too high, no. Because they'll be like dog mama to 4. I'm like, holy shit.
Oh, fuck that, man.
I don't know how many people say dog mom, but dog mama like comes up all the time for me. Like,
or absolutely no nudes.
Like, see, I don't mind that. Like, I'm not a sexual predator, and I realize that girls are on things like that. They're opening themselves up to like total assholes, right? That are the first thing they're gonna say is some horrible, sexual harassment shit. If not, like, just show them pictures of their junk. I realize that, but I mean, give me a little leeway or something.
Bro. Jonathan leads with a dick pic.
Bro,
no, I was about to ask. How long? All right, I've wondered this before. When the camera phone was first invented, how long after that first guy bought the camera phone, he was like, "Oh, okay."
3 minutes.
And then it had to have been like astonishingly quickly.
Your SIM is verified. Okay, Dick.
At least nowadays we have the wide angle option, right?
So the trick is to do it with the panorama mode, and then like,
panorama mode. Get your angle. Get your angle.
Well, they said that. Thankfully, I was married before dick pics were a thing, but apparently you can grab it like at the base, and it makes it look a lot bigger. Like if you grab it at the very bottom, And that's
there's also
you can like create like 5 inches right there.
You can create false perspective.
The best thing you can do is buy miniature versions of household items to keep around.
Like, look how much bigger it is than this remote. It's like way bigger than the TV remote.
Buy the little Coke cans at the store. You know what I'm talking about?
I told you it was okay.
That's fucking hilarious. Oh my god.
Yeah, but I'm just so burnt out on profiles. But yeah, I just need the same 5 or 6, just repeat over and over.
I was going to say that about that, Cole. I was doing that for a while. Do you ever get the one where it's like you see a new picture and you're like, get excited? Then you flip to the second one that's like, when it's the same dumb bitches that was on there before, they just got a new picture.
Yeah. Another big thing, like, I guess Tinder doesn't even, at least Tinder, like, because I've been on other dating sites too, and a lot of them, I've had ones reject pictures I've sent. Like, I showed a picture and they rejected it because they said I was too far away and you couldn't see my face right and stuff. And that's not my primary picture. Tinder, they don't care. Tinder, it'll be a picture of a wall. It'll be a picture of a field. It'll be a picture of their cat. It'll be a picture of them as a kid, which is really fucked up. What am I supposed to do? Yeah, she looks pretty good as a 6-year-old, so, you know, like these girls, like I think either some of them it's just a joke. Some of them are just so hot that they realize things will work out for them anyway. So
or it's like this. You know? It's like this. It's like,
but there's no rules.
Or it's like big girls. They always know to stick their head up and take the picture from above because you know, their double chin goes away.
Right, sure. But I just mean so many of them just they just throw the picture away. They'll waste it on anything. I've seen ones that are black voids.
What Orc was doing a second ago was the default middle-aged male on Facebook.
Oh, right there. Yeah.
Never smiling, but just like took the picture from right here.
Yeah. Bro, and I mean, some of them are like even reasonable and just hurt my feelings personally. Like I've had bad history with my mouth, and I don't have great teeth or a lot of teeth left. And I'll see people say like, I have to have great teeth. I'm like, oh.
It's awfully specific, isn't it? I mean,
that's what I mean. That's why it really bothers me. Because I'm like, if it's something you care about, sure. But if it's the first line on your profile, man.
What I'm saying, that's the point, Cole. It puts you in there's no way. How can you ever meet that standard? How can anybody?
Exactly. I mean, it's like, I'm smart, I'm good looking, I have this. Oh, but I don't have that. Like, there's this long checklist, you know.
That's what I'm saying. These chicks are crazy, man.
I'm so glad I'm married. I'm so glad I'm married, and I got to miss Tinder.
Man, look, the three of us, me, Jonathan, and Corey had a long talk about that, and I told them about my trials and tribulations. It's okay. Real quick, I'm gonna tell it real fast. So Cole. So anyway, I told Corey, Jonathan. So I went with this chick, met her on Bumble. Went on a second date.
That's one I haven't tried.
Okay, so it was pretty cool. She invited me over to the spot. On her own, the second date, we were supposed to go out and do putt-putt or whatever. So she's like, why don't you come over to the house? We'll go swimming. This is in August. I'm like, okay, fine, cool. Cute little Italian chick. Go over to the house. It was too cold.
Yeah.
She still had her bathing suit on, right? Whoa. Now, keep in mind, she's the same age as all of us. She's a year younger. She's like 37.
Yeah.
Right? Anyway, this is a grown woman. This ain't no kid.
Mm.
We start watching the movie. We chilling. She closes the door, cuts the lights out. It's about 9:00 at night. We're on the couch. She's got her bathing suit on, legs crossed. I'm kind of like, sucky now. All right. I'm like, yeah. I mean, I don't have to complete the deal, but at least I'm going to travel that road, something. Anyway, Cole, I lean over, just put my arm around her to try to, let's get some physical activity going. She turns and looks at me, Cole, and goes, I'm uncomfortable social distancing.
Oh, Jesus.
Now, Cole.
After she lets you in the house.
Now, that's I haven't actually done anything in this era yet. I have not actually met a woman during this era. And I've thought about that because I realized that I don't know, just lay out the rules beforehand then,
But I'm saying, Cole, does that make any sense to you?
No, because, I mean, if she felt that way, she would have probably said it the first time you met or something.
Right.
To just throw it out of nowhere when it's like, okay, clearly she doesn't mind some closeness here. We're not even talking about sexual activity. We're talking about closeness. And suddenly she throws that up. Yeah, that's total bullshit.
So what I'm asking y'all is, what did I miss, or am I insane? That's why I said I think I'm in the Twilight Zone.
Well, it's the same sort of thing. Like you have to stop thinking, what did I miss? Because
you're trying to make sense of it.
Yeah.
Of a situation that
Right, and I'm not trying to turn this into some all male bitch session where we're like, oh, women are crazy or anything like that.
Right.
But I just mean,
they are though. Like I don't know. What
yeah, I know. But I'm trying to be as diplomatic and understanding as I can be about it. But I just mean it's not like I haven't had nice, good, positive experiences with him.
I don't know, but be married for a bit and to see how crazy that gets.
Yeah, see, that's never happening. So maybe you can say I have no right to complain about how much it sucks to date in your 30s, but I don't care. I'll take that over marriage. But I'm sure there's good things about marriage. I just never see or hear them. But
there's plenty of like awesome things about being married. I'm joking.
Obviously. And I mean, as I've gotten older, honestly,
fantastic.
I've probably gotten more shallow as an older person than a younger person, really, because there was a time where like I believed things like, okay, so this is something I remember. I don't think he'll mind me telling this because it's something I thought. It's not something he did. So I was talking to our friend Eric, and we were talking about a show or something like that, or a movie. I think we were talking about the movie, the one where like it's recent, where they all play like hide and seek with the bride, and they're really gonna kill her, like, ready or not. And I was saying how and we disagreed on the movie because he liked it and I didn't, and he said, well, the main reason he liked it was because of the main girl, and I said, well, that's interesting because that's the main reason I didn't like it. I didn't like the main girl, and he said something interesting to me. He said something about like he just enjoyed sort of her irreverent attitude and sense of humor, especially when dealing with the husband. And he said it reminded a little of himself and his wife about how, she could like knock him down a peg if he got cocky, sort of having that kind of relationship with the wife. And it wasn't the first time this hit me, but then I realized how I diverged from that as I gotten older, because I don't want a partner is what I've realized. I don't want that. I don't want somebody to feel like who's my equal in any way, shape, or form. I think because I'm probably too uptight. I'm probably too insecure for it. I don't need to feel vastly superior, but I don't want to be on an even playing field. I don't want somebody that can knock me down a peg and really So I don't think I'm ready for that sort of intimacy. That I think about. Because the idea is it's sort of like my wife's my best friend. It's like, holy shit, what? Like that scares the hell out.
I feel like that's something you probably need to tell somebody while laying on a couch.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
it's a joke.
In my 20s, I did the couch laying stuff. Now I haven't grown or moved on from it. I just don't do it anymore.
I do plenty of couch laying talking.
I believe you, and I apologize if that was too real and intimate for people here and the viewing audience. I'm just saying it's a realization about myself, and it doesn't mean I want like something super shallow, but I don't want a partner. I don't want that. I really don't.
Hey, I'm wondering if sometimes I wake up some days and go, am I too much of a human being? Because it seems like everyone around me is so inhumane. I'm serious. Like I'm thinking like, okay, we dated, you lied on me. I just lost my mother and
I knew that was coming.
Stop it. Stop. Okay,
we're so flat.
They don't even have to be in a slasher film. Tripping.
Stop it.
But yeah, well, I mean that's the other thing. I can play it off like I'm cool and cynical, but I'm overly sensitive when it comes to a lot of things. So like I don't know how to be as cold and ruthless as a lot of these girls that I've dated and had interactions with, where it's just like over, boom, gone. I'm like, whoa,
bro. To talk about sharing your post-traumatic stress, and then the person goes and lies on you, and let alone is banging another guy, and is straight gangster with it. Just straight gangster with it.
I don't think I've ever been cheated on, but I don't know. I don't think so. But
probably best not to know.
I mean, it's definitely best not to know.
Bro, I've lost faith in humanity. like you know who I'm turning more into every day? I'm turning into Keith David in Men at Work with Emilio Estevez and Charlie Sheen more and more every day. You ever see that scene where he holds the pizza guy hostage in the car and he goes like, everybody wants everything to be nice and civil. That's where I feel like I'm getting more and more every day.
Monty, don't do it. The pizza.
I have a legit question for somebody out in the chat. Al, I know you're security guard in the Philadelphia area. Are you guarding these ballots in Philadelphia? Is that what the hell has gone down here? Is this sure bad?
Blame Al.
It's so slow.
Like as soon as they're talking about Philadelphia, I just imagined Al like standing
You're gonna give my mom a heart attack, Al. Come on, dude. Hurry the fuck up.
Yeah, like he just he
$20.
accidentally let somebody in to use the bathroom, and it went horribly wrong. He seemed like a nice guy. He said he just had to pee.
John, I was watching Halloween 5 the other day, and then I threw in Suspiria, and it was amazing. Just a bunch of people with just
That's what
ballot
they
boxes.
did. They dropped the guy came in and dropped a copy of Suspiria 2018 on the ground. Al was distracted. They ran around him and stole a bunch of ballots.
They did some research.
It's like a signed original one sheet of Suspiria signed by Argento.
But it's on
on the ground.
a string and a fishing line, and they're just pulling him out.
Diabolical.
Oh my god!
He opens the gate, and then they just slide it under. They have ballot boxes come in. It's like
it's really crazy out here right now, y'all. It's just insane, man. It's really insane, man. I don't understand what's going on out here.
At this point, I just want them to call a winner.
I just thought the apocalypse was going to be a lot more fun than this.
That's the conclusion I've come to, Jonathan. Like at this point, I'm like, what the hell, man? The apocalypse can come, man. Bring it on.
Yeah, I was
I'm
promised.
gonna sit back and crack a beer.
I was promised zombies and nuclear war, and instead we get the flu and people just being really angry at each other over an election.
Yeah.
We have big outbreak masks. I'm gonna wear one of those to the gym and just be like, yeah.
Hey, the John Travolta boy in the plastic bubble suit. I straight up want to rock that one day, man. Really
That would be fun.
Be my bitch.
Or what about Bruce Willis in 12 Monkeys with that big old suit? I want to just put that whole get up on.
It might come to that, Who knows?
Dude,
maybe things will get worse. It's going to get even worse, and you have to do full cover. I don't know.
Are we going to be able to sleep with people anymore? Like, I mean, is it going to be like Demolition Man where we got to put a headset thing on?
I'll just die.
We got to
I'll
go
just die.
All I can say is I'm not.
I'll just go out on my shield.
All I can say is I'm not a fan of Neuralink. When they can read your actual thoughts, not a fan.
That's scary, man.
They're already trying to sell me like a jet ski when I think about it.
I mean, I guess if there was a robot that was good enough to have sex with, yes, but I have pretty high standards for this robot. It would have to be something really special.
This had to be one charming motherfucking robot.
Yeah.
Oh, Cole, I love you.
Yeah, it better challenge me intellectually too. Not just.
Cole, I love you long time. Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure I can just order it as like some awful racial stereotype.
Order for me, America.
I'm like, the eyes aren't slanty enough. They're like, what? What did you say? I'm like, nothing. Respect.
And there went Jay's Asian viewership.
Oh my god.
Gomenasai.
Oh,
joking. Okay, that was only sorry in one language. I gotta learn a few more.
Oh my god.
Gomenasai.
Oh.
Domo arigato.
Oh, fellas, what are you doing to me tonight?
Mr. Robot.
Well, yeah, I am getting kind of impatient for just normal robots, to tell you the truth.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Have you all seen that thing where I think it is over in
Make me some pancakes, bitch.
Where the guy has the VR thing on and he's going like,
Yeah.
And have you seen that?
The moment that like they were talking about like AI and stuff, I'm like, somebody's gonna try to fuck it.
Yeah.
There's every technological Actually, if you want to go more broad, look around the house, pick an object, somebody fucked it.
Yeah, that's been pulled out of someone's ass and
absolutely.
I mean, that's what the whole movie Ex Machina is.
Yeah.
It's like, sure, we have AI, but it's not worth anything unless it's a sexy AI,
I mean, just look. Like, you got the NES comes out, and then, Custer's Last Stand comes out, and,
plus
the
NES had that nice cartridge slot, and it was just asking for it.
Hey, fellas, when I was in college, we were on, this is like 2008, so me and one of my roommates, I'll tell that story later on. But anyway, when my roommate who used to like to look at porn all the time, she found something online where it was like the life-size sex dolls, like with the mouth is like something like that.
Oh, like a real doll?
Yeah, like a real doll. Yeah, we were reading the reviews, and some dude put up a review that was like glowing. Like it was like a 5.5 star 6 review. Like he was just like, Becky's amazing. He was like, she just helps all the pleasures. Like,
do you think those things are dishwasher
I mean,
safe?
it's not even that hard. Yeah, it's pretty banal. You can
Pots
go on Amazon and find like women, reviewing massive dildos, So
this one's freaking me out real nice.
They sell a 55-gallon drum of Astroglide on Amazon.
What do you need that much for?
I don't know. They always say if you buy in bulk, you save money, right? But like, it also
Thank
comes
God for
with
Costco and Sam's Club.
it comes with the attachment at the top for a pump. Like you just got this in the corner of the room.
Bro, if you need a 55-gallon drum, you're doing something wrong, man.
Somebody wrote a review like
warm up the oven before you try to stick the turkey in.
That's what happened. Yeah. One guy left a review that was like the UPS guy tried to drop it off and ended up spilling in my driveway. But the good part is that before I only had a 2-car garage, but now I can fit 4 cars.
Wow.
oh my God.
I had a guy who worked for UPS I used to game with that I knew, and he was just moving boxes, and one was weighed like 25 pounds, and he opened it, and it was just a complete box full of dildos, and it was just like moving it.
Discreet, so much for discreet packaging.
Just like, an assortment.
Oh man, that's crazy though, man. You guys should have read that review, man. The guy had like 5.5 stars, man. He was just like, he was like, all the pleasures I've ever had in my life.
You think that's good, dude?
It's weird too, because it's probably one of two extremes. Because it could either be a guy that's never, had sex with anybody or touched anybody, so it's amazing, or somebody that's had sex with so many people that it's just completely lost everything for him. And yet this doll, embodies all the things that he wanted. He was on a search, and he couldn't find it, partner after partner. And then it turns out it's just a damn doll.
And then, of course, Target, Walmart, and Amazon being what they are, it's like, if you're interested in this, you might also like a George Foreman grill. Fuck yeah.
I enjoy some post-coital grill.
Cole, this sounds like exactly what you need during the pandemic.
The dude.
Well, apparently you can get them used because there's like a guy I remember seeing him on like 0.0, and his whole thing was like he made a career out of like fixing up and cleaning used ones, like putting them back. So I mean, imagine. I mean, it's one thing to buy it. Imagine being the guy whose job is to get them back up and working. He's like, what's the worst condition you've seen? And he's like, I can't even tell you. I can't tell you the awful things I've seen, the condition that these dolls arrive in.
There were holes everywhere.
Yeah, holes everywhere. I would assume they're switching the limbs around.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, he cleans them. Can you imagine what that would be like?
Is it a vacuum situation to clean them? I mean, is that...
No idea.
Like we use a pressure washer. He's
like holding it. He's like...
pressure washer. Like you gotta dunk it like it's full of chlorine.
Toilet bowl cleaner.
Oh man, you have to do that because like how do you clean it afterwards? Like
Mr.
Like
Clean can't even have a bald head after that shit. Holy fuck!
Oh my god, you should have seen the picture though. Like the dude had the picture of her like in a chair, and she was just like this, like her hands were like this.
Oh, did they buy him costumes?
Like it's his girl. Like it's Oh yeah.
Yeah, I would really want a costume. I need some sort of costume.
She really looks like this.
Yeah.
Exactly. Orc's got it.
See, they need to make them with like Bluetooth speakers and RGB lighting.
Oh Lord.
To the
Exhaust
window.
fans.
Oh Lord have mercy. I have my father won't be watching this show. I won't even send the link for this one.
I tell you, no, don't. We've gone off the rails. But I think that's a good place to
Anybody
talk.
have a good impression?
You the do.
Oh. Hey, this is the X-rated after late special show, man. This is the kind of stuff.
You have any good impressions, Corey?
Yeah, you missed the impression part.
Not really.
Ours weren't good. We just did them anyway.
I'm not a big impression. Well, Jonathan's was good.
Yeah, Jonathan did a couple good ones.
Yeah, I've done the Jesse Ventura on our show before when we did the conspiracy theory.
Alden told him. Hulk Alden told the kids to take their steroids and their vitamins. Hulk Vince McMahon told me. I almost fell out of the chair.
God, I love Vince McMahon.
He's
got a puke.
Oh yeah, your Pacino was really good too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, ladies, tragic accident here. Owen fell from the ceiling. You're trying to get yourself in the spotlight here. I resent your tone, lady.
Wow. Yeah. Wrestlers aren't that hard because they're just so exaggerated. Like snap into a Slim Jim. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just scream a lot and slap my biceps.
No, the Macho Man ones, those are very. Yeah, there you go. You gotta from the top.
Snap into a Slim Jim, brother.
Well, apparently this is related. This is related to both topics. So apparently, when Macho Man Randy Savage was in the movie Spider-Man, he played Buzzsaw, the wrestler he wrestles with. His trailer was right next to Bruce Campbell's. And Bruce Campbell has reported that whenever he wasn't on set, Randy Savage was having loud sex with some woman, screaming all his like usual catchphrases.
Oh yeah.
It was like 3 or 4 days. That was like all Bruce Campbell heard every time he went back to his trailer. Was Randy Savage getting it on?
Like a monkey, oh yeah.
With Elizabeth.
Tower of power.
I definitely don't have enough cocaine for an Alex Jones.
Yeah, I don't want to see anyone have a heart attack on this stream trying to do that.
An Alex Jones impression is just the same as my Randy Macho Man Savage impression.
Yeah, it's just sort of a lot of
freaking frogs, gay.
screaming and shaking your head.
Oh my god!
I really wish they wouldn't have deplatformed him because that was good shit to watch.
Oh man, it was fantastic. It was fantastic. It's like literally watching a train wreck right in front of you.
Just go to infowars.com.
Yeah,
there's a hard on for your mind.
Yeah, it's
I feel way too dirty.
That shit is so funny because they're constantly trying to sell like supplements and stuff. Like that's their way of making money. It's like, hey, buy this silver cream.
The best is the bonus buckets from the religious guy. I think he actually is from Georgia. He's like, well, guys, you're gonna need a bonus bucket. Buy a whole truckload of these.
Is that
the
emergency food supply stuff?
Yeah, it's like a pastor. It's Texas or Georgia, I think. And he's like
bonus bucket. I like that.
Just Google it, Cole. You're gonna be up until sunrise. So if you find it, he's like, now Jesus wants you to buy this. Let me tell you. Okay.
Let me tell you.
What's a bonus bucket?
Google.
I don't get it.
I think it's Jim Baker.
Jim Baker. Yeah. Thank you, Corey.
It's the apocalypse.
I got some snake oil for you.
It's not as good as like the Peter Popoff Miracle Spring Water.
Oh my god,
goes down smooth.
What is that? Djibouti does that stuff. Peter Popoff.
Oh my god,
Kenneth.
Oh, this has got to be the most craziest stream I've ever done.
Guys, I'm gonna go ahead and call it quits here. It's getting late. My neck hurts.
Oh my god, this is insane. This was absolutely insane.
When the nosedive, Hulk Hogan.
I had to tell my life.
Awesome. Well, yeah, thanks for coming on, all you guys, and Monty, thanks for coming on. And we'll try to do this sometime in the future, and have you guys on again. So thanks everyone for watching, and
I am a real American.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Bye, guys.
See you.
Peace.